Time to kill.
The Saturday night performance is over, and Basil Rathbone is leaving the theater accompanied by Oliver, his chauffeur.
Got my bags, Oliver?
Yes, Mr. Rathbone. I got your bags.
And did you tell the stage manager I've been in Westchester over the weekend?
Yes, boss.
Off for the weekend, Mr. Rathbone.
That's right, Bert. See you Monday.
Oh, don't rush. Stay for a month if you like.
The show'd close in 3 days.
Oliver.
Well, it would. But people come to see as Basil Rathbone, not as understudy.
Oliver. Bert Randall here is a very fine actor indeed.
Well, I like you better.
Frankly, Oliver, so do I. Cheerio, Mr. Rathbone.
Cheerio, dear boy. Beautiful night for a drive to Westchester.
Hey, somebody's shooting.
And they're shooting at me. That one came close. Quick, Oliver, into the car. Well, it seems we've made our getaway, Oliver. Now I want to phone Lieutenant Farrell and report this outrage.
Basil?
Oliver, is your voice changing?
It's me, Basil, darling.
It was. There's a dame in the back seat.
Why don't you get in the back seat too, Basil, honey?
That's an enchanting invitation, I'm sure, but I make it a practice never to get into back seats with strange ladies.
But I'm Bunny.
Bunny?
Oh, now, Basil, sweetie, please stop teasing. After those thrilling letters you've been sending to me all spring.
Now, just a moment. Letters? I've been sending you?
Of course. To Chattanooga.
My dear young lady,
Bunny. The name is Bunny. You can't do this to me, Basil. I've run away from home on account of those letters you wrote me. I've left my husband.
Good heavens.
You can't do this
Oliver,
to me, Basil.
stop the car.
I've run away from home on account of those letters you wrote
Now,
me.
look here, madam. I never saw you before. I never wrote you. It's all a fantastic mistake. I suppose you just hop out of the car and run along back to your husband. There's a good girl. It's all a fantastic mistake.
All right, sir, but you got no call to treat me like this. You got no call at all, and I won't let you get away with it. I'm warning you, you'll be sorry. You'll be
So that's why I phoned you, Farrell. It's been quite an eventful evening. First I got shot at, and then I got involved with a strange blonde.
Look, Rathbone, the blonde is your problem.
Oh, thanks awfully.
I'm only interested in the shooting.
Well, the gunman's a very poor shot, thank goodness. About 5 bullets and they all missed me.
Well, that's pretty bad marksmanship. Have you any idea who might have done it?
Of course not. Why should someone want to kill me?
Maybe they saw your show. Look, I'll investigate this thing. Meanwhile, you still going away for the weekend?
Well, I don't know now.
Well, you go ahead. Start shooting at you. I always say there's no better time to get out of town.
You may have a point there. All right, Farrell, I'm on my way. If you want me, I'll be up in Westchester at the Wayside.
The what?
The Wayside. It's a small hotel.
Say, boss, this is a real nice hotel you made reservations for at. Hey, you want I should register?
No, thanks, Oliver. I'll do it myself.
Oh, can I help you, sir?
Yes, please. My name is Basil Rathbone. I have a reservation.
Oh, Mr. Rathbone, of course. Would you mind stepping into that telephone booth over there?
Well, I did have a larger suite in mind.
There's a long-distance call for you. New York. I'll have them switch it right over.
Oh, yes, thank you. Hello?
Mr. Rathbone?
Yes?
Mr. Rathbone, you've got to come back to New York right away. You're the only person who could help me.
I am?
Yes, I'm at the Grace Hotel, room 714. Hurry, please, while there's still time.
Time for what?
To save me. I've been threatened, Mr. Rathbone. I'm going to be killed, and I... Oh, no.
No, what?
He's here, Mr. Rathbone. No. No, please, No.
Hello? Hello, what's happening there?
It's already happened, Rathbone. Good night.
Hello? 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 New York Police Headquarters, quick, send an officer to Grace Hotel, room 714. Someone has run away. Down the car radio, will you, Oliver? There might be some news of the murder by now.
Oh, sure. It's a terrible thing, that murder. A terrible thing. Music. You want I should look for a news broadcast?
No, leave the music, Oliver. It's good to hear. Makes you forget bloodshed and murder.
Hey, what happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, an important announcement.
What's this, Oliver?
Basil Rathbone, noted stage, motion picture, and radio star, has just been discovered brutally murdered. We continue now with our regular program.
I just can't believe it, Sergeant. Rathbone dead.
Yep, head bashed in with an iron pipe.
I'm glad they took the body away before I saw it. Tell me, was he badly mangled?
Face smashed beyond recognition.
Well, beyond recognition? Well, then how do you know it was Rathbone?
Well, like I told you, Lieutenant, the hotel room was registered in his name. I found letters in the dead guy's pocket addressed to Basil Rathbone.
Oh, I just can't believe it. Rathbone gone. Somehow I just kind of expect him to walk in and say, "Hello, Farrell. Need some help?" And,
Hello, Farrell. Need some help?
Rathbone, what are you doing here?
I'm curious about my murder. Where am I stretched out? In the next room?
Oh, they took you to the morgue. I didn't think you were killed. Did you rent this room?
Of course not.
Well, it's registered in your name. The dead guy was evidently pretending to be Basil Rathbone.
But why?
Wait a minute, hold it. Yes?
Who is this?
Farrell, homicide. Who's this?
My name is Mrs. Lionel Kroll, and I... Oh, did you say homicide?
That's right.
Then you've got to believe me. My husband didn't kill Mr. Rathbone.
He didn't?
No, please, you've got to believe me. My husband hardly knew Mr. Rathbone. He couldn't possibly have killed him. Please remember that. Goodbye.
What was that all about?
The woman says her husband didn't kill you.
Oh, how interesting. Why don't we ask her husband? His opinion.
Good idea. She said she was Mrs. Lionel Kroll. I'll have Kroll picked up right away.
Oh, Lieutenant Farrell, a call just came through from headquarters.
Well, hold that a minute, Sergeant. I want to send out a general alarm for a man by the name of Lionel Kroll.
I don't think that'll be necessary, sir.
Oh, and just why don't you think that'll be necessary, sir?
Because they've just identified the dead man. His name is Lionel Kroll.
Mrs. Kroll's apartment must be at the top of this flight, Farrell.
Yeah. You know, this is really the kind of a job I hate, Rathbone. Telling a woman her husband's been murdered.
I know. By the way, have you sent out a denial of my death yet? After all, someone might just care.
Well, now, relax. The early morning papers probably have the right story by now.
Good. Well, ring the bell.
Sure, but I don't... Now, look, this is more up your alley. You tell Mrs. Kroll.
Yes,
Go ahead, Rathbone.
Rathbone. Did you say Rathbone?
Yes, I'm Basil Rathbone, Mrs. Kroll.
You killed him.
What?
You killed my husband.
Now, wait a minute, my dear lady.
They just called me and told me it's my husband that's dead. And you killed him.
Oh, now, look here. Why, I didn't even know your husband.
How can you stand there and say you didn't know Lionel Kroll?
Because I didn't know the... Oh, was he the Lionel Kroll who ran a correspondence course in dramatic art?
Of course.
Dramatic art. Hey, Rathbone, those letters addressed to you, the ones in Kroll's pocket, they were about a dramatic course.
I remember now that Lionel Kroll once came to ask me to endorse a course in dramatic art he was preparing, and I refused. That's the only time I ever met him.
The only time? You had a date with him tonight.
Tonight?
You called my husband and told him to meet you at the Grace Hotel tonight. You said he...
What's the matter?
Look. Behind you. It's a hand.
A hand?
Yes. Poking over the banister of the stairs.
Rathbone, duck. The hand's pointing a gun at you. Get down!
He missed me. It's that bad marksman practicing again.
You stay here, Rathbone. I'm going after that guy.
Mr. Rathbone, what is it? What's happening?
Not sure, Mrs. Kroll. In fact, I'm only sure of one thing.
What?
I hope somebody catches that gunman before practice makes perfect.
back in just a moment with the second act of tonight's Tale of Fatima. Now, back to tonight's Tale of Fatima, Time to Kill, starring Mr. Basil Rathbone.
Farrell!
Rathbone, what are you doing out here in the street?
I'm trying to find the gentleman who took those pot shots at me.
Well, don't. You just stay out of sight. Finding that guy is my business.
Well, how's business?
Rotten.
If I could just figure out why someone is trying to kill me.
And while you're at it, figure out why Kroll was pretending to be you.
Maybe the answer to that lies in a closer investigation of Mr. Kroll's affairs.
How do you mean?
Well, that correspondence course in dramatics he was connected with. I'd like to look into that.
Well, I suppose we could check his office.
Then suppose we do.
Here's the office, Rathbone. Lionel Kroll, dramatic instruction.
Now, look. The lock on the door has been broken.
Open the door.
Right. Look. There's a light on in the inner office.
Come on.
Now.
All right, sister, come out from behind that desk.
Well, I...
Good heavens. It's Bunny.
It's who?
Bunny. The woman who was hiding in my car.
All right, Bunny. What's the rest of your name and what are you doing here?
Durkin, letters.
What?
My name is Durkin, and I'm here to get those letters I wrote you, Mr. Rathbone. I mean that I thought I wrote you.
And what makes you think you'll find your letters here in Kroll's office?
Well, I just read in the early morning papers that it wasn't you that was killed, but Mr. Kroll. So I figured out that Mr. Kroll must have been pretending to be you.
What's that got to do with the letters?
Well, don't you see? I found them here in Mr. Kroll's desk. I must have been writing to him, not you. But I thought it was you. I addressed the letters to Basil Rathbone at a post office box number in New York, and you answered them. I mean, I guess Mr. Kroll answered them in your name. Just like he taught the dramatic course in your name.
Oh, now, just a minute. Let's start at the beginning. What dramatic course?
Why, the most expensive dramatic correspondence course in America. It cost a lot because the mimeograph lessons were sent straight from Basil Rathbone himself.
How interesting.
And if a student had a special question, she could get it answered personally by Basil Rathbone.
Oh, you don't say.
For more money. And then I took a special postgraduate course, and that cost even more money.
This Kroll chap seems to have made more money out of Basil Rathbone than I have.
That's how I got to writing kind of personal letters to Basil Rathbone. And now I've just got to get those letters back. If they came out in this murder investigation so my husband knew about them, why, I declare he just killed little old me.
What we want to know is, who killed little old Kroll? You know?
Me? Why, Mr. Rathbone, you're just teasing me, aren't you?
Sure. Come on down to headquarters and he'll tease you some more. Meanwhile, I'm booking you as a material witness in the murder of Lionel Kroll.
No, go away. I said go away. Oh, blast. Hello.
Mr. Rathbone, this is Bert Randall. I'm sorry to have to call you this early in the morning.
Early? It's the crack of dawn.
Well, not really.
Yes, really. I just heard it crack.
Yes, but Mr. Rathbone, this is important.
What is?
Well, I just came over here to the theater to get some clothes from my dressing room, and I saw a man sneak out of your dressing room. After that shooting episode, I thought I'd better tell you.
You think he's the man who did the shooting?
I don't know. He looked dangerous. I thought you might like to investigate.
I never like to investigate men who look dangerous, but I think I'd better. I'll be right over. Hello? Anyone here? Hello?
Hello.
Who are you?
Can't you guess?
I guess you were the gentleman who's been using me for target practice.
You guess right. And I still got my gun. By the way, I've never been much good at long range, but I'm mighty good close up. And I'm close up now.
Well, look here. Why are you trying to kill me? I mean, I don't even know who you are.
My name's Sam Durkin.
Durkin? Oh, you're Bunny's husband.
About time you realized Bunny had a husband. Bunny doesn't know it, but I saw those love letters you wrote her. You trifled with her affections. And where I come from, that's reason enough to kill a man. And that's what I'm gonna do. Now,
Mr. Durkin.
Stand still, Rathbone.
But you see, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not Rathbone.
What do you mean?
Well, didn't you hear the radio? Basil Rathbone's dead. He was brutally murdered.
Well, then, who are you?
Me? Oh, I'm his understudy.
You look like Rathbone.
Yes. People have often commented on how much I look like Basil Rathbone. They say the resemblance is uncanny.
But you say Rathbone's dead?
That's right. That's right. He's lying in the funeral parlor right now. Terrible thing. Great loss to the theater.
It's no loss to anyone. He trifled with my wife.
Oh, I can't believe that, Basil. You wasn't that type of chap at all.
You're his understudy?
That's right.
You're his understudy. Guess I got no call to kill you.
No call at all.
Well, then. Sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right, old man. Now, if you'll just excuse me...
I didn't see anyone upstairs, but I... Good heavens, that's the man, Mr. Rathbone.
Oh, you stupid bonehead.
So, you are Basil Rathbone.
Yes, he's Basil Rathbone.
Who are you?
I'm Mr. Rathbone's understudy. Who are you?
I'm the man who's going to shoot Mr. Rathbone right now.
Oh, no, you don't. I've got him, Bert. Get his gun. I've got it. He must be the man who was shooting at you before.
Yes, but I don't think I'm going to give him any more practice. I think I'll turn him over to Farrell right away.
All right, Durkin. Suppose you start answering questions.
Well, I only tried to kill Rathbone here. He trifled with my wife's affection.
For the last time, Durkin, Kroll trifled with your wife's affection.
You really ought to know that, Durkin, considering you killed Kroll.
I didn't kill Kroll.
And I suppose you have an alibi for 1:20 last night.
1:20? Let's see. What? At 1:20, I was at a bar called the Green Turtle. You can ask the bartender there.
All right. Okay, Sergeant. Lock him up and check his story and get back to me.
Right, sir. Come on, you.
This is an outrage.
Sure, it's an outrage, but come on.
But I got an alibi.
Everybody's got an alibi.
What do you mean?
I just let Bunny Durkin go. She proved she was at the movies with another woman last night at 1:20. Mrs. Kroll was with friends at home.
Well, then, who could... Farrell. What about Bert?
Bert Randall, your understudy?
That's right. After all, he was the one who got me down to the theater today, and it's Durkin's hands. Might have been just chance, but it might have been planned that way.
No, you can forget Randall, Rathbone. He's got the perfect alibi. He was visiting a friend way across town from the Grace Hotel at about 1:25. According to you, the murder was committed at 1:20 while you listened. Randall couldn't possibly have killed Kroll and gotten across town in 5 minutes.
Well, is the friend absolutely sure of the time Bert showed up at his place?
Absolutely.
How do you know?
I was the friend.
I still don't understand, Farrell. Why was Bert Randall visiting you?
He just happened to drop into headquarters. He wanted to know if I had any news on the guy who shot at you as you left the theater last night. He was worried about you.
Oh. Farrell, this is ridiculous. Someone must have committed the crime at 1:20.
Look, are you sure the crime was committed at 1:20?
Glanced at my watch as I hung up the phone. I suppose I could have misread it, but I doubt it.
So do I.
Wait. Grace Hotel operator would have a record of the call to me in Westchester, and she might have noted the exact time. We could check.
Hey, we sure could. Come on.
Grace Hotel. Yes, madam. One moment, please.
Excuse me, operator.
Yeah?
May we see your long-distance time sheet for last night, please?
Well, Hey, you're Basil Rathbone.
Yes, quite. But
Oh,
see,
well,
I
that settles it. I had a fight with my girlfriend. She said you were dead, and I said it was a mistake. So I'm right, huh?
Yes, you're right.
Boy, am I glad.
Why, thank you.
Sure. Now she owes me $1.
Miss, please, may we see the long-distance timesheet for last night?
Well, that woman over there just asked for it, too. I told her I couldn't give it out, but since you're a cop...
Now, look. Over there, it's Mrs. Kroll.
You check the timesheet, Rathbone. I'm going to talk to that lady.
All right.
Good evening, Mrs. Kroll.
Good evening, Lieutenant.
I understand you're interested in the telephone operator's timesheet.
I have a right to investigate the murder.
Oh, don't you like the way the police are doing it?
You think my husband was using Mr. Rathbone's name illegally? He wasn't. He had a legitimate dramatic school business, and he was brave.
Carol!
Find out something, Rathbone?
Plenty. According to that timesheet there's no record of any call from the hotel to Westchester last night.
The lights, they've gone out.
All right, everybody stay where you are. Stay where you are. What happened? Somebody screamed.
Put on the lights, somebody. Put on the lights.
There, that's better. Watch that switch, Rathbone, so nobody touches it again.
Right.
All right, now. All right. Nobody leave this lobby till we get to the bottom of this. Rathbone, where's that timesheet?
Somebody took it, Farrell, when the lights went out.
All right. Whoever took it, hand it over.
You heard what the lieutenant said, Mrs. Kroll. Hand it over.
I was just going to, Mr. Rathbone. Here, Lieutenant. I took it when the lights went out. It was lying on the desk, and I didn't want anybody to steal it.
That's a likely story. Who screamed?
I did. I felt someone trying to tear the timesheet out of my hand.
Oh, now, look, would somebody please tell me what's so important about this timesheet?
Very good question, Farrell. Why should anyone want to conceal the fact... Good heavens. Of course. Of course.
In the words of Fatima, time is the essence. A fact misplaced in time conceals the truth.
Why didn't I think of that before? Ladies and gentlemen, those words of Fatima that I just recalled will help me solve tonight's mystery. Time is the essence. A fact misplaced in time conceals the truth. Now, can you guess who killed Lionel Crow?
Now, back to Mr. Basil Rathbone for the exciting conclusion of tonight's Tale of Fatima.
Why didn't you think of what before, Rathbone?
Carol, there was no call made from the Grace Hotel to me at 1:20.
But you got a phone call at 1:20?
Exactly, but it didn't come from here. So it couldn't have come at the actual time of the murder because the murder was committed here.
Well, then what did you hear over the phone?
A reconstruction of the crime, Carol. An act. By an actor.
You mean Burt Randall?
Exactly. Quite some time after he killed Crowley, phoned me and reenacted the killing, calling from a booth right near headquarters.
But why?
So he could rush right in to see Farrell and establish a perfect alibi. But of course, to make it stick, he had to destroy the timesheet.
No, you can't make that stick, Rathbone. Randall wasn't here just now when the timesheet was swiped.
He must be here. I suggest you look in the only possible hiding place, behind that switchboard.
What? Oh, now, Rathbone, you're nuts.
No, he's not, Lieutenant.
Randall. All right. What's the story?
Well, that's easy, Farrell. He was conducting the dramatic course using my name, not Crow. He merely copied Crow's mimeographed lessons.
I told you my husband had an honest business. He had nothing to do with this.
He had one thing to do with it, Mrs. Crow. He found out Randall was stealing his lessons, so Randall lured him to the hotel here and killed him to keep him quiet.
I get it. And then planted the letters and papers on him so it would seem Crow was conducting the racket. Well, you going to deny that, Randall?
No, Lieutenant. I'm an actor. I know an exit cue when I hear one. Shall we go?
Mr. Rathbone, I just wanted to remind you the name is still Bunny, in case you might want to look me up sometime.
Look you up?
Uh-huh. How's about hopping the Chattanooga choo-choo?
Well, I'd like to, dear girl, but I've already booked passage on a slow boat to China.
Join us again next week when we'll have another exciting tale of Fatima. Right, Mr. Rathbone?
Yes, indeed. Fatima helps me solve an amazing tale that began when a door opened and reached its climax when a killer closed the door and laughed. Be with me then, won't you? Good night.
Tales of Fatima stars Mr. Basil Rathbone with original music by Jack Miller. Lieutenant Farrell is played by Francis DeSales. The entire production is under the direction of Harry Ingram. Michael Fitzmaurice speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. Once again, it is my privilege to introduce to you stories of the Silent Men, the special agents of federal law enforcement who, silently and for little material reward, daily risk their lives to protect the lives of all of us. Their tradition is long and proud, yet to guard our welfare and our liberties, they must remain nameless. The Silent Men.
Produced in Hollywood and starring Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. The National Broadcasting Company proudly presents The Silent Men, transcribed stories of the undercover operations of the special agents of every branch of our federal government and their relentless fight against crime. Now here again is Douglas Fairbanks.
We take our postal services for granted in the United States, but the people who handle the mail we receive every morning are not automatons. They render public service of the highest caliber, and in the course of that service sometimes lose their lives. The loss of life can be accidental, but sometimes it is deliberate. And it becomes a case for the Silent Men because the Post Office Department, like all branches of our federal government, has its own group of special agents. Silent men who stand between us and unexpected destruction. Tonight, with your permission, I will play the role of one of these men. Special Agent Bill Foster in the file case entitled Death in the Mail.
You got here in a hurry, Foster.
Well, you called me in a hurry.
As soon as we found out the nature of the wreck, we discovered the explosion was in the mail car. Well, I knew it wasn't a case of the city police. Hey, you see what it did?
Yeah. How about his men in the car?
Yeah, 2 dead, 1 in the hospital.
Oh, where'd this thing come from?
Started in Laredo. Picked up mail here at Baton Rouge, too. Just heading out of the yards when she blew. Everybody's been kept away from here except the fireman and a few others that had to get close.
Let's take a look inside.
Yeah, I'll give you a boost.
Not burned too badly. Smells like the explosion came from a nitro charge.
That's what I thought.
Whatever it was, it must have been in that package.
I don't know. There's quite a few packages blown to bits.
Yeah, but the wrapping on that one was blown out.
Not much of it left.
Might be just enough, if it can be handled properly until the lab man looks it over. See any other pieces around that might be from the same wrapping?
Yeah, there's one.
Now, take a look at this.
It's pretty badly twisted up. Metal.
Looks like silver, some kind of trophy. You know if the men on this car were hit with flying metal at all?
Yes, ambulance doc dug a piece out of one of them. Why?
Because there was something inside this thing. Still see part of it. Like a mechanism.
It wasn't an accident.
Would you send nitro through the mail?
No.
The only accident is that this thing killed the wrong men. It was intended for somebody else. Whoever it was, he's lucky this is one package he will never receive. I got a pair of rubber gloves and tweezers and a few other tools and gathered the pieces of the package together for shipping to the federal laboratories in Washington. 2 days later, I got an order to report to the Chief of Postal Inspection.
Sit down, Foster.
Thanks, Chief.
This is Mike Roberts. He's with another service.
Roberts?
Foster, that's quite a package you sent through.
Lab find anything that'll help us, Chief?
Couple of things. We were able to restore part of the address, enough to tell us that the package was addressed to somebody in Washington, mailed from Laredo, Texas.
Oh, that why you're here, Roberts?
That's right, Foster.
Then this isn't strictly a post office case, eh?
Well, that we don't know. I'm just coming along to make sure.
Well, you boys only handle two kinds of cases.
Counterfeiting, which has nothing to do with this one.
And protecting the president, is that it?
That's right. Chief, you better show him those lab photos.
Oh, yes.
Here, take a look.
Ah. Yes, I see what you mean.
Paper was badly charred, but the ultraviolet brought out those few letters, the GTON and the capitalized DC.
Well, that'd be Washington, D.C., all right. But I don't see where you come in, Roberts. There are a million people in D.C.
That's right.
I see what you mean. Well, where do we start, Laredo?
We can start you further back than that. We think we know where the package originated. There's a lab analysis report on the back of those photos.
Oh, yes, I see.
There was some engraving on that silver.
I see it here. Handwork, Indian design. Old Aztec pattern. Mexican, huh?
Yes. Wasn't a common piece either.
So the report says. If only we knew where the piece came from.
Well, the best bet is Mexico City.
Any reason for thinking so?
The cord the package was bound with is a type made only in Mexico City. Start there.
Good.
Other credentials are being drawn up for us now.
What kind?
You're going back to school, Foster. Classes at the university there are very popular with Americans. They don't start for 3 weeks. You'll apply for enrollment. That'll be a good reason for being around in case anybody gets curious.
Okay.
Anything you want before you go?
I wish that silver cup could be reconstructed by an artist, a drawing of what it might have looked like originally.
Your boss is a jump ahead of you. It's being drawn up now.
I should have known.
It'll be ready in an hour. As soon as it is, I'll drive you out to the airport.
At Mexico City, we checked into the Hotel Reforma, then started to tour the town. Silver shops, places that work the metal by hand. We concentrated on the Indian section near the junction of the Alameda and the Paseo. For 3 days, we drew a blank.
Maybe we should be looking closer to the center of the city, back by the Avenida Madero.
I don't think so. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Look at that shop.
It's not a silver shop, it's leather and fabrics.
Serape hanging there, hand-woven, see it?
Yeah?
Look at the design on the border.
Hey, it's the same design as the one on our silver cup. There's no sign of any metal goods around, huh?
Well, let's ask the man.
Something for the senores?
We were interested in this Zarape.
It is all woven by hand, senor, and the finest of looms. If you would like it, the price is 14 pesos.
I don't know. Zarape is not much use to me.
We were attracted by the design.
Oh?
A design like that would look good in metal, in silver.
Come into the shop, senores.
Do you suppose he's... Come on.
We can talk better here in the store. Who sent you to me?
Well, I don't like to say.
Why not, senor?
We don't know who you are.
I keep this shop. You were interested in the Zarape.
We were interested and attracted by the design, that's all.
Then you were not sent to me, eh?
No.
I just thought you might have something with that same design. That's all, something in silver.
I carry no silver, senor.
You know anybody who does?
I'm not familiar with the vendors of silver, senor.
So why don't you just buy the Zarape then, Bill?
Okay, we'll take it. You said 14 pesos?
The senores are tourists?
No, we're here for a 2-year course at the university. We're looking around for a few room decorations.
Well, that's why I want a design like this in metal. Well, here's your money.
It will not be necessary to pay now, senor. You will pay when delivery is made.
Delivery?
Si, senor. Delivery.
Oh, that's all right. We can take it with us.
It will have to be delivered, senor.
Why?
It is the only Zarape of that kind that I have.
I will need it for display until another arrives.
You don't sell that many of them.
One never knows, senor. You wish to have it delivered or no?
We'll take it.
It's all right, it's all right. Yes, you can deliver it.
And the name and address?
William Foster at the Reformer.
Senor William Foster, the Reformer.
When can I have it?
As soon as I can obtain another. Perhaps tonight.
Come on, Robert.
Right.
Buenos dias, senores. Y muchas gracias for your patronage.
We almost stepped into something there.
Yeah.
That design is some sort of an identification.
I know it. When he asked who sent us, he was expecting some sort of code answer.
Should have tried to bluff a name.
It wouldn't have worked.
No, but it might have thrown him off for a little while.
What do you mean?
Oh, we made a mistake, Bill. He knows we weren't interested in that design by accident.
We might be able to cover.
Oh, how?
You check my enrollment at the university. That'll work for us. And we gave the right address.
That might help. Hey, wait a minute, will you? Hold it.
What's the matter?
I'll tell you in a second. Drift over to the shop here and look at the Hirashis.
Very fine Maraki, senor. Very comfortable. Cheap. Very cheap.
You got a pair in size 10?
What's easy, senor? I will get them for you, huh?
What's up?
In just a second. Turn your head casually over your shoulder on the left.
Don't see anything.
Notice the kid?
The one sitting on the curb back there?
Yeah. Oh, when that Mexican took us back into his store, and there was a small window, I happened to glance out. There was a kid out back in a hammock.
That same kid?
I'm not sure.
Are you tagging him?
We'll know in a minute. If he keeps
Size
following.
10, senor. The last pair in your size. All handmade by the best craftsman.
Fine, how much?
6 pesos?
They are worth more than 4.
For 5. I give you for 5, senor. Only because it's the last pair in your size.
All right. That's a great reason. All right, here you are.
Gracias, senor.
Let's go.
Don't look back.
We've got to see him.
Cross to the far side of the street at the next corner. We can spot him when we cross.
Oh, okay.
Let's put on a show for him.
What kind?
Oh, just something to report when he goes back. There's a bookshop near the Reformer. Pick up some of the textbooks they use at the university.
Joe College for real, huh?
Yeah.
You know, if this takes long enough, we'll actually have to go to school.
Don't worry, it won't take that long. I got a hunch it won't take long at all.
Hi.
Well, hello.
May I come in?
Why, sure.
Somebody at the doorbell?
Yeah, we got a visitor.
Oh. Well, lucky us.
Thank you. I'm Leslie Morrison.
An American?
What else? I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not at all.
You're new here, aren't you?
Well, been here a couple of days.
I knew it wasn't long. I haven't seen you before. My room is just down the hall.
My name's Foster, Bill Foster. This is Mike Roberts. Mike, this Miss Morrison.
Delighted.
Call me Leslie. And I don't know how delighted you're going to be when you find out what I've done. I could use a drink if anybody cares.
We don't have anything here. I could send
Oh,
you
no,
some.
no. Don't bother. I don't have much time at the moment. You can buy me one in the bar later.
We'll be there.
I just stopped by to apologize. You see, this package was delivered to my room. I ordered some things from one of the shops, and, well, I thought it was mine. But it's yours.
Oh, there's no harm done.
No, but you owe me 14 pesos.
Oh, well, that's right. Here you are.
Thanks. Thinking it was mine, I opened the package. I tried to wrap it up again neatly, but I'm not much on wrapping things. I'm afraid one corner of your serape sticks out a little.
Oh, don't mention it, then maybe nobody will notice.
Yeah. Please, sit down.
Oh, no, really, I have to run. But if you want to buy me a drink, I'll be in 616 in about half an hour.
Sure.
Thanks, Leslie.
Bye.
Ooh, that, my friend, was a dish. Let's get a look at this salami.
No, don't open it.
Why not, Bill?
You do, and we'll both know, but not for long.
What?
Take it in the bathroom, drop it in the tub, and let water run over it. Soak it good.
Oh, now, wait. She opened it, Bill. It must be all right.
If she's all right.
But with... Hey,
What?
you're right. There's something kicking in this thing.
Serapes don't tick. Get it in that tub and get it soaked. Hurry. Hello? Hello? Operator, get me the police. No. Police. Las Federales. You'd better come back out here, Robert. Just in case.
very interesting what you call a gadget, Senor Foster?
Yeah, very interesting. Battery fuse controlled by Watt spring mechanism. If we hadn't doused it in time, this wouldn't have been a very pretty room. The charge is in a bottle, heavy glass, would have been just like a shrapnel.
You told me the first bomb, the one mailed to your country in Floyd silver.
Hey, wait a minute. You got the teeth pulled on that thing?
Yeah. Mike, this is Inspector Luna, Mexican Federale.
Hi, Inspector.
Mucho gusto.
What did you find out, Mike?
Sweet Leslie is not the guest of this hotel.
Yeah, well, didn't think she would be.
Room 616 is occupied by a couple of old maids looking for Latin lovers. I checked the desk and the bar. Nobody knows the girl. Elevator boy remembers bringing her up with a package. And that's all.
Can you describe the lady?
About 5'3".
Brunette. Well kept. Say about 120 pounds.
Well, that'd be close. Hazel eyes, full lips. The name won't help. Probably wasn't her own.
We shall attempt to find her.
If you do, don't let her know it. Above all, don't arrest her.
You like young ladies who leave you such gifts as this one?
No, but we'd like to know who the young lady is working for. She's been well groomed. So Mike Roberts started a check on the beauty shops. A girl like that was bound to hit one sooner or later. I went through the Mexican police files with Inspector Luna, but drew a blank. We set up watch on the place where we purchased the Zerape.
This is the street, Senor Foster?
Yeah, that shop midway in the block. There, man coming out front now.
Juan Diego.
You know him?
See, he's a harmless merchant. You must be mistaken, Senor.
I'm not mistaken.
He's a strange man, perhaps, but not a violent one.
The package you sent was violent?
See, I almost forgot that. We could make an arrest.
You couldn't make it stick.
The bomb in the package?
Don't underestimate him, Inspector. The package passed through the hands of a third party. That gives him a grade A defense. Besides, he may not be the one we want. Probably working for somebody. We want the top. The man who murders with silver.
The girl, perhaps.
Just a front. The killer we're after figured we might not be suspicious of the package if we thought an American girl had opened it first.
I will have my men maintain a watch. It will be better if we leave here now.
Take me back to the reformer. Mike may have come across something.
Very well.
How many men do you have at your disposal?
Enough. Why do you ask?
Enough to make a systematic survey of the city?
See. What do they look for?
That design Mike and I have been following must be an identification symbol of some kind. If it's some secret organization, there may be others like it in other shops, not necessarily Zerape's. Silverwork, like the cup, decoration designs, practically anything.
You said you had a drawing of the design from the silver cup?
Yes.
I will have photographs made and passed out to all men. Do not worry, senor. We will locate all stores carrying that design in any form.
The bulletins went out to the Federales and the hunt began. The reports started to trickle in. The design in a mural on the wall of a restaurant, on a rug in the lobby of a small hotel, on the draped cloth of a portable tortilla stand. There was a list of 20 places, and then Mike hit the jackpot. He found the girl.
With that beauty parlor hunch, Bill, I was just about to walk into the place and ask questions when I spotted her. And she isn't a customer. She's a manicurist.
Good work.
The address is in the next street?
That's right, the Plaza de la Constitucion.
Oh, right near the political center, isn't it, Inspector?
That's a real choice hangout. It's an elaborate place. Probably half the embassy wives, to say nothing of the wives of the Mexican officials, patronize the place.
That's a listening post, all right. This is some sort of organized group, anyway.
It is getting late. The shop will be closing for the afternoon. We had best stop here.
That's great. We can't be seen here. Maybe we can tag her on the way home. Find out where she lives, huh?
Where's the entrance to the place?
Well, it's between those large stone pillars, that building down there. It's the one... Hey, wait a minute.
The man coming from the opposite direction. Juan Diego.
Yeah, our friend with the loaded Zerapes.
He's sending him into the beauty shop.
Funny place for him to turn up.
Must be some kind of a contact.
Mike, I think this is what we've been waiting for.
What do you mean?
We've had men checking out that design. Somebody knows it. The only reason he'd come here would be to give a warning.
Could have used the phone.
Afraid of a tap, maybe. That's got to be it.
Bill, they may be communists.
Not likely, Mike.
No, senor. Communists operate quite openly here.
We're on the trail of something else.
Well, whatever it is, they believe in violence, and they're out to kill.
There is Diego again, coming out of the salon.
Stay low in the car. He's looking this way.
He doesn't seem to be going anyplace. Just hanging around.
I'm waiting for her. This can be better than we thought.
Oh, why?
If he was just giving a warning, he wouldn't wait. They must be going someplace.
A meeting?
Must be. And if it is, the top boy will be there. Nice, friendly fellow who murders by mail. You got that Zarapi I gave you, Inspector?
See.
Well, hold it. May come in handy. We waited for 10 minutes. Then the girl came out and joined Diego. The inspector put the car in low gear and drifted along behind them. They stopped by the statue at the Plaza Mayor. And a few minutes later, a dust-covered station wagon picked them up. They started out through the Avenida Juarez and headed through the native cuarteles. We lagged about a quarter of a mile behind.
This is strange, senores.
Huh?
We seem to be heading for Lake Texcoco.
No, what kind of a place is that?
Nothing but a few miserable huts.
Is that all?
That and the old Aztec ruins. Hardly the sort of a place for a meeting.
I'd say just the place. A group like that wouldn't meet in the plaza.
No. Ruins sound like a good bet to me.
We shall soon know.
Why? What's coming?
If they're headed for the ruins, they will be abandoning the car on this side of the lake. The road that leads to the ruins is not in repair.
You mean they'll have to go around on foot?
See, the path is fit only for walking.
That's not so good.
No. You can bet the approach is staked out. We've got to get in there.
I can summon some men. We can move in with force.
No, first we've got to find out which man is top dog. Then they can move in.
If we get into trouble with this outfit, they'd better move fast, or they'll be too late.
The car stopped by the lake, a half-mile from the native hut. Diego, the girl, and a man we hadn't seen before turned into the swampy brush and disappeared on a small, overgrown trail. We came to a stop near the station wagon. There were other cars pulled into the brush out of sight. Inspector Luna had put in a radio call for some men.
I have sent for a group of 50 federales. We can cover the area. They will come up a back road and move in from the far side of the lake. That way may not be guarded.
Now, how long will it take them?
Oh, a half hour at the most.
Where is the meeting liable to be? In there?
There is a natural formation of rocks, almost like an amphitheater. We can start in a few minutes when it is completely dark.
While we're waiting, I want to walk down to those huts. We're not going to crash that meeting in the clothes we're wearing. Even in the dark, Diego or the girl would spot us in a minute.
You mean to borrow clothing at one of the huts?
Yeah. Don't you like the idea?
No, I favor it. It may save you from being shot.
You know, I'm afraid we'll need more than a change of clothes to get in there.
Well, we've got a pass. The inspector can wear this Zarapi.
Well, suppose the design isn't recognized anymore. Suppose there's a password set up. What do we do then?
Keep a hand on the gun in your pocket and pray. Change of clothing and the Zarapi got us past an armed guard on the trail who flashed his light, saw the Zarapi, then cut the light and waved us through. A few minutes later, we were in a natural bowl of rock. It was lit at one end by a huge fire. Near the fire was a flat rock, platform high. As we came toward it, weaving through the small, intense crowd, a girl jumped to the rock. It was our playmate from the Reformer. There was a stir of excitement as she pointed to the shadows, and a huge man emerged from them. He started to speak in a wild, perfect Spanish. Robert Bushcampdad. She was not an American girl. We'd been taken in all the way. Then her speech ended. Suddenly, as the huge man reached the base of the flat rock, there was no doubt this was the head man. Look, he's climbing up on the rock. Fire's lighting up his face now. You know him, Inspector? Kinda. He disappeared years ago. Why? Because he was hunted. He was a revolutionary, an assassin.
He's still in business. Look at that silver buckle and that gun belt he's wearing.
That's our design again.
Yeah.
The Aztec pattern in silver.
He was once a silver.
Wait a minute, he's going to talk.
We have been betrayed again. Our boys hold out their hands to foreigners. Bring us clean our oil. Find our gold. Let them be the land. And then We will take them as our own!
He may not be a communist, but he could get top billing on the Kremlin circuit.
My men are beginning to arrive.
Where?
See, they're slipping in around the edges of the crowd. The people do not notice them.
No wonder. Look at his eyes. They're almost hypnotized by all of their own
I
fanaticism.
will be able to tell you that Arismendi would never return to us. But because of an accident, he escaped the death we planned for him.
Who is Arismendi?
A special envoy to your country. He was in Washington. He returned here tonight.
Washington? Bill, that bomb on the train must have been addressed to Arismendi.
Arismendi returns. Tonight, his blood will redden our soil.
Thank you, senores. Our men are in place.
Take him any time, Inspector.
These people are dangerous. If you become involved, kill to protect yourself.
Arismendi's train enters the terminal.
What all want to move is to die. Watch it, it's done.
Now you don't need to go.
Diego, he's nice still. He's running. Get him. He's running away. All ways up around us. Any person who moves will be shot.
Bill, Billy, you all right?
Yeah. He laid my forearm open to the bone.
Yeah, I'll make a tourniquet with my shirt. We'll get you to a doctor. Diego kept on running. They had to shoot him in the back.
Sounds rude, doesn't it? Well, it's one that Emily Post overlooked, Mike. There's no polite way to kill a man.
You did a good piece of work down there, Foster.
Oh, thanks, Chief. But don't forget Roberts, though.
Oh, I meant you too, of course.
Yeah, Foster was the blame. I was only along for the ride.
One of their own officials, huh? What did you make of Picaya? You said he wasn't a communist.
Well, not officially.
Oh, they may have used him to stir up trouble, needled him a little, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he was just a local fanatic with big ideas about himself.
He was the top man in the group, all right. Specimens of his own handwriting were on papers found on his body. The Mexican police matched them with the photostats of the bit of writing we found on that exploded package.
They the same?
There's no doubt about it. Well, I think the Mexican government will take care of Picaya's followers. I've spent a long time in jail.
Good. Then, from our end, the case is closed?
Well, I'd say so.
When you say so, that's good enough for me, Bill. That arm going to be all right?
Oh, it'll be fine. All it needs is my wife's loving care.
Okay. Come on. I'll drive you to the airport.
This is Douglas Fairbanks again. The file case, Death in the Mail, completes another chapter in the distinguished chronicle of the silent men, the special agents of all branches of our federal government who daily risk their lives to protect the lives of all of us. Next week, we'll tell you the story of our government's fight against counterfeit currency of foreign origin in the file case entitled The Marseille Counterfeiters, another venture undertaken for our protection by the silent men.
The Silent Men is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's case was written by Joe Murcott and was transcribed in Hollywood. All names and places were fictional. Featured in tonight's cast were Joy Terry, Tom Holland, Lillian Bayef, Stacey Harris, Don Diamond, and John Stevenson. Don Stanley speaking. Douglas Fairbanks may currently be seen starring in Mr. Drake's Duck. And here again is Douglas Fairbanks.
Millions of innocent Koreans will die this coming winter unless you give your unneeded clothing today to American Relief for Korea. That's ARK, A-R-K. Unless you have a local collection agency, please send your used clothing prepaid today to ARK, Oakland, California, or ARK, Mass Best, Long Island, New York. Thank you.
Listen again next week and every week to other exciting cases involving the law enforcement adventures of the special agents of our federal government. For they are the silent men.
And now the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in The Defrosted Refrigerator Murder Clue. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to The Defrosted Refrigerator Murder Clue. The scene is the kitchen of a large home, and standing before an electric refrigerator, we see a charming young woman, obviously quite out of her element in a kitchen, her costly frock protected only by a small apron. She is Marcia Winters, wife of the wealthy banker Arnold Winters. And as she opens the refrigerator door, we hear her say to herself,
"Oh, another kitchen job that I hate. This refrigerator needs defrosting again." How my friends would laugh, seeing me, of all people, the glamorous young wife of old money-bagged Arnold Winters, doing kitchen work. But I have my reasons.
Marcia?
Well, Emily, my own darling sister-in-law.
I came here for a showdown with you, Marcia.
A showdown, Emily? What about?
I'm your husband's sister, and you are his wife.
Oh, nothing for us to quarrel about there, Emily. Both are a matter of record. We're practically sisters.
Sisters forget they're sisters when they're both infatuated with the same man.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean, Marcia. I warn you to let my fiancé, Eric Stevenson, alone. Or...
All right, you asked for it. Eric Stevenson is not your man. He's mine. Mine, I tell you. And we have plans that don't take you into account.
You're married to my brother. I'll tell him the whole thing.
I can wrap him around my finger. He won't believe you.
Listen, Marcia. You'll put Eric Stevenson out of your life, or I'll kill you.
Emily, put down that knife.
I'm going to kill you with this kitchen knife.
Emily, stop. I promise anything you ask. Anything.
All I want is for you to stay away from Eric Stevenson.
I promise never to see Eric again. Now, give me that knife, Emily.
You swear never to see Eric again?
Yes, yes.
All right. Here's the knife.
Now, I have the knife. And you have a promise I don't intend to keep. Get out, Emily, or I'll call the police and accuse you of trying to murder me. Get out.
I'll get out. But you haven't heard the last of this, Marcia. You'll never get Eric Stevenson.
And now, 1 hour later, in the same house where this violent scene between sisters-in-law took place, we see the husband in the case, frenziedly speaking into the telephone as he says,
"Hello. Hello. Is this the police? My wife's been murdered. I just found her. Do you hear me? She's been murdered."
Hold on. I'll switch you to the Homicide Bureau.
All right, but hurry.
Hello, Inspector Thorne of Homicide speaking.
This is Arnold Winters. My wife, Marcia, has been murdered.
I'll be out instantly.
The address
If you're Arnold Winters, the banker, I know your address already.
Ring the bell, Sergeant Muggin.
Okay, Inspector Thorne.
Come in. I'm Arnold Winters. I suppose you're Inspector Thorne.
Yes, and this is Sergeant Muggin.
Good afternoon, sir.
You said on the phone you found your wife murdered. When was that?
When I came home from work just 10 minutes ago, Inspector Thorne.
That would be 2:45. Do you always get home this early, Mr. Winters?
What? Oh, no, Inspector Thorne, but today I thought I'd surprise my wife, Marcia.
I see.
I came in the house and called to her, and when she didn't answer, I went out to the kitchen. She was there, lying right in front of the refrigerator. The kitchen knife sticking in her back. It was horrible. Horrible.
Which way is the kitchen?
It's right through here, down this hall.
Wait here in the living room, please, Mr. Winters. Sergeant Muggin and I will go there.
Of course, Inspector Thorne.
Here we are, Muggin. This is the kitchen.
Boy, look at that kitchen knife in her.
Send the knife to the lab for a fingerprint check immediately.
Right. Say, look at this water by the refrigerator, Chief.
That's interesting. The murdered woman must have been in the process of defrosting her refrigerator when she was stabbed. Muggin, does she look like the type of woman to enjoy working in the kitchen?
Not by a long shot.
That expensive dress she's wearing is certainly not meant for kitchen work.
She was sure a lot younger than her husband, Arnold Winters.
That's another interesting point, Muggin. I think I'll have a talk with Arnold Winters right now.
Did you discover anything about my wife Marcia's murder, Inspector Thorne?
Nothing yet, Mr. Winters. Did you and your wife have many quarrels?
We never quarreled, Inspector Thorne. Marcia and I were ideally happy.
Your wife was a great deal younger than you.
Marcia was my second wife. I have a son, Bart, by my first marriage. He's 22 now.
Oh, is this the servant's day off, Mr. Winters?
We have no servants, Inspector Thorne. Marcia said she preferred taking care of our own home.
Funny thing for the young wife of a rich banker to do.
She was that kind, Inspector Thorne. That's one of the things that made our marriage so ideal.
And you came home early to surprise your wife?
Yes.
Wouldn't a better word for surprise be trap? You came home because you were suspicious of your wife, didn't you, Mr. Winters?
I trusted my wife implicitly, Thorne.
Oh, Sergeant Muggin, go see who's at the door.
Okay, Chief.
Are you expecting any callers, Mr. Winters?
I'm expecting my sister Emily. I telephoned her right after I called the police.
This way, ma'am.
Where is he? Where is my brother? Oh, Arnold. Poor Marcia. I can't believe she's dead. Murdered in the kitchen.
Emily, this is Inspector Thorne and Sergeant Muggin. My sister, Emily Winters.
How do you do, Miss Winters? Please sit down.
Inspector Thorne, how could anyone do such a dreadful thing?
Miss Emily, when did you last see your sister-in-law, Marcia?
Not for days, poor thing.
I see. Sergeant Muggin, did you send the kitchen knife down to the laboratory?
Yeah, Chief. They're working it over for fingerprints right now.
The kitchen knife?
That was the murder weapon, Miss Emily.
But there could be a great many fingerprints on that knife. I mean, well, probably all of us picked it up at some time or other.
You don't have to worry, Miss Emily. Not if you haven't been here for days.
Yes, of course, but... Well, you can't tell, Inspector Thorne.
I'm a little slow on the uptake, Miss Emily, but I think you're lying to me. At what time today were you in this house?
I wasn't here. I might as well tell you.
In a murder case, that is the only policy to follow.
Well, Inspector Thorne, I came here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Marcia and I had a little chat, and then I left.
And during the course of that little chat, you picked up the kitchen knife and threatened to kill her.
Arnold, you said you wouldn't tell the police anything.
What? Emily,
Looks like you've been holding out something too, Mr. Winters. Just what did happen, Emily? I'd like your version of it.
Marcia laughed at me. She said she wouldn't give up my fiancé, Eric. She said she and Eric had plans that didn't include me. When I picked up that kitchen knife, I only wanted to frighten her. I never would have used it to kill her.
Marcia said she wouldn't give up your fiancé, Eric.
That's what she said. Imagine her. My brother's wife saying that. It was just the way I told Arnold.
Emily, you must...
Why shouldn't I tell the police what you knew about Marcia and Eric? You told them about me.
Your brother didn't, Miss Emily. You did. Looks like you're saving me a lot of trouble here. Don't like to use my brain any more than I have to.
What?
You and your brother's young wife were fighting it out over some man named Eric. And she was murdered. Now, just who is this Eric?
Eric Stevenson. He's an investment broker.
About the same age as your brother, I guess.
Why, no. Eric is 25 years younger. But why bring Eric into it? Marcia promised me to put Eric out of her life entirely.
Sergeant Muggin, check up on this man, Eric Stevenson. Maybe he didn't want to be put out of the murdered woman's life.
Right, Chief.
Now, Mr. Winters, what do you know of this man, Eric Stevenson?
I've never met him or heard of him until today.
Husbands are usually the last to know.
I don't really think there was anything between Eric and Marcia. I'm just a jealous woman, I guess, Inspector Thorne, always imagining things.
Imagining that Marcia told you she and Eric had plans. Imagining the kitchen knife with which you threatened her. Those won't be imaginary fingerprints that we find on the murder knife, Emily.
Marcia was alive when I left this house, Inspector Thorne.
If I were you, Inspector Thorne, I'd look into Eric Stevenson more closely.
Mr. Winters, how long have you known about this relationship between your wife and Eric Stevenson?
Only since this afternoon, since my sister Emily told me about them.
I went to see Arnold as soon as I left Marcia. I told him the whole story.
That's right. And I was with Emily from that time until I came home. So you see, Inspector Thorne, I couldn't have killed Marcia.
How do you know at what time your wife was murdered, Mr. Winters?
I don't. I just meant it. If Emily and I were together all the time after she left Marcia in the kitchen alive...
Where does Eric Stevenson live, Emily?
He lives at the French Hotel, Inspector.
I think he came here this afternoon and murdered my wife.
Come on, Sergeant Muggan. We're going to the French Hotel to see Eric Stevenson.
This is Eric Stevenson's room, Inspector Thorne. I'll knock on the door.
Good afternoon. I'm Inspector Thorne. This is Sergeant Muggan. You're Eric Stevenson?
Yes, but
Come inside with me, Muggan.
I'm sorry, Inspector Thorne. I haven't time to talk to you right now. I'm expecting a lady.
What lady, Mr. Stevenson?
I'm sure that could be of no interest to you, Inspector.
It may be of great interest, Mr. Stevenson. I'm investigating a murder.
A murder? Who?
Who is the lady you're expecting?
Just a friend of mine. Name of Marcia Winters. She's a bit late.
At what time was she expected?
3 o'clock. It's almost 4 now, but Marcia's often late. Inspector Thorne, has anything happened to Marcia?
Marcia Winters was stabbed to death at exactly 2:30 this afternoon.
Oh, no. No, it isn't possible.
How well did you know Marcia Winters?
Just casually, Inspector Thorne.
Do your casual women friends always drop into your hotel rooms alone?
You don't understand.
Oh, yes, I do understand, Eric Stevenson. I understand that you and Marcia had plans. Secret plans. The kind casual friends don't have.
Who told you that?
Marcia's sister-in-law. Your fiancée, Emily Winters.
I see. All right, Inspector Thorne. Marcia and I were in love. We were planning to run away together just as soon as we had enough money.
What do you mean by enough money?
I don't know. That was all Marcia's idea. She said she was going to make her husband, Arnold, pay for being so mean to her.
Arnold says he and his wife were ideally happy.
That's a lie.
He says Marcia insisted upon doing her own housework because she liked taking care of their home.
The old skinflint probably made her do it.
Marcia was in the kitchen defrosting the refrigerator at the time she was murdered.
Arnold must have killed her when he found out about us.
And you might have killed her, Eric.
I loved her, Inspector Thorne.
Love has been known to turn into hate. Murderous hate.
But what reason would I have to kill Marcia? Anyway, I couldn't have. Not if she was killed at 2:30. It takes almost an hour to get to my hotel from her house. And I was here in my hotel room at 3 o'clock, waiting for Marcia to keep our appointment. She telephoned me this morning. You can check with the hotel switchboard. She called and said she'd be here at 3.
Sergeant Muggan, go to the door. I think we have an eavesdropper.
Oh, now let me go.
No, you don't. Get inside, you.
Bob, what are you doing here?
Who is this young man?
That's Marcia's stepson, Bob Winters.
Do you make a practice of listening at keyholes, Bob Winters?
Where this skunk is concerned, I do a lot more.
Bob always hated his stepmother, Inspector Thorne.
And why shouldn't I? The way she took Dad for a ride. I heard her make that phone call to you, Stevenson. I made up my mind I'd catch you two together.
What purpose would that serve, Bob?
Dad would have to believe me then and get rid of her for good. That was my plan, Inspector Thorne.
So, your plan, Bob, was to get rid of your stepmother for good. Was it a plan that you've already carried out? A plan of murder?
Inspector Thorne in The Defrosted Refrigerator Murder Clue will return in just a moment. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and The Defrosted Refrigerator Murder Clue. Investigating the murder of Marcia Winters, Inspector Thorne discovers that she was planning to leave her wealthy husband, Arnold, and run away with Eric Stevenson, her sister-in-law's fiancé. While Inspector Thorne and Sergeant Muggan are questioning Eric Stevenson at his hotel, they discover the murdered woman's stepson, Bob Winters, listening at the door. And now we hear Inspector Thorne saying,
That was your plan, wasn't it, Bob? to murder your stepmother, Marcia, and then come here and put on this act to convince the police of your innocence.
Marcia dead? I didn't know.
That's what you'd like us to believe. Why did you kill her?
Look, Inspector Thorne, I won't pretend that I'm sorry my stepmother is dead. I'm not. I hated her. Hated what she was doing to Dad. But I know nothing about her being murdered. I didn't even know she was murdered until you just told me.
Where have you been all day?
What, just wandering around?
Just wandering around, hmm? It may interest you, Bob, to know that you have the weakest alibi of any suspect. Eric Stevenson says he was right in this hotel room at the time of the murder. As for your Aunt Emily and your father, they say they were together.
Aunt Emily and father?
Eric Stevenson here says your father didn't treat your stepmother well.
Eric's a liar. I'll tell you something, Inspector. My stepmother was doing her own housework.
Why, Bob? Your father's a very rich man.
Because she was paying me off. Paying me every cent she could get together. So I wouldn't tell Dad about her having an affair with Eric.
So you go in for blackmail and murder.
Why should I kill Marcia? I was getting plenty from her. Every cent she could get from Dad, including the money he gave her to hire servants to do the housework. Work she did herself.
Sergeant Muggan.
Yes, Chief.
Telephone headquarters and see if the boys have uncovered that information I asked for.
Right away, Chief.
And then, Muggan, you and I are returning to the murder house to have a further talk with the murdered woman's husband, Arnold Winters, and his sister, Emily. And we're taking Eric Stevenson with us.
Come in, Inspector Thorne, Sergeant Muggan. Hello, Stevenson.
I see your sister Emily is still here, Mr. Winters. Shall we all go into the living room?
What is it, Inspector Thorne? Why have you brought Eric with you?
Please sit down, Emily. All of you. I have questions to ask. Oh, nothing to be alarmed about.
Of course, Inspector Thorne. Go right ahead.
You, Mr. Winters. Did you have many arguments?
My wife, Marcia, and I never argued.
Arguments with your son, Bob, about money.
Arguments with Bob? Of course not. Bob knew he could come to me for anything he needed.
I'm not so sure of that, Inspector Thorne. Only the other week, Bob borrowed some money from me, his aunt.
Emily.
How about Eric Stevenson, Miss Emily? How much money has he borrowed from you?
Not a penny.
That's absolutely right, Inspector Thorne. Eric never asked me for money.
But you did go out together.
Well, naturally, Inspector Thorne. The theater, the best nightclubs. Eric and I always had a wonderful time.
Considering that Eric is practically penniless, that's very interesting.
Eric's an investment broker.
My men have checked that, Emily. Eric Stevenson is not a broker. In fact, he has no visible means of support and no bank account.
What if I haven't? Is that a crime, Thorne?
Men who are penniless don't usually take their fiancées to expensive nightclubs, Eric.
All right, I paid the check. Because I wanted to. Eric and I loved each other. That was all that mattered.
Is that right, Eric?
Entirely, Inspector Thorne.
How many women did you love, Eric? Your fiancée, Emily? Your fiancée's sister-in-law, Marcia? Was that the trouble? You loved too many women, and so you had to eliminate one from your life?
I did love Emily, Inspector Thorne. Until I met Marcia. Then no one else counted.
Eric!
Sorry, Emily. There was something about Marcia that wove a spell about me. I couldn't think of anything else.
And you even forgot about Emily Winters' money. Or did you decide that you could get more from Marcia through her husband, Arnold?
Inspector Thorne, I think Arnold Winters knew about his wife Marcia and me being in love from the very beginning.
Inspector Thorne, you must believe me. I had no idea, no inkling that there was anything between my wife Marcia and this man, Eric, until this afternoon.
For a big banker, you seem to miss a lot that's going on around you, Arnold Winters.
If you mean my wife's affair with this man, I didn't know anything about it.
And you saw nothing strange in the fact that your wife did not use the money you gave her to hire servants, but did all the housework herself. And you did not know that your own son, Bob, was blackmailing your wife, his stepmother.
What?
You are a very innocent man, Mr. Winters. Suspiciously innocent.
I'll take it, Inspector Thorne. Hello, Sergeant Muggan talking. What? When? Okay, I'll tell the chief. Inspector Thorne, can I see you outside a minute?
Everybody wait in here, please. Come along, Sergeant Muggan.
That was headquarters, Chief. You had one of the boys tailing the stepson, Bob Winters.
And he caught young Bob trying to leave town?
Yeah, he's bringing him down to your office. Say, how did you get the idea he tried to make a getaway, Chief?
Just one of my hunches, Muggan.
Now, in Inspector Thorne's office at the Homicide Bureau, we see him with Bob Winters, the stepson of the murdered Marcia Winters, and we hear Inspector Thorne say,
Men who have nothing to conceal don't try to run away, Bob.
I didn't kill my stepmother.
What did you do with the blackmail money your murdered stepmother Marcia gave you?
I'm not answering any questions, Inspector Thorne.
Because you can't. There was no blackmail money.
Well, I lost it gambling.
No, you didn't. Or we'd have found that out. You made up that story of getting blackmail money from your murdered stepmother in order to protect your father, to draw suspicion away from his having killed her.
Dad didn't kill Marcia.
You knew your father's alibi was phony. He wasn't with your Aunt Emily at the time his wife was murdered.
You can't trick me like that, Inspector Thorne.
It isn't a trick, Bob. You saw your father drive away from your Aunt Emily's house long before the murder time.
Yes, everything you said is right. Except about Dad being guilty. He didn't kill Marcia.
Do you say that, Bob, because you know who did kill her?
No.
Well, I think I know. Sergeant Muggan.
Yes, Chief?
Let Bob Winters wait in the other room.
Right out here, Bob. Okay, Inspector Thorne.
Bring me that money that the searching squad found, and all the information from the banks. And then, Muggan, pull in the other suspects immediately. I'm ready to uncover the killer.
Got them outside, Inspector Thorne. Arnold Winters, the murdered woman's husband, his sister Emily, and her fiancé, Eric Stevenson. Who do you want in here first?
Bring them all in, Sergeant Muggan.
All of you, come in.
I hope you have good reason for dragging us all down here this way, Inspector Thorne.
Yes, Mr. Winters, I have. Have you ever seen this bank book before?
Where did you get that?
In your house, Mr. Winters. Among your murdered wife's belongings. It's a joint checking account you had with your wife, Marcia. An account which you closed over a month ago after you discovered that she had withdrawn $25,000 from it.
What if I did? She had no right giving my money to Eric Stevenson.
He's lying. Never mind that, Eric. I suppose, Arnold Winters, you realize what you have just admitted. You've admitted that you knew about your wife and Eric Stevenson over a month ago at least.
Marcia was a cheat. I've known about her and Eric all along.
Marcia was worse than that, Inspector Thorne. Worse than that.
My men discovered something that might interest you, Emily. There was no money among your sister-in-law Marcia's belongings, but we found money somewhere else.
That was my money.
Do you always keep $50,000 in cash in your house?
My brother Arnold gave it to me this afternoon.
My dearest sister was blackmailing me, Inspector Thorne. Emily said she'd tell you I'd known about Marcia and Eric all along.
So you gave your sister Emily $50,000 to keep her quiet, but you wouldn't give your wife Marcia enough to hire servants to look after that big mansion of yours.
I gave her money. She gave it to Eric Stevenson. That's why she did her own housework.
Letting your sister blackmail you for $50,000 makes you look like our man, Winters.
Dad didn't kill her, Inspector Thorne.
Bob, you always jump quick to your father's defense, don't you?
But, Inspector, you said...
I was saying that your stepmother, Marcia, by being forced to work in the kitchen, has pointed out the murderer to me. Emily.
Yes, Inspector Thorne?
Would you choose to defrost the refrigerator, Emily, at a time when you were planning to leave the house?
Of course I wouldn't, Inspector Thorne. Everything in it would be spoiled.
Exactly. Yet one of you here said, as your alibi, that you were expecting the murdered Marcia Winters to visit you at 3 o'clock, a short time after Emily saw Marcia start to defrost the refrigerator in the kitchen.
Marcia telephoned and made the appointment with me, Inspector Thorne. You can check the hotel switchboard. And Bob told you he heard her make the call.
Yes. And that seems to let you out, Eric.
Out? I was never in.
I guess I was just plain dumb, suspecting you in the first place.
Well, everybody makes mistakes, Inspector Thorne. I don't hold anything against you.
Instead of thinking about you, I guess I should have turned my ideas to that defrosted refrigerator.
Defrosted refrigerator?
It strikes me as funny that a woman doing her own work like Marcia was would start to defrost her refrigerator if she were going out.
That is odd. But I don't know much about defrosting refrigerators.
No housewife would make such a mistake, especially in summer. A smart murderer would have turned the current back on and shut the refrigerator door.
Yes.
I'd say a man did the murder. If it weren't for another puzzling thing.
What, Inspector Thorne?
This Lady's handkerchief I found, stuffed back in the freezing compartment of the refrigerator.
Emily. Emily, you must have been crazy. That's your handkerchief. So you killed Marcia.
I admit that handkerchief is mine, Inspector Thorne. I admit it's mine, but I swear I didn't murder Marcia. I don't know how it got there. I must have dropped it on the floor when I was quarreling with Marcia.
Emily, do you think Inspector Thorne will believe that?
In my slow-thinking way, I do believe her.
Then you are stupid.
This handkerchief was used to wipe the fingerprints from the murder knife. And you, Eric Stevenson, used it for that purpose after stabbing Marcia.
What gives you that idea, you stupid fool?
A woman wouldn't be any more likely to put her handkerchief in the freezing compartment of a refrigerator than she would to start defrosting it just before going out.
Do you think you can send me to the chair on a stupid idea like that, Thorne?
Your fingerprints are on the handkerchief, Stevenson.
No.
Oh, yes. They show on a fabric as well as on anything else.
I never thought of that.
And you didn't think we'd find out that you got a second telephone call at your hotel today.
What?
A call from Marcia, breaking her 3 o'clock date with you. Lucky for me that the hotel operator, not being busy on a warm summer afternoon, listened in.
All right. Marcia did break her date with me. Said she promised Emily not to see me again. I was mad about her. I went out to her house and murdered her. But don't pin any flowers on yourself, Thorne. For getting me, it was all luck.
A dumb cop like me needs all the luck that comes his way. These handcuffs are for you, Eric Stevenson.
And so ends the defrosted refrigerator murder clue. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Carl Weber, direction by Kenneth McGregor. The script was written by Geraldine Merkin and Edward Francis, based on the original radio play by Frank and Ann Hummert. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Friday at the same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in The High Style Murder Case. Stay tuned for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons on NBC.
Look at that man go!
Boy, he's heading for trouble. Taxi! Taxi! Over here!
Yes, sir. Where to?
Follow that man! Yes, follow that man. Follow him into danger, into romance and high adventure. Follow his trail wherever it leads, through a maze of thrills and spine-tingling intrigue. Yes, follow that man, because it's Steve Mallory, the private eye. And here he is, Steve Mallory, in tonight's adventure for your product, The Trail of the Terrified Temptress. The trail began on one of those nights we seldom get in this part of California, dry and dusty as a mummy's shroud, with a grating sandpaper wind that dehydrates your eyes, cracks your lips, and splits your nerves wide open. The kind of night when solid citizens get together to keep from screaming and end up screaming at each other. Well, not me. Me, I was minding my own business, like the fellow says who was hit by a truck. Just sitting quietly in my own room, knocking myself out. I had the radio up and the last of the good Scotch down, and I was...
45 seconds. They told me if I came to Hollywood, I'd be in pictures in 6 months. I've been out here for 6 years now, and the closest I've come to a camera was when I had my kidneys x-rayed last fall. But I'm not discouraged, no. I had the fastest screen test in history. They called me at 7, shot the test at 8, ran the test at 9, and at 10 o'clock I was back on my good humor wagon. But I want to tell you, some of these California drivers they have out here are the ones who really look
walk
out.
through it or wait till I open it. Well,
Mr. Mallory, I was so afraid you'd be out.
10 more minutes I would have been. What's on your mind,
Let
sister?
me in, please. Quickly, I've got to get out of this hole.
How old are you?
22.
Step right in.
Lock it. Marty.
Now, take it easy. I'm as eager as the next beaver.
Fool, there's a man following me.
I'd be surprised if there
I'm
wasn't.
afraid of him. He's been following me for days. You've got to protect.
Well, okay, but who's going to protect you from me?
Please, I'm not joking. You've got to do something.
What'll I do, start firing shots at the door? I haven't seen any man.
He must be out there. He was right behind me in the lobby while I was coming up in the elevator. He was buzzing for it downstairs.
Takes him a long time to get here, don't it? You're sure there was somebody following you? Oh, not that I doubt you,
Go
but...
out there and look for yourself.
Sure, only you come along.
But
Oh, no buts. I don't know you, sister. Not that it wouldn't be nice. But I'm not taking any chances. This door locks from the inside, and wouldn't I look like
You've got to trust me.
Lady, I trust you more than anybody I know, but that's because I don't know you so good. Come on. Well, what do you know? Nobody in the hall.
The elevator. Look, the door's partway open.
Yeah, that's funny. Okay, buddy, you're faded. Come out grinning or pick up your marbles and slide back down that chute. It's a hot night and I don't want to play.
There's a shoe wedged in at the bottom of the crack.
Yeah, looks like it's full of foot. Well, here goes. This your big bad wolf, baby? Looks like you won't have any more trouble keeping him away from your door. He was lying face down mostly, but twisted like a Vienna roll, like he'd been just about to step out of the cab when it happened, and it spun around like a surf swimmer as the door closed on his foot. Whoever done it had been with him in the elevator. A long, pearl-handled nail file was the weapon, sticking straight out of the back of his neck like a Toreador's espada. I knelt down to take a look at him. I turned him over. Dude, free.
Do you know him?
I ought to. He's my partner at the agency. Oh, too bad. I told him he was getting careless lately. Should have let me cover him. Leaves me in a bad spot. But I'll promise you one thing, Harry. I'll get the dirty rat. Here, sister. Step in here. Give me a hand. Let's get his body out in the hall. Okay. Now listen, sister. What the... Hey! Well, I'll be a... She powdered out in the elevator. I beat it down the corkscrew steps like I was on fire, but when I hit the lobby, she was gone, and I couldn't find her on the busy street outside. She'd vanished like an ice cube in boiling water. I got hold of the hotel, Dick, and we beat it back up to my floor, the 11th. You guessed it. Harry's body was gone, too. Yeah, there was a little blood, but the hideous corpus was gone like vaudeville.
Hello?
Rusty, did I get you out of bed?
Oh, hello, Jimmy. Yes, I blush to admit it, but I went to bed at 9.
Sorry.
You're not, and I'm used to it. And to what disaster do I owe the pleasure of this call?
Brace yourself, honey. This'll jolt you, and I don't see how I can soften it. Harry's been killed.
Harry? Killed? But... Oh, Steve.
Yeah, rough. Nobody'd intercept my passes for you now, baby. But listen, Rusty. Rusty.
Yes?
Rusty, don't crack up. Not yet. You gotta take it, and you gotta hang on. At least for a while. A lot's depending on you.
Okay, Steve. I'll make it now.
Good kid. Now look, you've worked for the agency long enough to know that Harry's business was his business and mine was mine.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't check each other and we didn't cross each other. But this makes his business my business. You get me?
Yes, Steve.
Okay. I want to know everything about the case he was working on and who was paying him. Some dame he was tailing led him up here, and she or somebody else knocked him off. You know who she might have been?
Well, wait a minute. Yes, Nita, something. Nita Galt, that's it. I've got it all down in the folder at the office.
Okay. Brief me on what you can remember and give me the fill-in later. Who had her shadow?
Why, she hired Harry herself. She wanted protection. She was afraid of being alone or something. Wait a minute.
Yeah, think so?
Yes, and I think it's important. Harry filed a dictaphone report late this afternoon. He wanted me to type it tomorrow. He was pretty smug about it. You know the way he gets when he's on to something. Said you'd be tipping your hat to him for a week.
Yeah, he was always trying to get me to do that. Wish I had once in a while. Did he say what it was he discovered?
No, he was in a hurry. Said he had to check the morgue files right away. I was already late getting out, so I controlled my curiosity till tomorrow. Anyway, it's all on the cylinders.
Yeah. Yeah, what else on Nita Go?
She wanted to see you at first. I remember I thought that was odd at the time, so I took a better look at her. She looked a little dazed or something. Anyway, you were busy with a case of scotch.
Yeah, I washed that up tonight. What else? What was she afraid of?
Her own shadow, it seemed to me. Oh, darn it, Steve, I can't remember the details. Oh, yes, she's a singer.
I don't know. A nice diaphragm. Where'd she work?
At the Xanadu.
Xanadu. Sunset Strip, huh? Well, we'll knock it off the income tax.
Oh, Steve, are we going?
Sure, baby. Soft lights and music for me, and down to the office for you, where there's never a cover charge, never a minimum. Get all the dope out of the folder and phone me at the Xanadu.
Oh, Steve, I do all the dirty work, and you have all the fun.
Sure, and I get all the credit, and you get all the cash. Come on, Rusty, on your horse. Maybe Harry was in it for laughs, too. Maybe what happened to him is somebody's idea of fun. Well, whoever he was, baby, he's got himself a new playmate. And I don't think you'd like the way we're going to play. You can sit on the sidelines and coach me, honey. You'll be doing as much for Harry as I will. Okay?
Okay, Steve. And...
Yeah?
Oh, I was going to say be careful, but what's the use?
Okay, honey. Over and out.
Steve,
Yeah?
be careful.
Outside, the dry wind was beating the city like a rug. The gutters were gargling dust, and the hills above the Sunset Strip were huddling together like scared chicken thieves in the dark. The Xanadu was a beautiful club, in the same cheap way as most of the women who filled it. I mean, it had started as one fool's dream. It switched ownership a dozen times and always cost somebody dough. But while the old framework sagged under a dozen faceliftings, its surface was all fresh paint and glitter, and a sound of gaiety bubbled out of it, like the hep chatter of an aging bobby soxer. It was run by Manny Borden. As far as I knew, it was run on the level. But when you balance a ledger on Manny's honesty, always leave room in the margin for correction. Manny Borden saw me coming in. He always liked me, like a wife likes cigar ashes on the rug.
Well, well, Steve Mallory. And I thought the two-bit cover charge would keep out the riff-raff.
Hello, Borden. That's a funny opening line. Is all your dialogue that good?
The whole act is good, Mallory. But you can't get in it, so get out.
Yeah, you get funnier all the time. But I can't wait for the topper. Where's the dame?
We don't serve dames. You gotta bring your own. What dame?
Don't act stupid. Nita Galt, your canary. Where is she?
Listen, Seamus. Where she is where you ain't gonna be. I got a package deal on that, and I deal you out. So like I said, you should pardon the expression, blow.
You listen, Manny. I haven't got time to play footy with you. You tell me where she is, or I'll ram your minimum down your throat. I think she killed my partner.
Oh, too bad. He was only a step up from you, but I'd have taken odds you'd get it first.
First or last, Borden, I want that dame.
Lots of guys have made the same mistake. Try looking. I'll tell you when you're getting warm.
Now, that's real helpful, pal. Where's that door back of the bandstand go?
You're a bright boy, Stevie. You're getting warmer already.
Thanks, sweetheart. I wrestled through the dancers on the floor like a stag at a sophomore hop, while two big guys in evening dress ran a photo finish for second to the door. They were right behind me as I opened it and helped me through with a gun in my back. We went down a short flight of steps into an alley outside. Then they went to work.
The boss says we should clean your nose for you, Mallory. Says you're having trouble with it.
Aren't you boys taking chances? Only two of you and only one gun?
One's enough. Cover him, Crocker.
Yeah.
You know, I don't like his mouth. I think I'll change it.
Oh, you never laid a glove on me.
Still talking, huh? I like it better, though, when them little red bubbles come out. Try this on for size.
Oh, you're developing a nasty habit there. You ought to check it while you're young.
Boy, you keep coming back like a song, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, now you're playing dirty.
You know, I think I'm spoiling me manicure. You'll pardon my shoe.
It's funny. Ain't got so much to say for himself now, has he?
No. I thought he'd never run out of funny cracks. Too bad. I was just beginning to get a kick out of it.
When I came around, my head felt like the inside of a washing machine, flapping out the family flat work. I would have traded my stomach for one with ulcers, and my nerves felt like they'd been yanked from my body, rubbed with sandpaper, tied in knots, and put in backwards. Other than that, though, Borden's boys hadn't bothered me at all. I got my eyes swiveled around so they were both pointing at the same thing. I was lying on the couch in my own apartment, and across the room, Nita Galt was sitting in a strapless evening gown. It was that gown that undid me.
Well, well. I've been sitting here wondering what color your eyes would be.
Yeah, I'd like to know myself. What color are they?
Blue. A lovely baby blue. With just a shot of magenta for contrast.
Oh, cute. I love a broad with a sense of humor.
And I love big, helpless brutes who get hammered unconscious by bigger, unhelpless brutes. Brings out the woman in me.
Yeah, and that dress helps, too. Listen, sister.
That's it. Lie back. Shouldn't try to do too much at first. A few weeks you'll be sitting up, and I'll start you weaving baskets.
Oh, no, thanks. I was never any good with my hands.
Well, you're no good with your head either, especially when you lead with it.
Yeah, I know. But I have a lot of dumb luck. Like, I take the count in an alley and wake up here with you.
Think that's good?
I don't know. How good is it?
How good do you think?
How good can it get?
Relax. You're still an invalid. Anyway, you're not my type. At least you wouldn't be long if Manny Borden found out.
That reminds me. How'd I get here?
I found you in the alley back at the club. I figured you must have been looking for me, so I kind of felt responsible. I brought you home.
Yeah. Well, that's neat enough for now. Who killed my partner?
You think I did, don't you?
I don't know why you should have, but you could have. I don't know why I think you didn't, but I don't think you did.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, but even I could be wrong. So far, it reads like a couple of pages must have been stuck together. Let's see. You came to me screaming for protection from the very guy you hired to follow you. Yeah?
I did what?
Well, you hired Harry to follow you, and then...
I hired him?
Yes, you hired him.
Oh, are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure, aren't you?
Oh, no, not at all. Oh, good Lord, it's happened again.
What's happened? Come on, baby, start making sense.
Steve, look at me. Oh, not like that. Just look at me and tell me. Do I look like a perfectly normal human being to you?
Well, I'm normal enough not to think so.
But when I talk to you, do I sound coherent? Do I make sense?
Well, don't take my word. My class voted me most likely to become idiotic. But as far as making sense goes, the best I can say for you is that you seem normal.
What I'm trying to say is I think I'm sane as any girl could be who's been through what I have, but I don't remember ever seeing your partner before tonight.
Give me that again. Gently.
If you say I hired him to follow you up, I must have hired him, but I don't know how to explain all this. But I have moments of, I lose control. Things spill in on me. I forget. I don't know where I am or later where I've been. I never wanted it to happen when I was alone, so I thought of hiring someone to follow me. I thought of hiring you.
Well, that makes sense. What you have is transitory amnesia. It's like a champagne hangover. It comes and it goes. Now, you were smart to want to keep a tab on yourself. It's always nice to know where you've been.
What I say is, I thought of it. I don't remember doing it.
Well, let's say you did. And then you forgot you hired Harry and you were afraid of him when you spotted him tailing you. So you ran to me because I was the guy you intended to go to in the first place. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But that wasn't the worst of it. I mean, it wasn't just the fear of not knowing where I'd been, but more the fear of what I might do, and still worse than that, of what I might be accused of having done. Do you follow this at all?
I fell off as we rounded that last semicolon.
I'll try a different approach. My husband...
Oh?
That's right.
Oh.
He's dead. Oh. And maybe I killed him. Manny Borden says I did.
Well, Manny might be inclined to exaggerate. What's your story?
I don't know what to think. I could have been, yet I don't know. I loved Philip with all my heart in spite of what he was.
Philip Galt, that the guy?
Yes.
Ah, quite a guy.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, nice people you play around with.
I don't play. He was my husband.
Sorry. No, really, kid, I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter. You're perfectly right. He was everything you think he was. Fast money boy, cheap, flashy, weak, a heavy drinker, a heavy gambler, a bad loser, and a worse winner. He wasn't even faithful. I don't know. I just loved him, I guess. I couldn't help it. I should do this to music, sitting on a piano.
Yeah. Yeah, well, anyway, I got troubles of my own. How was he killed?
Automobile wreck. Manny says I was driving. Says I'd been drinking and crashed into a road bank on a detour in Topanga Canyon. Steve, if it's true, then I'm guilty of manslaughter and I want to pay for it. But I can't remember. I can't remember a thing.
Yeah, how come Borden knows so much about it?
He says I walked to a grocery store and phoned him to get me. That sounds like something I'd do. Says he picked me up and brought me home. The boys got the car off the road and took Philip's body away.
What boys?
Crocker and Jenks.
Oh, those boys. Yeah, I've had the pleasure of meeting Crocker and
I'm
Jenks.
in the clear if it's true, but I don't remember ever being out of my room. When I came out of the fog, my clothes were torn, I was covered with blood, and I reeked of liquor. But there are about 8 hours I can't account for.
Whose car were you supposed to be driving?
Mine. That is, my husband's. I mean, it was registered in his name.
But you paid for it.
Well, yes.
Where is it now? Have you seen it?
Yes. It's a horrible mess. Manny has it hidden in one of his garages. He has a lodge in Topanga. That must have been where we were going. I don't know.
So, Manny did his good deed. Hushed it up and kept you out of it. To the police, that'd make him an accomplice. More guilty than you are. What's it make him to you? Scoutmaster?
What do you mean?
Ah, quit stalling. He did it because he wanted something. He never did anything any other way. He has a way of getting what he wants. You didn't go for him, so now he's playing heavy hangs over thy head with this manslaughter rap. And you're the forfeit. Am I right?
All right, you scare me.
Yeah, sometimes I scare myself. Especially when I can't figure out how any of this has anything to do with Harry's death.
I owe you an apology for running out on you the way I did. I was panicking.
Oh, yeah, you had a right to be. If they ever started grilling you and you cracked out with that transitory amnesia stuff, you'd be cooked. Especially if they tumbled onto this manslaughter caper. That's the big joker. That and why anybody was mad at Harry. Now, I got a lot of good back fence gossip here, but nothing that ties up with him. That's all I care about.
Is that all you care about?
I thought I wasn't your type.
You'd be somebody's type.
But not yours.
No, not mine.
Well, forget it. You forget things, so forget it.
All right.
And while you're forgetting, forget I kissed you.
But you didn't. Oh. You are my type.
Thanks. I was afraid I was using the wrong toothpaste. So far tonight, nobody seemed to like me very much. Maybe my charm's coming back. I think I'll go over and try it out on Manny Borden. Well, they say a crook always returns to the scene of a crime. So does a cop. It was a crime the way Manny Borden's boys had mussed me up, but I was willing to forgive and forget. After I kicked their teeth out, I got back to the Xanadu at 4 a.m. The place was dark. Looked as empty as a canary cage after the cat got in, except for one light in back. The alley door made just as good an entrance as it did an exit. I picked my way through the darkened club without playing musical chairs with the furniture. The door of Manny's office was partly ajar. I sidestepped the shaft of light that knifed out of it and plastered myself against the wall like I was part of the woodwork. It was a funny kind of night for Manny to be interviewing talent, but I thought I'd wait my turn. A little courtesy never hurt anybody. Whoever he was talking to was a good friend of his, same as me.
Grifter, you're dead and you'll stay dead if I have to see to it myself.
Sure, man. Sure, I'll stay there. For another $5,000. You know, this being dead is kind of quiet. Leads to thinking. I've done a lot of thinking lately, mulling over my misspent life. I kind of wish I had it back to live all over again. Maybe I'd live it differently. You know, you get an idea like that in your head, and it takes a lot to make you stay dead. Like I said, $5,000.
It'll take a lot less than that to make you stay dead, Galt.
I know. But I don't think you want to get involved. Not that way. It'd be kind of messy.
You'd make the kind of mess I like, a quiet mess. Remember, Galt, you're already dead.
Yeah, I know. It's sad, isn't it? But I'm afraid there's a certain young lady who doesn't hold with that. You remember, I told you about her. She's the one who influenced me to leave Nita to your tender mercies. Now she kind of fancies me the way I am. And she knows where I am and what I'm here for. So if I don't come back, I have an idea she'll get a little nervous. And when she gets nervous, she likes to talk to somebody. And I think you know who she'll talk to.
You're bluffing. You wouldn't tell that tomato and...
Now, if I'm bluffing, you'll never know until you call me. Besides, I'm getting bored with this deal. There's only one way the play can go. And I'm holding all the cards there are.
I should have made that car crack up the real thing in the first place instead of a phony.
Well, you go for phony setups, Manny, because you're a phony yourself. Phony crack-up, phony amnesia, phony everything. All but the $5,000. And that better not be phony.
Pardon me, punk. Hello? Yeah. Okay. Good. Nice work, Jank. No, take out the launch and head for Catalina. Yeah. About halfway over. Mm-hmm. That's right. All right, Galt, that'll be all out of you. I just filled an inside straight and you're covered.
Don't be a fool, man. Now put down that gun.
Oh, the Damos thing, eh? You didn't know it, punk, but she's the only card you had. So the last time you were here, Jenk followed you to see where you went, and you led us right to her like the smart operator you are. So, Jenk's taking her for a boat trip, and maybe she can walk back and maybe she can't. But you're one dead man who ain't gonna tell any tales.
Now, wait a minute, Manny. You're making a mistake. I lied. She doesn't know anything.
That's what you get for shooting off your face. And come to think of it, that ain't such a bad idea.
No, Manny, please. Wait a minute. You gotta believe me. I'll get out of town. I'll never come back. Listen, Manny.
I've listened enough, you yellow-bellied louse. I killed that Seamus because you were sap enough to let him recognize you. You don't think I'd stop at you?
No, Manny, give me a break. What do you want me to do? I'll do anything, Manny. Anything you say.
I want you to drop.
No, for God's sake, Manny. Who are you?
The United States Cavalry. Who do you expect?
You saved my life.
Yeah, I'd rather save kitchen fat. It's worth something, Galt.
I know. I got that coming. But listen, I gotta stop them. They got my girl. They're gonna...
Yeah, I heard. Give me that phone. I'll call the harbor police and the Coast Guard. Hold it.
Hey, boss, it's Jank. You in there?
Well, waltz me around again, Jank.
Hey, boss, I need the key to the lock.
Meet the new champ, Jank. Well, there was a little more excitement after that. I had to get the drop on Crocker, Borden's other handyman. Well, that turned out to be easy. He was in the back of the car trying to keep Galt's woman from kicking out a window. Well, I didn't dirty my hands on him. I let Galt do that. She was his woman. It was a nice fight while it lasted, but when Galt went down for the fourth time, I kind of influenced the decision with the butt of my gun. I turned the whole mess over to the local gendarmes. Jenk, Crocker, Galt, the dame, and what was left, the Manny Borden. Made a nice package, but no profit to the agency. Borden had been feeding Nita Galt a drug that made her lose her memory for short periods of time. Yeah, they have things like that. And then the rat killed my partner, Harry, because Harry spotted Philip Galt alive. Poor old Harry. He found his body on the roof of my building. The killer dragged it up there when I went after Nita. Planned to dispose of it later. Good boy. Knew his act of habeas corpus. I got to bed about 10 the next morning and was just about to sleep when... Oh, no, not again.
Steve, where have you been? I've been trying to get hold of you all night.
Oh.
I have that information you wanted.
Oh, great.
Yes, this will stun you. Harry was following Nita Galt because she was subject to spells.
Yeah, that's fine. Write me a letter, will you?
Oh, what's the matter? Don't you want to hear this? Harry had seen her husband coming out of the Xanadu, only he...
Sure. Some other time. I am trying to sleep.
Well, that's a fine attitude, I must say. I spend the night knocking myself out doing your work for you, and now you tell me...
Rusty, honey, I love you dearly. I appreciate everything you've done, but do me one more favor, will you?
Yes?
Go out and read a newspaper.
All right. What page?
Oh, Rusty.
Well, I guess you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I think I do. I'm going to sleep.
Steve Mallory. Well, wouldn't that curdle you? Going to sleep at a time like this.
Well, that's all there was to it. A dead husband who wasn't dead, an amnesia victim who didn't have amnesia, and a few double crosses that didn't come off. So I guess this is the end of the trail. Here's where I'll drop you off tonight. Driver.
Yes, sir?
Pull up just a minute. So long. See you next week. Okay, let's go.
There goes that man again.
Yeah, he's really heading for trouble.
Yes, Mallory's off in a cloud of dust, speeding off in pursuit of new adventure. So follow that man. Follow the trail of Steve Mallory again next week as he leads you along the trail of the tingling spine. The Private Eye is written for radio by Doug Hayes, who plays the part of Steve Mallory. Production and music by Richard Oron. Nita Galt was played by Monty Marget. The part of Rusty was played by Rosemary Kelly. Stanley Waxman was Manny Borden. Philip Galt was played by Tom Holland. Buddy Gray was Crocker, and Paul Frees was Jenk. This is James Matthews speaking.
With Granger.
So, you're getting out today, huh, Skip?
Yeah.
I wonder what it'd be like if I got out. Maybe I could go fishing. I could even find myself a girl. You know, Skip, I haven't seen a girl in 11 years.
Dames can be trouble.
But you've got a girl. I've seen a picture. In color, even. Black curly hair, big brown eyes.
Shut up. Have a smoke.
Thanks. You playing that solitaire game again, Skip?
I told you it's not solitaire. It's called patience.
Yeah, I know. Gee, I can see you this afternoon, Skip. You'll be on Broadway. You're buying a new suit. You're eating a swell meal in a swell restaurant. You're even getting married.
Cut it out. You're making me sick.
Oh, but gee, you're a free man.
Don't hand me that. I'm a con, remember? Every place I go, they'll be saying this. Skip Lantry. He just got out of the pen.
You sound like you didn't want to get out, Skip.
I want to get out. Don't worry. Because I'm going to get the guy who'll frame me into this joint, see?
I wouldn't talk that way if I was you. You'll be back inside a month.
Not me. I'm going to be smart.
My first cellmate said that, too. He went out to get even. He died in the cell 4 years ago.
I'm not dying in any cell.
No. You'll be back, Skip. Unless you change your way of thinking.
This is Steve Granger, private detective, with a story about a guy who came out of the penitentiary and walked straight into trouble, with me as his front man. In just a moment, I'll take you back to one of my most interesting cases. This is Granger. It had been a pretty dull morning where clients were concerned. I was getting tired of the view from my office window when my phone sang a very cute melody. It was Skip Landry, who wanted to see me at his mid-town apartment as soon as it was convenient. The price he mentioned for my services made it convenient immediately. Come in. Hi, Granger. Hello, Skip. Come over and sit down. What'd you want to see me about, Skip? I just got out of the pen. 3 years on a phony rap. Go on. I want you to get the people who framed me. Details, Skip. A lot of them. Yeah. Wait till I finish this. What are you doing? Playing a solitaire game called Patience. You got me up here just to watch you play card games. I'll scram, Skip. You know why I got you up here? I want to be clear. If I remember, you were convicted of robbery. Open and shut case. Yeah. They opened the cell door and shut me in for 3 years. You understand, Granger, I'm not quarreling with the court. The evidence was presented. The court had no other choice. That was 3 years ago. Won't be easy. What can you give me along the way of a lead? Nothing. I had no alibi. What'll you do now that you're out? Lay low until you find out things. I've got money in the bank. Now, how about it? I'll drop down to Center Street. Maybe I can get a look at the transcript of your trial. If I feel you're on the level, I'll go along with you. Okay, by me. That's probably my lawyer. Come in.
Well, Skip. Nice to see you out in the open again.
Thanks, Kirk, for everything you did.
Don't mention it, my boy. You're fortunate you didn't get a longer term because of your gambling activities.
I know. Oh, this is my attorney, Kirk Masters. Steve Granger.
A private eye? I didn't know you two were friends.
I knew him before. He's working for me.
You don't need a detective. You need a job.
I know what I'm doing.
You get out of line one step, and I'll lock you up again. You're on parole. Remember?
Skip Landry nodded me on my way with a tight look around his eyes and mouth. I'd known him before his brush with the law, known him as a gambler, but an honest one and a nice character. When I got to police headquarters, Lieutenant Hal Kramer looked at me in disgust.
Granger, sometimes I think you're plain nuts.
I'm trying hard to keep our personal feelings out of this, Hal. I'm working for Skip Landry.
But I told you I know all about his trial. The department had him dead to rights. They found part of the loot in his apartment.
I know that. But how did the boys find out?
A phone tip.
Anonymous, of course.
Naturally.
Now, Lieutenant, wouldn't that make it look like a frame?
Oh, we get lots of anonymous tips from people who want to...
Stay anonymous, I know. Look, Lieutenant, how about helping me get a transcript of the trial?
Well, it'll take you 2 hours to read it, for which I'm grateful.
Because it'll be interesting?
Because it'll keep you out of my hair that long.
Kramer got me a transcript of Skip Landry's trial, and this time I felt like a man at a very dead end. The testimony was all there, as ironclad as a matron's girdle. Landry had even been tentatively identified by the janitor of the apartment building where the robbery had occurred. I jotted down his name and went out there.
What do you want?
My name is Granger. You're Alvin Freedy, the janitor?
Yeah?
3 years ago, you testified at the trial of Skip Landry.
What about it?
You testified that you saw him, or somebody who looked a lot like him, come into the building here and go upstairs.
Suppose it did.
How positive are you that the man you saw was actually Skip Landry?
You expect me to remember something like that? That was 3 years ago.
I'll go a step farther with you. If I brought Landry out here, could you still identify him?
I don't know.
Okay, Freedy, hang around. I'll bring him out. We'll see how good your memory is. I'll continue with this interesting story in a minute. There was something about the face of that janitor, Alvin Freedy, that I didn't like much, but that didn't actually prove he was lying. I made for a drugstore and called Lieutenant Kramer. I asked him to check on the janitor for me, and then I grabbed some transportation and went back to Skip Lantry's apartment. What did you find out, Granger? I checked the testimony of your trial. Boy, they had you dead to rights. I know. Say, but that janitor at the building, he looked a little suspicious to me. Meaning what? Or if somebody really tried to frame you, they could have pulled the robbery, then fed the janitor a few bucks to say he sort of recognized you. It could be. Think I'll get an investigator friend of mine to tail him. Hey, I've got somebody who'll help you. A little dame named Phyllis Preston. Oh, no. Not a lady detective. Yeah. We used to live in the same block when we were kids. Look her up. She's in the book. I better get out of here. Hang around a second. I know who it is.
Darling, I'm so happy to see you again.
Okay, baby. Don't take it so far.
Tonight, you and Kirk and I can go... Well, who's he?
Well, this is Steve Granger. My girl, Lucille Denane. Glad to meet you, Mr. Name.
Hello. Oh, Skip, I brought that stuff...
You mean the doll? Ah, you can talk in front of Granger. How much did you bring?
Almost all of it you had in the bank. 2,000. Here. Here it is.
Thanks, baby. I think I'll be running along, Skip. I'll call you in a little while. Going over to see the Preston girl? Yep. Get her number out of the phone book. She must still be listed. Okay. You'll be here if I call. I'm not going anyplace. I'm the patient type. I found Phyllis Preston's address, made my way over to a rooming house on the west side. I found a door. And a door along the passage opened.
She ain't in, mister.
You see her go out?
Sure, I seen her. Left about half hour ago. Guess she couldn't wait for you. She was with another guy.
Got that cackling.
Yeah, sure, mister. Didn't mean no harm.
Know where she went?
Well, I happened to hear the guy mention the Green Lantern.
Thanks, chum. Think I'll drop down there.
I wouldn't go there if I was you, mister. Not in that nice new suit.
Never mind the nice new suit. Get back in your room and take a look at yourself in the mirror.
What for?
See how much nicer you look with that mouth shut. The Green Lantern down the street 10 blocks was everything the name implied. A typical honky-tonk with the usual number of offbeat characters waiting for a chance to make a dishonest dollar. The owner was another socially minded girl I knew named George Slater. When I got inside, I looked around. There wasn't a girl in sight. The bartender remembered one going into George's office. Mind if I come in?
I do.
In that case, pardon me.
Who do you think you are?
Where is Phyllis Preston, Slater?
I don't know, Granger. Honest, I don't.
You act like you're lying, mister.
Let go.
Where?
In there. That room, thanks.
You can come out now, Miss Preston.
Oh, thanks.
This jerk lock you in?
You don't think I was playing post office in there, do you?
What's all this, Slater?
You got the tape, so blow. I don't have to talk.
Let her alone, you hear? And I mean permanently.
Shut up.
Here, pal. That's for nothing. Try something and see what really happens. I'm Steve Granger, Phyllis.
Oh, I've heard of you. How come they're just in the nick of time rescue at the Green Lantern?
Skip Lantry told me to contact you.
Oh?
Said you were a lady private eye.
I do a little investigating.
Why did George Slater lock you in that room? How'd he get you out of your apartment?
Simple. He was there when I got home. He had a gun. He implied that it would be smart of me to come along quietly.
Why?
Because it... Well, listen, Granger, why all the questions?
Lantry claims he was sent up on a false charge. He wants to be cleared.
Yeah. I think he was framed, too.
How come?
Well, I have my reasons.
Private one?
Maybe.
Well, I got a job for you.
Yes?
Watching that janitor, Alvin Freedy.
Oh, the one who testified at Skip's trial?
That's the one.
Yeah, that I'll do, just for laughs.
It might not be that funny. I told Phyllis Preston to be careful when she was checking the janitor for me. I dropped her off at her place. Wondered if I should have George Slater booked on attempted kidnapping, but decided to let him alone for the time being. I stopped off a few minutes later at Cal Hendrick's place. The newspaper man seemed pleased to see me.
Steve, my boy, you're very popular around these parts.
Well, am I?
You've had more telephone calls than a chorus girl turned practical nurse. Skip Lantry, for one.
Who else?
Lieutenant Kramer of Homicide. He's at Plaza 89449.
Well, that's no precinct station.
The good lieutenant sounded like someone had ruffled his feathers.
It's only his art form. I think his ancestors were all ostriches.
Hello?
Lieutenant, this is Granger.
You can stop trying to prove Skip Lantry's innocence.
What are you talking about?
I'm up at his apartment. Lantry's sitting at his desk. Also, he's carrying a bullet in it.
Murder?
Uh-huh. Suicide.
This was something that didn't add up. Skip Lantry dead. Well, that was tough. But suicide, that didn't figure. What with a guy who played a game he called Patience, and his last words to me were that he was the patient type. In just a minute, I'll bring you the climax of the case. Lieutenant Kramer's voice announcing the death of Skip Lantry was cut off sharp as I slammed down the phone, cast a goodbye over my shoulder to Cal Hendricks, and made for my client's apartment. My dead client.
There you are, Granger. The whole layout, just as we found it.
Doesn't make sense, Kramer.
I don't care what you say. He must have thought you could never prove anything, so he shot himself.
Where was the gun?
On the floor next to his body.
Did you go through him?
Naturally. He had $2,000 in his pants pocket.
Uh-huh. Man might be dead, but he's still my client. We'll leave everything untouched in this apartment for a couple of days.
Granger, this is an out-and-out case of suicide. As obvious as that 40-cent necktie you're wearing.
Which is better than the 2-bit shoestring you've got holding up your Adam's apple. When the police photographer and the print men had finished their respective chores, I was left alone in Skip Lantry's apartment. I moved around, examined the dresser, the closet, etc. He was as neat as a pin. 1 second. Well, Mr. Masters.
I was on my way back here. I met that police lieutenant. Is it true, Granger?
I'm afraid so.
That's terrible.
Yep.
Did you discover anything that might have helped Skip prove his innocence?
No, not exactly.
I didn't think you would. I tried my best at the trial, and I couldn't get him off.
You know his girlfriend?
Lucille Domain? Of course.
Know where she lives?
Yes, at the towers on the east side.
Seen her today.
I chatted with Lucille on the phone. She said she was coming over to see Skip.
She did. By the way, did you handle all of Skip's legal transactions?
For 5 years, yes.
How much money did he have?
A couple of thousand. He spent nothing during his stay upstate.
Okay, Mr. Masters. Think I'll lock up this place. Could I see you to the door?
Just why did you remain after the police left, Mr. Granger?
Well, I have a theory.
You, don't think Skip was murdered?
It's entirely possible. Kirk Masters was a typical barrister, middle-aged, with a convex front instead of a concave one, bright blue eyes and a pleasant manner. I said good evening to him, hung around 5 minutes, and beat it over to see Lucille Domain.
Oh, Mr. Granger, come in.
You've, heard about Skip, huh?
Isn't it terrible? He must have done it just after I left.
How long did you stay at his place?
Just a few minutes. I came home to get changed for tonight. Kurt Masters and I were giving Skip a big dinner party.
Too bad.
Poor Skip. The time he spent in prison must have unbalanced his mind.
What makes you say that?
I watched him this afternoon in his apartment, still playing that solitaire game. Over and over. And all the time he had that cold look in his eyes.
That money you brought him, was that from his own account?
Oh, yes. You see, Skip gave me a power of attorney while he was away.
I see.
But why are you asking all these questions?
Well, I'm a funny person, Miss Denane. I don't like to take on clients and then have them commit suicide on me.
But, Mr. Granger...
It hurts my reputation. I apologized for intruding and left Lucille Denane's apartment. There was a payphone in the lobby of her place. I slipped a nickel down its throat and dialed Phyllis Preston.
Hello?
This is Granger.
Oh, you caught me just in time. I was leaving to keep an eye on the janitor.
We're in trouble, Phyllis. Landry was found dead in his apartment a little while ago. The police say it's suicide.
Skip? Suicide? Oh, no, he'd never do that. I don't believe it.
That makes two of us. Now, listen. I'm going to give you a little help watching that janitor.
There's going to be trouble?
I don't know. Meet me at Cal Hendrick's place. He's a newsman. I want him with you. Phyllis Preston was right on time. I introduced her to Cal, and I could see the look in the newshound's eye, which meant that a story wasn't the only thing he was interested in. So naturally, he was only too happy to cooperate. 5 minutes later, I walked in the office of Lieutenant Kramer.
I suppose you want to know about Freedy, the janitor.
Precisely, old pal.
He's been a janitor for 7 years. He lives alone in that basement apartment under the building.
Police record?
No. He's as clean as a dog's favorite bone.
Oh, that's that.
Also, the coroner will direct a verdict of suicide when Skip Lantry's inquest comes up in the morning.
I thanked the lieutenant and went back to my office. I sat there trying to dream up a new lead, but my brain cells just laid there. Yep.
Oh, Granger, this is Phyllis Preston. I'm calling from a store across the street from George Slater's Green Lantern.
What are you doing down there? I told you and Cal to keep an eye on that janitor.
Oh, that's just it. He came down here.
Did he?
He came out again a bit later. Not long after that, Lucille Denane went in with Kurt Masters, that lawyer.
Regular gathering of the clans, huh?
Well, what do we do?
Stay there. I should be down inside a half hour. I slipped on my coat and hat, got a cab, and pulled up in front of the apartment house where the janitor held sway. Fortunately, he was the only basement tenant. I got some light on the subject and went through his place. When I came up with the records, I was amused at the fact that I could tell Lieutenant Kramer that the janitor was a bookmaker. I left and went over to another apartment. This one on the 3rd floor. The door was locked, but a thin sheet of plastic, handled the right way, let me in. I flicked on the lights and went on a prowl. I knew that Lucille Denane must have Skip Lantry's bank books around someplace. In a center drawer of Lucille Denane's desk, I found Skip Lantry's deposit book, which handed me a surprise. Then I found another record, big as life and twice as potent as an H-bomb. And what I saw sent me to the phone, stabbing the private number of Lieutenant Kramer.
Lieutenant Kramer speaking.
This is Granger. Can you get in the Hall of Records at this time of night, if it's an emergency?
Don't tell me you proved that Skip Lantry was murdered.
Can you get in?
Sure.
I'm playing a long hunch, Kramer. Check up on the ownership of a joint called the Green Lantern.
Oh, for the love of...
Then meet me there right away. Over here, Kramer.
Well, what kind of fairy tale is this, stranger? I checked up for you. Kirk Masters owns a piece of the Green Lantern with George Slater.
That's what I thought. Now listen, the Green Lantern must be a bookmaking headquarters.
Slater's got a record, you know. He was a fence at one time.
That's all we need. Let's go inside. His office is over there.
Now what? Just go in and bluff your way? You haven't got a shred of evidence, you know.
Here we are. Listen for a second. Maybe we can hear something.
George, you have to get rid of that Preston girl. Sure you saw her watching his face from across the street. He follow him here? He doesn't think so, but we can't take any chances. Okay. And you have to get rid of Granger, too. He must have called for the girl. He was in Skip's apartment earlier, snooping around.
I'll take care of both of them, don't worry. You make sure you didn't leave a clue
At the apartment? I woke up. Nobody heard the shot.
Hear that, Lieutenant?
Lucille, go back to your place and burn those records. Tomorrow at 10, close Skip's account at the bank. In case Granger gets away from George and snoops.
Don't worry about Granger. Need any more, Kramer?
Let's meet these charming people in person.
Listen, didn't I... Put him up, George. Get out of here.
Oh, we call the police.
In a minute. Listen, Ain. How much money did Skip Lantry have in his account?
Just a few dollars.
Take a look at this bank book I got out of your apartment. Made out to Skip. Balanced thousands of dollars.
You be that.
Naughty, naughty. Here are the records of a bookie headquarters with your name, Kirk Masters, and George Slater.
Now, look here, Granger.
From where I stand, it looks like you were using Skip's account to hide the profits of a bookmaking. Was it on account of Uncle Sam and the income tax boys? Were you afraid that Skip would insist on seeing his bank book?
George?
Don't try it, George. Masters, you're under suspicion of the murder of Skip Lantry. Too bad your pal George is such a blabbermouth. We heard him.
You're not arresting me. You said it, man.
Rainer, look out!
Thanks, Granger. Quick shooting. You killed him. I'm going to the police.
You won't have to. The police are here. This is Kramer of Homicide. Lieutenant, take this pair down to headquarters. The paraffin test ought to prove Masters fired a gun today.
I'll show you. I'll stretch your arms out.
Let's go. All right, Masters, stand still.
I hate you. I hate you.
Cut it out, I said. All right.
Granger, you hit a lady.
On the contrary, Lieutenant. I defended myself against a wildcat. Well, friends, that's the story. I'll be back to wrap up the case in just a minute. Kramer had the local precinct men come to the Green Lantern and take the trio to jail. They also rounded up the janitor, who was more than willing to tell his part in the bookie racket. Kramer was elated, but I was still puzzled about Skip Lantry. Why had he been framed in the first place?
Very simple, Granger. Skip Lantry was in love with Lucille Denane. She was in love with Kirk Masters.
Uh-oh. A faint glimmer of light is coming through the fog.
Now, Skip had marriage in mind. So Masters and the Denane girl framed him to get him out of the way.
And she got the bright notion to get a power of attorney over his bank account to hide illegitimate dough, huh?
Take the head of the class.
But what about the janitor? He gets off?
No. He's up for perjury. Say, where's that Preston girl? I rather like her.
Yeah, Cal Hendricks rather likes it, too. He's got her out for dinner. Handing her a line that reaches from here to Albany.
Well, how do you know?
I invited her, too. She turned me down flat.
Well, so Granger the Great gets the go-by, huh?
Listen, pal. One more crack out of you, and they'll be locking me up for assaulting a police officer. Steve Granger again. You just heard one of the most interesting cases in my files. I'll have another one for you. So be around next time.
Who is it?
The Fat Man. The American Broadcasting Company brings you Dashiell Hammett's latest and most fascinating character, the Fat Man. The hard-boiled, hard-hitting adventures of a criminologist who tips the scale at 247 pounds. Tonight's adventure, the 19th Pearl. And now, here's the Fat Man.
One of the worst things about being fat is feeling thin. That extra load you carry around is something you never think about till you bump into a full-length mirror or drop a penny into a drugstore scale. Even then you don't feel fat. The only time you really feel it is when you run into a beautiful woman. That's when the old collar kind of chokes you and your hands look big and your legs are hard to cross. That's when you're glad you've got a busy job like mine, solving crimes. This one began in Grand Central Station, right near the information center. My mother was going away for a weekend. I was there to put her on the train.
You don't have to wait around till the gates open, son. I've gotten on trains before.
It's all right, Ma. It's a free night for me anyway. Want some peanuts?
For heaven's sake, no.
I do. Be right back. Bagged peanuts, Jenny.
All right.
Better make it 2.
Here you are. Okay.
Sorry, sister. I didn't mean to bump into you.
It's all right. I wasn't looking. Please, will you do me a favor? It's terribly important. Here, hold this bag for me. Oh, quick, he's coming.
Who?
Don't let him see me. He mustn't know I'm here.
Well, why not? What have you done?
Nothing. Stand in front of me, will you? Quick. Put your arms around me as if you were kissing me goodbye.
Say, what kind of a game is this?
Please, cover my face and kiss me.
Okay, sister. How's this?
Hold it.
How long?
Oh, no. No, don't stop. Just keep your arms around me.
As long as you say, baby. You know, I've heard about things like this, but I never figured it would happen to a guy like me.
All right. That's enough.
I wish I thought so. We ought to do this more often.
I'll have to run now. He's gone.
Maybe you'll be back.
Oh, no. No. I mustn't miss the train. Thanks ever so much for helping me.
Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you going to tell me? But I don't even know. Okay, sister. 2 ships that pass in the night.
Well, that was a fond farewell. Who was it, dear?
I don't know.
What?
Never saw her before in my life.
Is that why you were kissing her?
Don't make a romance out of it, Ma. She just borrowed me for a quick hug, and that's all there was to it.
Well, I don't know that it's wise to kiss strange women in stations, son. Have you still got your watch?
I've got more than my watch, Ma. I've still got her bag.
But how do you know she's on this train, dear?
I saw her duck into the car ahead.
Well, leave the bag with me. I'll give it to her as soon as we pull out of the station.
Are you kidding?
Son, we're going to start in a moment.
It's all right. I'll ride up to 125th Street.
Just to give her back her bag?
That's a good enough reason.
Well, be sure you get off at 125th Street. Oh, we're moving.
Okay, Ma. I'll take the bag up to her now.
What's the matter?
That dame's on the platform. I'm getting off.
Careful, son. Watch your step.
Sure. See you later.
Bye.
Good evening, beautiful.
Oh, you frightened me.
I didn't the last time. You want to play some more?
I don't think so.
Well, don't go away. I still got your bag.
Oh, well, thank you.
What's this all about, kid? Who'd you knock off?
I beg your pardon.
You must have done something. Otherwise, you wouldn't be running away.
Why not? Can't I be running away from danger? There's a man following me.
The guy on that train?
How did you know he was on it?
Simple arithmetic. You got on to give him the slip. He must have followed you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have got off.
That's exactly what happened.
What else happened?
I don't know what you mean.
Come on, kid. Tell me the truth or I won't help you.
I don't know that I want you to help me.
Okay, sister. I'll walk right out of the picture.
No, wait.
Changed your mind?
No. A man who's been following me changed it.
Huh?
He's standing right over there on the platform.
You'll be safe here, Miss Evans.
Is your office?
Yeah. Step in.
Thank you.
Sit down. Make yourself at home. Every chair in this place is comfortable.
Have you sampled them all?
Every one. There's one thing I hate. It's sitting on hard wood. Have an apple, Miss Evans?
No thanks.
Awful good.
No thanks.
Well, tell me now. How long has this guy been following you?
About 3 days.
And you don't know who he is? Or what he's after?
No.
What do you do for a living, Miss Evans?
I'm an actress.
On the stage?
When I'm working.
Maybe I've seen you.
Not in New York. I haven't done anything here yet.
Rich daddy?
No. No daddy at all.
Then what keeps you in those gorgeous clothes?
I have a private income. My father left me some money.
Those beautiful pearls, too?
These aren't real.
Weren't they? Let me see them.
Don't you believe me?
No.
Why not?
Because you're not a very good liar.
What?
Even experienced ones take a deep breath after every lie they tell. But you've been pumping away like an iron lung.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Get out of here, Miss Evans. I won't take your case.
You won't get it, you insufferable man.
Keep going. What? Keep yelling at me. There's someone outside the door.
Oh, you overbearing, conceited pig. If I were a man, I'd give you the beating of your life.
That's enough. Well, what are you doing out here, mister?
Nothing. I was just...
Hey, come back here, you. You son of a gun. I'll make it much harder for you when I catch you. You gonna stop, you punk, or do I have to die for you?
Oh, you big ape.
I'm not as slow as I look.
Well, you didn't have to tackle me.
I'm sorry, old man. My old football training. Can you get up?
I don't know.
Well, yeah. There you are. Now, maybe you'll tell me what you were doing outside my door.
I was keeping an eye on Miss Evans.
That's an interesting pastime. Come on back to the office and tell us why.
It's my job. I'm a private detective.
Well. Who hired you?
Mrs. Stanton. Mrs. Jeffrey Stanton.
The banker's wife?
Yes. She wants a record of every move Miss Evans makes.
Why?
That's my business.
Well, maybe Miss Evans has an interest in it. Miss Evans! Miss Evans, where are you?
What's the matter?
He's gone.
A gentleman to see you, Mrs. Stanton.
Who is it, Carl?
He refused to give me his card, madam. He simply said the fat man is calling.
Fat man? What do you suppose he wants?
Some information, Mrs. Stanton.
Good heavens. What do you mean by coming in here unannounced?
But I was announced. I'm the fat man.
Well, I've never had the pleasure of meeting you, and I certainly don't intend to do so now. Show him out, Carl.
I don't think Carl is man enough, Mrs. Stanton. You'd better let me stay.
What do you want?
Some information about Miss Evans. I couldn't get a thing out of that clam you had following her.
What clam? What are you talking about?
Shall I call the police, Mrs. Stanton?
No. No, I can manage this call.
Very well, madam.
Now then, what were you saying, Mr. Don't believe you mentioned the name.
I didn't. People remember me better as the fat man.
Oh, I know who you are now. Mr. Parker told me about you.
Parker?
The man you very nearly killed in the hall outside your office. Said you fell on him like a ton of bricks.
He had no right listening outside my door. Did you really hire him to follow Miss Evans?
I did.
May I ask why?
You shouldn't have to. I thought everybody knew I was anxious to divorce my husband. Miss Evans is just one of the grounds.
One?
The only one I'll need. You see, Mr. Stanton made the mistake of giving her a necklace.
What?
Quite an expensive one, in fact. Matched pearls.
I see.
You seem disappointed.
In Mr. Stanton?
No, in Miss Evans. You're not a friend of hers, I hope.
Are you sure he gave her that necklace, Mrs. Stanton?
Well, I believe it was a gift. I've never inquired. I don't really care to know how these arrangements are worked out.
In other words, your husband and Miss Evans...
Let's not put it into words, if you don't mind.
There'll be enough of that when the case comes up in court.
When the case comes up, Mrs. Stanton, you'll have to prove it. And right now, your star witness, Miss Evans, is missing.
Oh, not really missing. Unless something's happened to her.
What?
I don't know. Frankly, I don't really care. Park will find her sooner or later.
Where?
Probably at my husband's apartment.
Oh. Doesn't he live here?
No, not regularly.
Well, after meeting you, Mrs. Stanton, I can't say I blame him. Mr. Stanton in?
Yeah, he's in.
O'Hara, what are you doing here, Captain?
Come on in. I'm waiting for the medical examiner.
Oh. Who's dead?
Who do you think? Stanton lived here all alone.
He might have had company.
He did, a little earlier. There's a knife in his chest.
Who put it there?
I don't know. The murderer didn't leave his card. See the body?
You might as well. Where is it?
Right over there in the corner. And leave those chocolate-covered almonds alone. Place hasn't been gone over yet.
When did all this happen?
Don't know yet. I just got here a few minutes ago.
And the body was right where it is now?
I'm sure it hasn't moved.
It's funny, isn't it?
What?
How a guy gets stabbed in the chest without putting up any kind of a fight. No sign of a struggle around here.
So what?
Nothing. I just don't like it, that's all.
Why not?
Because the usual place for a knife is in the back. The chest, you see it coming. You got a chance to protect yourself.
Not if you trust the person who's coming at you. Not if she's your sweetheart or something like that. Then you don't see the knife till it's too late.
What makes you think it's his sweetheart?
I don't. I don't even know if the man had one.
Well, then stop putting a noose around her neck.
Whose noose? What are you driving at?
Nothing. I just don't like your theory, O'Hara.
Well, it's apparent he was killed by somebody he trusted. If it wasn't his sweetheart, then...
Will you stop mentioning his sweetheart?
Why? Is she a friend of yours or something?
Don't be funny.
What are you mad at? What's seating you tonight?
Your theories. Stanton could have been sitting in that chair when he was killed. The murderer could have moved the body to throw us off the track.
I doubt it. The murderer didn't even have time to cover up the one clue that's going to convict him.
What's that?
A piece of string in the dead man's hand. You see how Stanton's holding onto it?
String? Looks more like a strong silk thread.
Probably something he tore from the murderer's clothing just before the knife went into his heart.
You don't tear single threads from a person's clothing, O'Hara?
Then what is it?
I don't know. Let's open his hand and see.
Wait a minute. You don't have to open it. I can see something between the fingers.
What is it?
A pearl.
Miss Evans. Miss Evans, if you're in your room, for the love of Mike, open up.
Who is it?
The fat man.
Alone?
Yes, open up, will you?
Well, what's wrong?
Plenty. I've got to talk to you like a Dutch uncle.
Oh, wait a minute. You can't come in.
Shut up. You're in trouble, kid. I'm going to find out just how much. Where did you disappear to when I went after that guy that was following you?
I ran down the stairs. Why?
That's what I want to know. Why?
To get away from him, of course. I knew you wouldn't let him follow me.
I wish I had. Where did you go?
Home?
That's a lie. I've been calling up here all night.
Well, I stopped off for a bite to eat.
Where? At Mr. Stanton's apartment?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, baby. Tell me the truth. I know half of it now. I want the other half or I'll call in the cops.
What have I done that's wrong?
Lots of things. Most of them aren't my business. But murder is.
Murder?
You heard me. Don't stand there looking from one of my eyes to the other. Even a lousy actress can look innocent. She's beautiful enough.
Why do you keep saying I'm beautiful?
Because you are. And if I weren't a man and a half, I'd take you in my arms and...
And what?
Never mind.
Go ahead. Do it.
Are you kidding?
Do it. I want you to kiss me, darling.
My name isn't Darling.
You never told me what it was. What can I call you?
Nothing.
You've got to believe me, darling. You've got to trust me.
Why?
Because I trust you. Will you kiss me now?
Yeah.
Oh, you're awfully sweet when you wanted me.
Who gave you that necklace you were wearing?
What?
Who gave it to you? Why aren't you wearing it now?
I just took it off.
Where is it?
Don't you believe me?
Where is it? I want to see it.
I've got it.
Where?
Right here on my dress. Are you satisfied?
Not yet. Is this the necklace you were wearing in my office?
How many of these trinkets do you think I have?
How do I know? There must be more where this came from. Who gave it to you?
Mr. Stanton.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
Because it was none of your business.
Well, that's a good answer. Is it my business now?
If you want it to be.
How do you want it to be, Miss Evans?
I want it to be Kathy, not Miss Evans.
Okay, Kathy. I'll take your case.
Have I got one?
You will have. The cops will be swarming all over this place by tomorrow morning.
Why?
Don't worry. Everything will be all right.
You didn't feel that way when you came in.
When I came in, I never expected to find this string of pearls. Not in one piece, anyway. You mind if I take them?
What for?
I thought you trusted me.
You still haven't answered my question.
I need these pearls to make your alibi stand up, Kathy. Don't forget, I'm working for you, but the police aren't. You're sure these pearls were bought here, Mr. Werner?
Quite sure. I matched them for Mr. Stanton myself.
No chance of a duplicate set looking exactly like these.
Very unlikely. Pearls are almost as individual as people. That's why they're so hard to match.
I see. This is your clasp, of course.
Oh, yes, it was made here.
And the string?
Oh, the string might be anybody's. There's nothing distinctive about a string.
But the pearls are distinctive.
Quite. Why did Mr. Stanton rearrange them?
You mean they're not in the right order?
Oh, the order is correct. But I only counted 18.
What?
The big one in the center is missing.
Hello.
Hello, Kathy?
Oh, yes.
This is the fat man. Do you want to swing for the murder of Mr. Stanton?
No.
Then do what I tell you.
But I didn't kill him.
Then why didn't you tell me you knew he was dead, you two-faced...
No.
Shut up. I know you were in Stanton's apartment tonight. You had to be, or you wouldn't have had that necklace back.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't play dumb with me. You picked those pearls up off the floor and strung them together again. All except one.
What?
You stupid little fool. You left the most important one in the dead man's hand.
Oh, no.
Now, this is your last chance, Kathy. Meet me in my office in 15 minutes or I go to the police.
But I...
Be there.
Yes?
It's me, Kathy.
Come in.
What? Mr. Parker, what are you doing here?
Waiting for you. The fat man sent for me.
Where is he?
He'll be back. He stepped out for a few minutes.
Oh?
Come on in. Don't be afraid.
Well,
Come on. The fat man wants me to show you something.
What?
Look over there on top of the desk. See it?
What is it?
A pearl. The largest one of a set.
And what's it doing here?
That's the fat man's business. He just wanted me to show it to you. Recognize it?
I don't know very much about pearls.
Then you wouldn't be interested in buying it.
Not from you. Who told you it was for sale?
The fat man. He offered it to me for...
What's the matter?
There's a microphone hidden in this bowl of fruit. The fat man must be interested in your reactions.
Where do the wires go?
Over here, to the window and down the side of the building. He must be listening in another office.
He won't listen anymore.
Don't do that, you fool. Put that microphone down.
Why?
Because he'll know you smashed it. You want to get... Where's that pearl, Miss Evans?
I beg your pardon.
That pearl. You took it off the desk while I was at the window.
Oh, you're mistaken. I haven't been near the desk.
Come on. Give it to me or I'll search you for it.
Let go of me.
Not until you put that pearl...
Ow.
Open your hand.
No,
Open
I
it,
won't.
I said. The fat man will kill me if you get away with it. Come back here, you little devil.
Not on your life.
Just a moment, Miss Evans.
Mrs. Stanton.
Yes. I'll take that pearl, please.
Look out, she's got a gun.
Stay where you are, young lady.
No, you can't make me.
Stop. I told you to stop. You're wanted by the police for the murder of my husband. Get in the cab, Miss Evans.
Where are you taking me?
Get in.
I'll watch her, Mrs. Stanton.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. All right, driver. Hurry. Police headquarters.
Right.
Why don't you start?
Gotta wait for the light to change, lady.
You gotta wait for me, too.
The fat man.
Surprise. How do you feel, Kathy?
Why, I'm all right.
You better have somebody look at that shoulder. Franklin Hospital, driver. Make it snappy.
Okay.
Just a moment. We're taking her to police headquarters.
With a fresh wound in her shoulder, she needs medical attention.
But I said...
Franklin Hospital, driver, and don't spare the horses. How is she, Doc?
Oh, she'll be all right. Bullet just grazed her shoulder.
You're very lucky, Miss Evans.
You mean you're very lucky? Don't you know it's against the law to go around shooting people?
I couldn't let her get away with that pearl, could I?
Why not? That isn't the one they found in your husband's hand. That's just a hunk of paste.
But you told us all to come to your office so you could trap the one who tried to steal it.
How did you know that?
It was obvious.
That's no excuse for shooting at her, Mrs. Stanton.
Oh, I didn't really shoot. I tried to frighten her more than anything else.
Well, in any case, I'll have to make a report to the police. Will you come with me, Mrs. Stanton?
Certainly.
You're a dead pigeon, Kathy.
What do you mean?
Even a bald-headed jury won't save you on this one.
But I didn't kill him.
I think you did. What's your vote, Parker?
I won't say until I've heard all the facts.
But you know all the facts. Didn't you follow her to Stanton's apartment late this afternoon?
Yes, I did.
Well, how long was she there?
About 20 minutes.
And she went right to the railroad station as soon as she left his apartment.
But I didn't kill him. He was dead when I got there.
Then why did you pick up the pearls and string them together again?
Because I knew I was being framed. Somebody put that necklace in Mr. Stanton's hand.
That's a good one.
It's true. I didn't have the pearls when I went to his apartment.
What?
They were stolen from me this morning.
Can you prove that?
No.
Can you prove it to me, Kathy?
I don't know. Look at me.
I'm looking.
I didn't kill Mr. Stanton. I swear I didn't.
That's not good enough, Kathy. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll help you get out of here.
What?
I'll give you a head start on the police.
Don't be a fool.
Mind your own business, Parker.
This is my business. If she killed Stanton...
Go on. Give her a break, will you?
No, I'm just as responsible as you are. You can't make me a party to this.
Then turn your back on it.
You're crazy. It's a felony to assist a criminal. I'm going to call the police.
Get away from that phone.
For heaven's sake, use your head. They'll catch her anyway.
Get away from that phone, I said.
No, don't. Don't. I can't run away. It'll only make it look worse.
Why, of course. The sooner we call the police, the better.
Hello?
Hello. Get me the police department, please.
Yes, sir.
You're not going to make that call, Parker.
What?
You're not going to make that call if I have to pick up one of these knives and jab it into your ribs.
Yeah, put that down. Put that down, you fool.
Now, you see, Parker? Even on short notice, a man reaches out for the murderer's hand, the hand with a knife.
What?
Don't you understand? When a man comes at you with a knife, you reach for his hand, not for his throat.
What are you talking about?
Stanton. He couldn't have torn those pearls off Kathy's neck. She came at him with a knife. He'd grab for her hand the way you grabbed mine.
You mean she was framed?
You guessed it. She was framed by a guy who knew every move she made. Guy who knew when he could steal that necklace and plant it in Stanton's hand at the most effective time. Who fits that description, Parker? Who knew every move Kathy made these last 3 days?
Well, why are you looking at me?
Because you're it. You wanted Stanton out of the way so you and Mrs. Stanton could get married and live on Stanton's dough. You're no private detective. I found that out 5 minutes after I met you.
Drop that knife and stay where you are. I've got a gun.
Look out, Kathy. You may use it.
I will if you don't get out of my way.
Hello?
That phone's open, Parker. You're giving the police your whole confession.
What?
Oh!
Hello? Hello?
Take it easy, Captain. I'm bringing in a murderer. So you and Stanton were just good friends, Kathy?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Must have thought an awful lot of his friends to give them pearl necklaces.
Well, I know you won't believe it, but he was like that. He once gave a surgeon a brand new car just for operating on his hand.
What did you do for the old boy?
I went out with him, let him take me to shows and things.
Well, here's where I get off.
Am I home already?
This is it. Night, Kathy.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I ever going to see you again?
I don't know.
Why not? Don't you like me?
Sure. I like all beautiful women. Trouble is, I fall in love with them.
And what's wrong with that?
Having to fall out. So long, Kathy. Remember, nobody loves a fat man.
Listen again next week at the same time when the American Broadcasting Company brings you another adventure of Dashiell Hammett's exciting new character, the Fat Man. Next week's story is called The Unfamiliar Face. And, as the Fat Man says,
Know a man's face, and you know the man behind it. Line for line, it tells the story of his life. From the women he's known to the crimes he's committed.
tonight's adventure of the Fat Man, played by J. Scott Smart, was directed by Robert Sloan. Bernard Green composed and conducted the original music.
Ladies and gentlemen, that phone bell means exciting adventure. Hello? Hello. The handsome young man answering the phone is Archie Goodwin. A mountain of a man engrossed in deep thought in the oversized armchair is Nero Wolfe.
Hey, boss. Oh, Mr. Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe. There's a guy on the phone wants us to take a case. Seems that someone was mad at a guy who was mad, and now this guy on the phone is mad, wants us to find out who did the killing. What do you say, Mr. Wolfe? We need the money. Hello? Yes, Mr. Wolfe says he'll be happy to take the case. Just present yourself and a check for $2,000 at 601 West 35th Street at 11 o'clock. Mr. Wolfe can't wait till you get here. He's dying to go to work. Goodbye. Greatest detective in the world. The only trouble is, he is.
Yes, listeners, Archie is so right. He is the greatest detective in the world, and the fattest, and the least energetic. He's Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you over this NBC network in a new series of adventures by Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, it's The Case of the Beautiful Archer. That's a good title, and it was a good case, too. It began in the consulting room of Dr. Raynard Townley of the Townley Sanitarium, skipping a jump north of Nyack, New York, when a very lovely young lovely glared across the desk at the good doctor.
Shall we pretend you don't know who I am, Dr. Townley?
How could we possibly do that, my dear Diana Lawrence? 23 years old, daughter of one of our better-known sculptors, Michael Lawrence. You were born in Johannesburg, educated in London and Paris, and live at present 100 yards from here in your father's cottage on Berry Hill Lane. How's that?
It's intended to be staggering, isn't it?
You take no cream or sugar in your coffee, were winner of the Women's National Archery Tournament for 1947, and have an exceedingly high temper.
Let's stop the nonsense. You have an inpatient here named Willard Garth. Well, Willard Garth happens to be my fiancé.
Yes, he has mentioned the fact during his analysis.
And, well, has he by any chance mentioned his reasons for suddenly refusing to see me during the past 5 weeks?
He didn't have to, Miss Lawrence.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that I recommended he give you up as a bad job.
What? Well, I suppose you had some purpose in saying what you did.
Of course. I'm the boy's doctor. You think you're in love with Willard Garth, I know, but actually, you're infatuated with the Garth millions.
You take a lot on yourself, don't you, Doctor?
I consider it important to relieve Willard of all painful external pressure.
You've done well for Willard, Dr. Townley, relieving him of me.
I think so.
Now, let's see you relieve yourself of me.
You, purchased the gun for this occasion, Miss Lawrence?
Yes.
And what exactly do you hope to accomplish with it?
A quick and complete reversal of your decision about me. I'm not as easy to handle as Willard is, you see. And if you intend to ruin my life, then I intend to end yours, here and now.
The phone is ringing.
Let it ring.
Just as you say. It's the house phone, Miss Lawrence. It may be Willard, you know.
Oh, Willard?
Yes, he usually phones me from his room at about this time every day.
Well, all right. Answer it, but be careful what you say.
You're in command, it seems. Hello? Oh, why, hello. I thought it would be you, Willard. Look, my boy, Diana Lawrence is here. I've had a talk with her, and I've reconsidered my opinion. Yes, I'm quite serious. If you're at all sensible, you'll see her regularly and plan on a marriage as soon as you're discharged. Yes. Oh, you do? Very well. I'll see if she'll talk to you. Miss Lawrence.
Yes?
Do you want to speak with him?
Give me the phone.
Of course. Here you are, and I'll take this gun. There we are. Now, stand away, Miss Lawrence.
But Willard's on the phone.
Willard is not on the phone. No one was on the phone. The ring came from the push-button bell under my desk here.
Oh.
Sometimes I find it convenient to interrupt my consultations with a phone call.
Oh, you smug, deceitful, self-sufficient...
Murder is a vexatious business. You'll be grateful to me one day.
All right. Give me my gun and let me go.
The gun, I'm afraid, stays with me. Here in this Majolica cabinet. I'd scarcely feel justified in trusting you with it. And now, with your permission, or without it, the interview is ended.
Later that day, the phone in the Lawrence house on Berry Hill Lane began to jingle. And this time it was no phony.
Hello?
Diana?
Yes?
Willard, darling. Diana, darling, it's Willard.
Imagine. Has the doctor let you use the telephone just as if you were a great big adult?
Oh, I've got to see you, sweetheart, and I didn't call you to argue. Love, beauty, understanding, that's what matters. Isn't it? Isn't it?
Do I hear the overtones of a change of heart?
Oh, Diana, what's happened wasn't my fault. He poisoned me against you.
Then why don't you walk out of that amateur nut house and stand up like a man?
I probably shall, Diana. Now, please listen to me. He's letting me have the limousine tonight from 8 until 12. I want us to go for a ride and talk and talk and talk until everything is clear. Clear as a bell, my baby.
Don't tell me he's trusting you to drive.
Oh, no. No, one of the handyman here will chauffeur us. Oh, say you'll come, Diana. Will you? Say it. Say yes. Say you will.
Well, yes, Willard. I'll be glad to.
Oh, 8 o'clock, then?
8.
Oh, bless you. Bless you, my Oh, so that's it. You want my father's money. That's what you love, not me.
Willard, the chauffeur will hear you.
It's the way Townley says it is. He's right. He's right.
Oh, why did I let you talk me into this? What a fool I was to have come at all. You're sick inside, Willard, so utterly, hopelessly sick.
Oh, so now I'm hopelessly sick.
Yes, you are.
You're trying to confuse me. Take advantage of me. Wind me around your finger. Just because I love you too much. That's it. That's my illness. Of course, I see it now. You're the thing I must get rid of. You with your beautiful, beautiful face and your twisted values. You're at the bottom of all my agony.
Willard! Willard!
I'm saving myself. I'm saving myself. Once you're dead, the sickness is ended. I'll be safe. I'll be safe. I'll be safe.
Willard.
Dr. Townley?
Yes.
Come in. Mr. Wolf's been expecting you.
Come in, Dr. Townley. Come in. Have a chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I'm so happy you've agreed to take this case.
Have a glass of beer.
Oh, no. Never at this time of the morning, thank you.
Well, Doctor, the newspapers checked with what you told me. The girl and young Garth went out for a ride in your limousine last night. The car was driven by one of your handymen.
That's right. Haynes, his name is.
And they never came back. Young Garth was found dead in the car with 2 bullets in him. The girl was gone, and also Haynes, the handyman chauffeur, huh?
Correct, sir.
Have you any idea where he could be?
No, sir.
And the young lady, tell me about her.
She's Diana Lawrence, daughter of Michael Lawrence.
The sculptor?
The sculptor. She lives with him in a small cottage near my sanatorium on Berry Hill Lane. An extremely aggressive and self-centered female with more than a slight flair for violence.
Your description might easily lead me to suspect her of this murder, sir.
Well, I'm aware of that. And I don't think you'll be far off the mark. As I told you on the phone, she tried to murder me yesterday morning.
The police have made no headway in locating her?
No, the homicide division has contacted her father, but he's remained quite noncommittal. He simply says that he's sure she's incapable of killing a fly and that he hasn't laid eyes on her since 8 o'clock last night.
Highly suspicious behavior.
She was unquestionably in the car with young Garth when he was murdered.
She wasn't alone in the car with him.
You're referring to Haynes?
Yes, but he can't be found either, remember?
It appears that he failed to list his address on his job application. But somehow, Mr. Wolf, I'm quite sure he'll show up this afternoon.
Somehow, Dr. Townley, if I were you, I wouldn't be quite so sure. We must begin by facing the initial problem of locating our suspects. Archie?
Yes, sir?
Get out the car and drive up to the house on Berry Hill Lane.
And then?
There you will ask Mr. Michael Lawrence to be sensible enough to cooperate with us in finding his daughter.
And if the answer is no?
I recommend, Archie, that you flatly refuse to take it.
Mr. Lawrence was no simple baby to handle. He was in a studio when I walked in, chiseling on a statue of a boy and a girl, both wearing less clothes than the law allows. And before I got a chance to state my name, he commenced giving me a free lecture on the marble work of art.
She's good. Really good. She's practically superb. The Ariadne.
The what Ariadne?
The girl in the statue.
Oh.
That's Ariadne, tragic nymph of Greek mythology. Don't tell me you're not familiar with Apollo and Ariadne.
All right, I won't.
The Apollo, on the other hand, is unfinished. The face, you see, it lacks something. The passion of yearning, Olympian desire. And yet, you know, the two figures have motion.
Like your daughter?
Eh?
Your daughter, Diana, she's got motion also. As I hear it, she's been in motion ever since she murdered Willard Garth last night in the back end of a limousine.
So you're another flatfoot?
Not exactly. I'm paid in private by Nero Wolfe.
Nero Wolfe?
Yeah.
You don't mean that a creditable man like Wolfe thinks Diana killed young Garth?
Well, he'd like to talk over the possibility with her.
How laughable. Look at that face. Is there anything of the murderous in a face like that?
In a face like what?
Oh, I'm sorry. Diana posed for the Ariadne, you see, and the likeness is exact. Do you think a girl of this type, classic, sensitive, civilized, could descend to the clumsy, brute level of murder?
Well, it's a little hard to imagine.
There. Even you agree with me.
On the other hand...
Shall we discuss the other hand over a cup of coffee? I'm quite exhausted.
If you insist.
I do. Sit down and inhale the atmosphere of culture at its source. There's a pot warming on the stove.
Pot of what? Coffee or culture? Well, wait and see what he means. Should never ignore a phone call. Who knows? Might be something important. Yes?
This is Diana, Father.
Oh, yes, Diana.
It's all over the papers.
Yes, I know.
Well, I don't think they'll find me where I am, and I'm staying here until things quiet down a little.
Where are you, honey?
What did you say?
I said, where are you?
You said honey. Daddy, you never call me honey.
I know it's because I'm excited. Where are you, sweetheart?
Well, you mustn't let anybody find out.
Not a soul in the world. Where are you?
Well, you know where Tyne Pike turns off to the left beyond Bartsville?
Yes?
Well, I'm...
Call me later, Angel.
But, Father...
Oh, get that motorman's number.
You will live, my friend, but not long if you don't control your curiosity.
You hit me. With that mallet you hit me. What was the big idea?
Do you really have to ask that question? Weren't you trying to trick my daughter into disclosing her whereabouts?
The police are pretty interested in her whereabouts.
Then let them find her. But you can't be surprised, my friend, if I choose to protect Diana's interests.
So he's working on an Apollo and Ariadne, is he, Archie?
Who cares about Apollo and Ariadne? The point is how he worked on my gourd.
That, of course, was unfortunate, my boy, but... Did you get that piece?
Mm-hmm. Hello?
Inspector Kramer.
Hold it. For you. Here.
Thanks. Yes?
Wolf?
Ah, how are you, Inspector?
I hear you're in on the Garth killing.
Not very deeply, I am afraid. We are still trying to locate the Lawrence girl.
Well, you can forget about that.
Yeah?
Yes, we've already located her and released her on a habeas corpus.
That sounds interesting.
Her father had a lawyer on our heads before she was in here 10 minutes.
Too bad you couldn't have held on to her.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not so sure we want her.
Why not?
Well, first of all, it's not likely she did it.
No?
No. Ballistics stated that the bullets that killed Willard Garth were not fired from point-blank range. And she was sitting beside him on the back seat.
I see.
Also, we found the murder weapon in the grass near where the limousine was parked, and she admitted it was hers.
That sounds like a poor reason to release her.
Well, the point is she wasn't in possession of the gun when the killing happened. At least so she says.
No, who what?
That doctor.
What doctor?
Townley. The guy who runs that sanitarium. According to her, he took the gun away from her for safekeeping at noon yesterday.
There was a little more talk between them, something about fresh cigar ashes that were found in the dashboard ashtray of the limousine. After that, the boss hung up and exerted himself enough to put a call through to the Townley Sanatorium.
I'm afraid the doctor is very busy just now.
So am I, and my business happens to be highly important.
Well, I'll say you called, Mr. Wolf, and I'll ask him to contact you just as soon as he has a free moment.
Do you happen to have a free moment, miss?
Why, well, yes, sir.
Could you spend it by telling me if that handyman, Mr. Haynes, has been located?
Why, yes, as a matter of fact, he has. One of the staff just found out where he lives, Mr. Wolf.
Well?
He has a little cottage at 206 Dockside Road. That's out near Sheepshead Bay.
Thank you. Archie.
I'm going someplace, I suppose?
You are? You're going to Sheepshead Bay.
Hello there. Looking for a guy I can't find.
Oh?
Yeah, his name is Haynes. Stopped at the cottage up there, but there's no one there. I saw you here on the wharf fishing, so
What did you say his name is?
Haynes. Haines.
Oh, Haynes.
Yeah, do you know him?
Well, there's a fella named Hines used to fish out here.
No, not Hines. Haynes.
Couldn't be Huntingburg?
No, it couldn't be. The name is Haynes. Hain...
Haynes!
Give me a hand here, eh?
Well, what do you know?
Funny, huh? That guy seems to think my name is Haynes.
Yeah, so do I.
You do?
Yes, I... I got back to our house soaked to the skin and minus Haynes, and just in time to see the boss in the exhausting process of walking across the room to answer the phone.
Hello?
This is Dr. Townley. You called me.
So I did.
About the murder?
More specifically, about the statement from Diana Lawrence that you removed a firearm from her possession yesterday morning.
That's quite correct. It's here in my Majonica cabinet.
Is it?
Of course it is.
I suggest you check.
Just a moment. Now, Mr. Wolf.
Yeah?
I'd like to see you at once.
The gun, I suppose, has vanished.
What? How did you know?
Because it is at ballistics, Doctor. It turned out to be the gun that killed Willard Garth.
I see.
Do you?
Yes, and I understand everything now. It's all so crystal clear.
Just how crystal clear?
I'm quite certain, Mr. Wolf, that I can put my finger on the killer.
And I think it would be well if you came here immediately.
No, I'm afraid it's impossible, sir. There's an important operation scheduled, and I simply cannot leave.
What do you suggest?
Well, is it outside the realm of possibility that you come here? Is it, Mr. Wolf? Hello, Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf?
When my boss has to leave the house, it's a major tragedy. Sometimes he rages, sometimes he curses the whole detective business, lock, stock, and barrel. And sometimes he keeps very quiet and grips the side of the car desperately and tries not to inhale any fresh air. This was one of the quiet times.
Just go slowly, Archie, but get there as quickly as you can.
Oh, you don't want a chauffeur, Mr. Wolf. What you need is a magician.
Keep your eye on the road and don't strain yourself to make superfluous witticisms.
Why don't you try relaxing a little? I hear there hasn't been a man-eating tiger sighted on the Sawmill River Parkway in the last 500 years.
Your liberty is out of order. Don't try to make light of a deplorable situation.
Here's the sanatorium. And there's Dr. Townley coming to meet us.
It's terribly nice of you to have come, Mr. Wolf. I've heard about your aversion to traveling, and I appreciate your going to the trouble.
Don't mention it. Oh, Archie, help me out with my other arm.
There we are. Now, calm down. You're all in one piece.
I think you'll find the trip highly profitable, Mr. Wolf. You'll consider it time very well.
Hey, what's the matter?
What is it? What happened?
He's been shot.
It's hardly likely. There wasn't a sound.
This kind of shot doesn't make a sound, boss.
What do you mean?
Better take a look for yourself. There's an arrow in his back, and he's dead. We remembered that Dr. Townley had said Diana Lawrence had won the Women's National Archery Tournament for 1947. The Lawrence house was visible through the trees 100 yards away, so we started for it and the sculptor's studio. There's no one around.
So this is his latest effort, Apollo and Ariadne.
Yeah. Done a little work on it since I was here. The Apollo's face is more finished and... Hey, boss.
Yes?
You know, somehow or other, Apollo looks a little familiar.
I wouldn't be surprised, Archie. I think if you examine it closely...
Mr. Wolf.
Our host.
You remember me, don't you? I met you once at a dinner party at your house, the time they opened the new museum on 67th Street.
Of course, Mr. Lawrence.
And to what do I owe the honor?
It's not much of an honor. Dr. Townley has been murdered.
No.
I am afraid Mr. Goodwin is being accurate.
He's been murdered with a bow and arrow. And what does that mean to you, Mr. Lawrence?
I'm sorry. I've been a fool. An awful fool.
You can't blame yourself too much. If you'd cooperated with the police instead of looking out for your daughter's interest, the man would still be alive.
But I assure you
Where's the girl?
She should be here now. She phoned me a while ago and said she was coming by for passage money to Rio.
You were looking for me?
Boss. Diana. Put the gun down, Angel.
And tie a rope around my neck?
Might I inquire if your plan is to kill us all, Miss Lawrence?
Oh, what would yours be if the world was after you for something you didn't do?
Wouldn't you be willing to risk persuading a jury of that?
Thanks, no. I'll skip that chance. Father, get me the money.
Diana, sweetheart, don't make me a part of your murders. That's asking too much of love.
Don't you know I'm not guilty?
No, Diana, I don't.
Leave that gun lay, Diana.
Haynes.
Looks like I walked in on the nose.
That's him, boss. The guy who soused me.
Take a little of your own advice. Relax, Archie. What do you want here, Mr. Haynes?
I want to give up and try to straighten out this little deal. Mr. Lawrence.
Yes?
Here's your money back. You got a right to call me a welcher. I promised I wouldn't give evidence against the girl, and you paid my price. But enough is enough, and right here and now I'm unloading.
Just what does this mean?
It means I saw her do it.
Oh, you stupid, lying, rotten...
Oh, yeah?
Grab her, Archie. Grab her. Get the pair of them out of here.
What can I say to myself now? What can I do?
I'm sorry, Mr. Lawrence, but it's not necessary to eat your heart out. Many fathers before you have done their best and failed.
But I had a special duty toward Diana.
Special duty?
Yes. Well, you see, you'll find it out sooner or later, so I'd best tell you now. I'm not a real father. I adopted her 9 years ago when she was 14.
I see.
And I should never have done it. I realize now that I wasn't equal to the task.
Well, all's not lost yet. They may not convict her, you know.
Yeah?
I said they may not convict her.
But how could they fail to convict her? She killed Garth, didn't she?
Did she?
She shot him?
But the gun was in Townley's possession.
She could easily have stolen that. She could have broken into his office later. It wasn't locked.
What wasn't locked?
The Majolica cabinet. I
believe you mean what you said, Lawrence, the Majolica cabinet. Though for the life of me, I can't see how you could know whether it was locked or not, unless you had the experience of opening it. Could it be that you went looking for the gun yourself after Townley said he had confiscated it? That you killed Townley with a bow and arrow, which you handle as well as your daughter, because he was just on the point of telling me that you knew where the gun was? And that you were the likeliest murder suspect?
You must be mad.
Oh, sir, not I. But you are mad and more than a little. You hated Willard Garth. It was you who were making the marriage impossible. You loathed him, and in the end, you killed him.
How could I have killed him?
I'll tell you a little secret, Mr. Lawrence. The police found cigar ash in the dashboard tray of the death car. Chemical analysis showed that the ash was from an El Adoro cigar. What have you got in your left hand, sir?
In my... an El Adoro cigar. And in my right hand, a Derringer.
Powerful and admirable little weapon, Lawrence.
I suggest you show proper respect for it by dropping all this here and now.
You don't wish to hear me say the rest, that you were horribly in love with Diana, your own adopted daughter? In love and hopelessly, eternally frustrated? You begrudge me the triumph of accusing you of having bribed Haynes to let you take his place at the driver's seat of the limousine, and further bribed and threatened him into putting on his show of merry pranks and false confessions to confuse us all beyond measure.
You said I loved Diana. Would I do all this to her if I did?
Oh, but of course, such love as yours is really hate. You were content to see her dead rather than relinquish her. Like all miserly, small-hearted men, you would rather kill the thing you love than muster the generosity necessary to seeing it attain happiness.
That's enough out of you.
I should think it was much too much.
It is.
Archie, my boy, I'm grateful to you, both for coming back into the house when you did and for being such a good shot.
Hope you remember that next time you feel like insulting me. Tell me, what's with that cigar ash routine? Who told you the ashes in the limousine were from an El Adoro, boss? I never heard anything about that.
As a matter of fact, neither did I. No one could possibly have determined the brand by any chemical means in existence. I knew that, you see, and I took the long chance that Lawrence didn't.
Oh. But I still don't get the mainspring of the deal. How did you know he was in love with Diana?
That was genius. I have to admit it. You see, it all hinged on the statue of Apollo and Ariadne. According to the Greek myth, Apollo fell deeply in love with the nymph, but because they were of different worlds, he was condemned to pursue her always and never to catch her.
Well, what's that got to do with the price of eggs?
Isn't it perfectly obvious? Didn't he tell you that Diana had posed for the Ariadne?
Yeah, but I still don't...
And you yourself remarked on the fact that the finished Apollo looked somehow familiar, didn't you, Archie?
Yeah. Yeah, I did, boss.
Don't you know why that was?
You mean that...
I mean that Michael Lawrence unconsciously revealed the true state of his heart. He didn't intend to, I suppose. But precisely and accurately, he chiseled the features of the tortured god in his very own image.
Oh.
And speaking of torture...
Yeah?
Will we be home in time for dinner?
Oh, boss, you can't be that hungry.
Oh, I am. Good heavens, Archie. Do you realize that I haven't eaten since lunch?
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Peter Berry was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin and Gigi Pearson, Ted Von Elst, Bill Johnstone, Peter Leeds, and Jay Novello. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Brave Rabbit. Don Stanley speaking.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the old time radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
O'Hara! To Trans World News, San Francisco. I'm forwarding herewith the most unusual story I've run across in 15 years of reporting. You may think it belongs in the Sunday supplement. I think it deserves the front page. Details follow. Signed, O'Hara. CBS brings you O'Hara, starring Jack Moyle. The adventures of a freelance foreign correspondent in the far places of the world. Tonight, O'Hara cables from Hong Kong, a story titled The Judas Face. It was morning in my room at the Hotel Far East, and my back was stiff. All night I'd slept under the slowly revolving blades of the ceiling fan. Now the morning sky outside was burning with a gas blue flame. Monsoon weather. I was standing, sweating, looking through my single outside window down into Sing Long Street, wondering whether to shave or put my clothes on, when I saw something interesting below. It was His Majesty's Resident Commissioner of the Constabulary, Sidney I.E.R. Phelps, being pulled by in a rickshaw. Sidney rarely uses a rickshaw, and he didn't glance up at my room window as he usually does. I shaved fast, dressed, and hurried down to his office at 1010 Regimental Road.
You're bleeding.
Bleeding? Where, Sidney?
The lower face.
Oh, must have cut myself shaving. It's bad?
No. Hurrying on so sultry a morning, O'Hara?
Oh, just like you. I saw you pass my room in that rickshaw a few minutes ago.
If Sing Wong Street were wide enough for my car, it wouldn't have been necessary for me...
What brought you that way? Business?
An impertinent question. But since you ask it, allow me to counter with one of my own.
Please do, Sidney, please do.
O'Hara, of the 2 millions of persons now living in Hong Kong, how many do you think are named Calhoun?
Calhoun?
You got me.
There are 3 legitimate families in Hong Kong named Calhoun.
Oh, that's interesting.
And someone, a man, has been annoying these families, Calhoun, with anonymous telephone calls.
What's the man say?
Just, hello, Mrs. Calhoun.
And if the man answered... Hey, wait a minute, Mrs. Calhoun.
I was wondering how long it would take you to recognize the name.
Sure, Mrs. Calhoun, that strange little woman who hangs around the waterfront. I did a feature on her once.
In which you pictured her as something of a nefarious woman wasting her life in Hong Kong.
Oh, is that the way you read it? I didn't think I wrote it that way. How was Mrs. Calhoun this morning?
Why,
Sydney, that's obviously what you were doing in St. Lawrence Street.
Well, Mrs. Calhoun wasn't home. She evidently hadn't been all night. Just a moment. Yes? But, yes, go ahead. Put him on. O'Hara, one of the calls.
Oh, here?
It was a simple matter to have all Calhoun numbers routed to my desk.
Hold the receiver away from your ear.
Yes. Hello?
Hello. Mrs. Calhoun?
I say, my man, who are you?
Hey, Sydney, can you trace it?
We've tried. No use.
Well, okay, I'll be seeing you.
O'Hara, if you plan trying to find Mrs. Calhoun...
I do.
I warn you. I've always considered that woman potentially dangerous.
Sydney, what woman isn't? I walked to the rickshaw stand, remembering Mrs. Calhoun. She was British, maybe 31. When I'd known her before, she'd made her living circulating among the waterfront guys. She'd wear soft-soled ballet-type slippers, carry a piece of chalk. She'd get some seaman to draw a long line on the saloon floor. Then, poising herself on her toes at one end, she'd turn a forward flip in the air, landing on her feet exactly at the other end of the line. Of course, some joker'd always draw another chalk line, shorter. What was her name? When she'd earned enough drinks, she called herself Mrs. Calhoun. Anyway, I finally managed to talk a coolie Chinese into pulling his rickshaw through the heat. We just started when a skinny man with eyes like vegetable soup jumped in the rickshaw beside me. He was shaking with nerves.
Howard. Mr. Howard.
Look, I'm not Mr. Howard.
No. Howard. I am Howard.
Well, that's great. Now, it's a little crowded, Mr. Howard. There were plenty of rickshaws back at the stand.
No. I've got to say it. Ask you.
Ask me what?
Oh, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Okay, you don't want to know what?
Where is Mrs. Oh.
What?
Where's Mrs. Calhoun?
What makes you think I'd know where Mrs. Calhoun is?
Then you don't know. You don't know. See, now you can't say I didn't ask. Ask you. See?
Now, wait, Howard, I want to talk.
No, thank you, Mr. O'Hara.
Mr. Howard disappeared into the sidewalk crowd. Strange little guy. Looked American, but his voice certainly wasn't the one I'd heard on the phone at Phelps' office. Something told me to get to Mrs. Calhoun's on the double. I flashed a pound note, and my rickshaw boy, wearing a water-soaked handkerchief over his shaved head, got the idea. About a mile past my hotel, we came to where Sing Wong Street closes in on itself. The Chinese temples, sagging hotels, and hovels all jammed together, with the street running suddenly out of sight into alleyways. That's where I found Mrs. Calhoun, off an alley, her door open to let in a little air. She was bending over a pasteboard suitcase. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to make you knock your suitcase off the bed.
Who are you?
I'm O'Hara. Don't you remember?
Get out.
Oh, at least let me pick up your suitcase.
Don't touch it.
There we are.
You might have broke my bottle I got packed. You might have...
No, it looks all right.
Well, what do you want with me?
6 weeks ago, I did a newspaper story about you. Remember now?
No, I ain't seen you before.
Sure you have. You remember.
Yeah. Seems lately I ain't got the memory I used to have for faces.
Sure.
Well, why don't you sit down?
All right, thanks.
I ain't got no cup, but if you take a nip from this bottle.
No, thanks. That is, unless you'll join me, Mrs. Calhoun.
Mrs. Calhoun? See, there was a time I'd have had to have a whole bottle before I called myself that.
Now listen carefully. In my newspaper story, I mentioned how you sometimes called yourself by that name.
You did what?
A feature story in papers read around the world.
Oh. So that's it, huh?
I think someone's in Hong Kong looking for you.
Well, why do you think I'm packing? Why do you think I've got to get out?
What was the trouble that brought you here?
He's an ugly man, you know.
Ugly?
To them that can't see him for his face.
What do you mean? Who's ugly?
First, I was afraid of his face. Like all the rest.
Tell me about it, huh?
Then I got so I wanted to see that face. Feel it with my fingers.
Yeah.
Then, you know what? He thought I was in love with him.
You weren't?
Sometimes when he talked to me in that voice of his, I'd be looking straight on his face, but not seeing.
A soft voice, maybe? Low?
Was I 19? Or was it 20? Then everybody began laughing at us. Laughed, they did, and called me by his name like maybe I was his wife.
Oh, Mrs. Calhoun.
All of you laughing. He was born with something you'll never be.
Easy.
No, he's come for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me, Mrs. Calhoun, if you love him, why are you afraid?
Come for me. And I look like this.
Oh, I see. Well, you know, when I used your story, I left you some money. You need any more?
Money? Yeah. Maybe if I fixed up a bit, huh?
Sure. Here, take this.
Yeah, I'll just get fixed up. A little something to maybe wear around my neck, huh? I have got a little line there, huh?
And you know where to find Mr. Calhoun?
Yeah. He's coming home. Early this morning. I saw the place he stays.
Then you're going to see him?
Just to say hello. Proper. Like a lady.
I guess there were more questions I could have asked her, but there didn't seem to be any point to it now. But going back to my hotel, I realized that I had figured out one thing. Mrs. Calhoun had been with a circus. The tumbling act in the saloons, plus the way she described Calhoun, had set that up in my mind. And the clincher? Well, I knew that a small traveling tent show had moved in on a vacant lot near Hong Kong just 3 days ago. Calhoun would be with that show. But I wanted to keep on of it now. That is, until I reached my hotel room and found my phone ringing. Somehow, I knew it would be on the other end of that line. I dreaded to pick it up. But I had to. Yes?
Hello. Mrs. Calhoun, you don't know where she is. You don't know.
When I tried to answer, the man hung up. From what he'd said, the nervous little man that had jumped into my rickshaw began to fit into the picture. Sure, and maybe I'd made a mistake about Mrs. Calhoun. I hurried back to her room, but she was gone. Suitcase, everything. There was only one place to check now, the circus. I found the seedy tents on a once vacant lot. The banner read, "The Great Armenian Gypsies All-American Show." In a small shed on wheels, I found the huge Armenian himself wearing a soiled Hamburg and a cigar. He was selling tickets. I bought one, then asked where I'd find Mr. Calhoun.
Who told you we got Mr. Calhoun, Papi?
Well, haven't you?
Wrong show. We got nobody named Mr. Calhoun.
You sure?
You nice fella. You go away.
How do I see Mr. Calhoun?
I'm not used to being called a liar, Papi.
I'm not used to being called Pappy.
Here's your money back. It's clubbering up to a store. You don't want to get caught in a tent in a store.
You the owner of the show? The Great Armenian Gypsy?
Pure gypsy, Pappy. Now go away.
Not till I talk to Calhoun.
Okay, you win. Calhoun is in the caravan car.
Thanks. Which one?
One without windows, right over there.
Thank you.
All right, step right up.
Yeah, this must be it.
Close the door.
Sure, Mr. Calhoun.
That's you. You know me?
In the dark like this, I have to go by the voice. Sure, I know you.
Yeah. And I you. I take one pace forward and then feel to the side with your left hand. Feel the chair?
Yeah?
Sit down, please.
You phoned my hotel, Mr. Calhoun. Why? Was it because...
You're O'Hara, newspaper man.
And you read my article on a woman who calls herself Mrs. Calhoun.
I should have had him search for you the moment we arrived here.
You say him. That couldn't be a nervous little man with funny eyes.
You're so descriptive. A geek. Yeah. My friend.
A geek, huh? But his real name is Howard.
Uh-huh.
The geek. Sideshow feature. Yeah, I saw a poster advertising him out front. He dresses as a wild man from Borneo, and the management throws him a live chicken at each and every performance.
My best friend.
I see.
No, you don't see. Living as I must, always surrounded by blank walls. He's my perambulation. My only contact with the outside.
And he's been helping you find Mrs. Calhoun?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I get the feeling he doesn't want to find her.
Oh, he's over anxious.
And something more, Morgan. I know the girl you call Mrs. Calhoun isn't your wife.
She is my wife.
Not according to her. But this may interest you. I think she's on her way down here now.
Oh, she's coming to me?
Yeah.
Each rose cradles a moon of blood. To seek it, you must destroy the rose.
I've never heard those lines before.
Oh, they're mine. He said she's coming to see me.
That's what she told me.
Well, then you must stand outside and intercept her as I perform my act.
Why?
You haven't yet seen me, O'Hara. I don't want her to become frightened. She may have forgotten.
Look, Calhoun, why don't you turn the light on?
No. Take time to know me, O'Hara.
Yeah, okay. But one more question. When you made those calls, why'd you always hang up?
Living alone, my ears have become exceptionally keen to nuance. Each case, when I'd get an answer, I knew by the tone of voice that she wasn't there.
No, I almost believe you.
You do believe me. Here, O'Hara.
What's this?
British shilling worth a few pennies American.
What for?
In a few moments, I change from a person to an act. That's the price of admission.
I turned and left the darkened caravan wagon. Outside, I saw where the back of the wagon was attached to the sideshow tent. Calhoun had his own private entrance and exit. I looked around for Mrs. Calhoun, but no luck. Then I made my way into the sideshow. It was filling up with a typically mixed Oriental crowd. One large woman was standing nursing her child in the front row. Then the Armenian gypsy took the stage and made his pitch.
Prepare to witness the most awe-inspiring, terrifying spectacle of the ages. 11 years and 10 days ago, while I was touring the parched deserts of the Lebanon, I happened upon the most terrifying, unknown, unopened grave since the world began. I dug, and what did I find? A grave lined with 7 pieces of silver. Yes. Now, I pull the drawstring, and you see the face that suffers even in death. The mummified head of Judas Iscariot.
Someone went into hysterics. The head was thrust up through a hole into the fraudulent velvet box, but it wasn't Morgan Calhoun. It was a woman staring straight at me, motionless, eyes open wide. She was dead. It was Mrs. Calhoun.
CBS is bringing you O'Hara, the adventures of a freelance correspondent in the far places of the world. Tonight, from Hong Kong, a story titled The Judas Face.
west. Fat black clouds were coming in high and slow across the bay from Indochina. But the feeling of dread I'd had hadn't come from the thick weather as I first thought it might. In a roundabout way, Morgan Calhoun's anonymous phone calls had brought back the woman he called his wife, Mrs. Calhoun, only for her to be stabbed to death. In the crowd's confusion, it took me time to get back to Morgan Calhoun's wagon, but Morgan Calhoun was missing. I went through the inside passageway back to the sideshow stage. The body of Mrs. Calhoun was missing, too. I put through a call to Commissioner Phelps. He arrived 10 minutes later, and I told him the whole story, all I knew.
And you say these are Morgan Calhoun's quarters, eh?
Like I said, no windows.
And, of course, no mirrors.
You've talked to the owner, the Armenian gypsy, and Howard?
Yes, they're both pretty broken up about this. Oddly enough, they rather like this man, Calhoun.
He's not so bad.
But careful interrogation has revealed he had logical reason for finding and killing the woman.
Why, Sidney?
It seems they were rather close some 11 years ago, that she ran away and left him.
So he finally found her and killed her because he loved her.
And received, shall we say, his complete revenge by placing her where her head would be publicly displayed, as his had been.
Maybe.
At any rate, my men have scoured the grounds.
Both Morgan and the body of the woman?
Still missing.
Where would they go?
The native quarter, likely. Disappearance is easily managed there. In any event, that's where I intend to search.
Sidney, I don't think Calhoun is guilty.
We shall see, O'Hara. We shall see.
Phelps left to begin his search of the native quarter, but I had other ideas. There were too many places around a tent show where a body could be hidden, and Calhoun would know them all. I went to the office of the gypsy. Empty. But I happened to notice the pictures on the walls, faded photographs of the circus in better days, evidently much better days. And I saw something else. One of the pictures was of a bareback rider leaping from one horse to another. It was pretty clear who she was. I went outside. It was getting dark, and the tents were flapping in the rising wind. I waited, and I saw the geek slip out from behind two wagons and start down the street. I followed. He went some 6 blocks, then turned in at the office of a marriage broker. The office belonged to a guy named Olin Markeen. I waited till Howard came out, then I went in.
Oh, Hara, my friend.
Hello, Olin.
Aha, you finally find the little girl you like, yes?
I'm not here to get married.
No waiting here. Olin 6 license.
That little guy that just left.
He not get married either. Smart fellow like you.
I'm not so smart that way.
Well, Olin Makin arranged snappy divorce, too.
What the little fellow want?
Oh, I could not preach a confidence, O'Hara.
Okay. Here you are.
Oh, but then he did not swear me to secrecy. He hired me to perform a marriage ceremony tonight.
Marriage?
I'm to be at the carnival with my briefcase at 9 o'clock sharp.
Who are you supposed to marry?
Oh, he would not tell me, but I can fill in official documents after affair.
If you're not too nervous to hold a pen.
Only Makin nervous. Only with women.
Wait until 1 minute after 9. Maybe you'll change your mind. I went back to the tent show. All the lights were out. I searched among the tents and the small boxes on wheels that served for living quarters, trying to find the one that belonged to Howard. No luck. Then I heard a metallic rattle and saw a slender figure passing nearby. I stepped quickly over and found, about to take a tray of hot food into a dumpy box on wheels, Howard, the geek.
Careful. I almost dropped.
Listen, is Morgan inside your wagon?
You stay away from them now.
And he's in there, huh, with her?
Please, leave him be.
Before I go in, I want to know one thing. Why did the Armenians' big-time circus go broke?
Oh, it was never a big-time circus.
All right, but why did it go broke?
Because she stole all the money and ran away with it.
Mrs. Calhoun? Howard, you know that isn't the truth.
Yes. She was the bareback rider. She stole all the money.
Okay, Howard. Look, I want you to do something.
What?
Go find the gypsy. Bring him here. It's important.
You're going in?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be back. Please, tell him I'm his best friend.
Who is? Not Howard, Morgan. O'Hara.
O'Hara. The light switch is by the door.
Yeah, I see it.
I turned the light off. I don't feel like giving a performance.
The light stays on. I'm not used to talking to a man's back.
Hey, you want me to turn and face you?
About time we talked face to face.
All right. You were wanting it. All right. I'll turn. Oh, why don't you gasp like my public?
I've been around, Morgan. Maybe too much. I've seen too many people who had nice faces and nothing else.
At least they
Howard said the woman was in here. Where is she? Behind this?
No, don't go behind that curtain.
Look, I know you didn't kill her.
She came back to me. I guess we weren't ever really married before. We will be now.
Morgan, I gotta tell you something, and rather not. 11 years ago, this was a fairly big circus. 11 years ago, she ran away. Circus went broke overnight.
They say she took the money.
She's been living in Hong Kong 11 years, broke. Not a dime.
Well, then, she didn't take the money. She was running away from me.
Morgan, there's something you know, but you won't believe.
What?
A face doesn't make a man.
But if she didn't take it, who did?
You're aboard, my friend. You're still with us. Howard, maybe you'd better talk now about what really happened 11 years ago, huh?
Yes. I took the money, Morgan. So she would be blamed and go away. Away from you.
You took the money?
I was lonely, Morgan.
You took my money?
I never spent it, Gypsy. It's under my bed.
Always I thought she did it. I
thought so, Gypsy. Revenge.
You killed her, Gypsy.
It was a mistake. Ye steal my money. So he goes now.
No, Gypsy. See, I have a gun, too.
Careful, Morgan.
Once all of us, your performers, saved to buy this gun. It took a long time.
You're not a man. You no shoot nothing.
We chose lots to see who would kill you. I took the gun to stop them. I made a mistake.
Morgan, then you go first. I feel bad.
It's all over, Morgan. Gypsy's dead.
I never killed before.
Morgan, give me your gun.
Howard, you've been hit.
Now, you see, O'Hara, I shoot the gypsy. O'Hara, you saw the gypsy wasn't dead. I killed him. You saw.
Howard.
Sure, Howard. I saw. And I'll remember. Well, that about put 30 to my story. I called Commissioner Phelps from the telephone in Morgan's caravan car, told him everything, then went back to my hotel to try and sleep. The next day was cool and clear after the rains. Now, back in Commissioner Phelps' office, I watched him plug in his hot plate to brew his favorite oolong tea.
Tea, old boy?
Yeah, thanks, Sidney. It's turned kind of chilly.
Here we are.
Storm's running out.
So it is.
Phelps.
Yes, old boy?
What are you going to do about Morgan Calhoun?
What you mean to say is, who really killed the gypsy? Morgan Calhoun or Howard?
Well, no matter who did it, I'd call it self-defense.
Possibly. But there's really nothing I can do. Now.
What do you mean?
My men informed me that at precisely 7:10 this morning, a man answering the description of Morgan Calhoun was seen ascending the gangplank of the SS President Grant, obviously en route to the United States.
You mean he was out walking in the daylight?
So I am informed.
Sidney.
And I'm afraid his extradition will be quite impossible.
Yeah, but, Sidney, if the ship left this morning, your men had plenty of time to pick him up.
Well, sometimes, O'Hara, the wheels of justice grind exceeding slow.
But like the mills of the guards, Commissioner, sometimes they grind exceeding fine. Rickshaw stars Jack Moyles in the title role, with Byron Kane as Commissioner Phelps. Others in the cast were Ann Stone, Sidney Miller, Fritz Feld, Edgar Barrier, and Ira Gossell. O'Hara is written by Gilbert Thomas and is produced and directed each Sunday night at 8:30 by Tommy Tomlinson and Sterling Tracy for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Rex Harrison stars in another intriguing adventure transcribed from the private files of Rex Saunders.
Concerning fortune-telling, the lines in the palm of a victim's hand are never as accurate as the plan in the killer's mind.
And now, the private files of Rex Saunders. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music and first in television, brings you the celebrated star of stage and screen, Rex Harrison, in another exciting story taken from the private files of Rex Saunders, radio's newest man of mystery. We hope you enjoy these weekly stories of intrigue and adventure. And for another adventure in home entertainment, we suggest you try RCA Victor's fine line of radio and television products, now on display at your RCA Victor dealer. Now for our story.
It was a typical bright spring morning. I was out for a canter in the park. As my horse jogged along the bridle path, I remember thinking to myself that nothing could possibly mar the warm peace of the spring morning. It was a comforting thought. But as usual, I turned in my saddle. The horse she was riding came dashing down the path at a wild gallop. I could see her straining tight at the reins, but the animal was speeding on unchecked. She passed me in a cloud of dust. Quickly, I spurred my mount into a gallop and started after her. I followed along the winding path. I pushed my horse on faster and faster. I was gaining. Gradually, the gap between closed. Then, as we sped round a bend in the path, I pulled up alongside the runaway horse. Reached out, grabbed the curb rein. The camping animal balked for a while and then gave in. I came to a stop. I dismounted. Her body lay limp in the saddle. I lifted her down easily. And as I carried her across the bridle path toward the grass, I looked down at her. That Prince Charming to the rescue feeling came over me. And then the sleeping beauty in my arms broke the spell.
You can put me down now.
What?
Put me down, please.
Are you sure you're all right?
I'm all right.
Oh, very well. There you are.
Thank you.
May I suggest that next time you go out for a ride, you pick a less spirited horse? This animal and you don't appear to see eye to eye.
Raven's all right.
Raven? Oh, you two know each other well.
Why shouldn't we? He's my horse.
Does he usually take you for such an exciting run?
I had him under control all the time.
Frankly, it didn't look that way.
It was an act. The whole thing was an act.
Really?
I wanted to get your attention.
Well, you certainly did. But why mine?
Well, you're Rex Saunders, aren't you?
Hmm?
I found out from one of the stable hands that you ride here on Saturday mornings. Mr. Saunders, I had to speak to you.
The telephone is a far less dramatic means than the one you employed.
This is not a joking matter. I need your help desperately.
You don't look very desperate.
You don't understand.
Oh, that, young lady, is a gross understatement.
I did this so I could speak to you alone, so no one would find out. I thought this would be the...
Oh. Well, we're alone. What do you want to speak to me about, Miss...
Please, don't ask me my name.
Oh, one of those things.
I'll tell you everything after you do what I ask. I'll get in touch with you and tell you where to bring it to me.
Bring what?
The package you're going to pick up for me.
What makes you think that I'm going to pick up a package for you?
You've got to. I'll tell you anything.
I'm not in this game for money, or haven't you heard?
Then do it because I need you to. Everything's at stake. You can trust me. Believe me, you can. Mr. Saunders, will you help me?
Oh, you're very pretty. Mystery becomes your type.
Will you?
I'll think about it.
There isn't much time. You've got to be there by 2 this afternoon.
Where?
Kramer's Museum. It's a penny arcade on 42nd Street. There's a sideshow downstairs.
Yeah, I know about Kramer.
You're to be downstairs by 2. There's a woman by the name of Zara. She has a telepathy act. Zara will speak to you.
And I take it this Zara person will tell me what's on my mind.
You write the initials L.A. on one of the cards they pass out to the crowd. Zara will tell you the initials stand for Los Angeles. That will be the signal for you two to get together. Then Zara will give you further directions. Is that clear?
About as clear as the finer points of the relativity theory.
After you get the package, I'll get in touch with you and explain everything. Now, don't forget you write the initials L.A. on the card they give.
Carol!
Oh, don't say anything, Mr. Saunders. Don't mention a word I told you.
Carol! Who's he?
Please, don't say a word. You mustn't tell him anything.
Carol! What are you doing here?
I went for a ride, Albert.
You were told not to. It was forbidden. You were not to leave your room under any circumstances.
I'm sorry, Albert. I just had to get out. I just had to.
Who is this man?
He was helping me.
What do you mean, helping you? The young lady's horse was out of control.
Raven, something was wrong with him, Albert.
I managed to stop him.
The gentleman was very kind.
I see. All right, Carol. Get back on Raven. We're going home.
Yes, Albert.
Now, if there's any way I can repay you for your help... Not at all. I'm glad to be of assistance. Oh, thank you. Heaven knows what would have happened to Carol if I hadn't found her. You probably noticed that my wife talked peculiarly. Your wife? Yes. She's under a doctor's care. Carol seems to imagine things. It was induced by shock. The doctor says with the proper rest and treatment, she'll be all right. In time. I phoned Alec and had him meet me at the Kramer's Museum. The street floor of the museum was the usual penny arcade with the usual variety of coin machines that ranged from hand grip testers to 1-minute views of flickering Maxenic bathing beauties. In the rear of the arcade was the usual shooting gallery. And Alec, as usual, was concerned.
Sometimes I don't understand you at all.
What is it this time, Alec?
Why do we bother coming here to this place? You told me yourself that the woman's husband said she just wasn't right.
So he did.
Well, that fantastic story she told you about getting information here about a package. What package?
She didn't say.
That's just what I mean. It doesn't make any sense.
That sign over there does.
Huh?
That placard to your right.
See Zara, the mental marvel, in the Hall of Wonders downstairs. Next performance at 2 p.m.
You see, Alec? There might be some sense to this excursion of ours, after all.
That still doesn't prove anything.
No, but just the same, I'm anxious to see if Zara and I have some thoughts in common. We moved with the crowd to the front of the platform where the silver letters on the black curtain spelled out, Zara, the mental marvel.
Now we present Zara, the Wonder Woman who reads your mind, the little lady who knows your every thought. I see the gentleman has collected the cards upon which you have written your question. Now, Zara, the mental marvel, will astound you with her ability to delve into the recesses of your inner mind.
If she were able to delve, prefer to be safe found at home rather than here.
Quiet, Alec.
Card upon which is written the initials L.A.
That's yours.
The person who wrote these initials wishes me to answer a question in relation to a city. Will the person who wrote the initials speak up, please?
I wrote the initials.
Thank you. Am I correct?
So far.
The gentleman wishes some information about the city of Los Angeles. Am I right?
You're quite right.
The gentleman desires to know if a trip he plans will meet with success. Will he find what he seeks?
Well, will I?
I can only see that the gentleman is headed in the right direction. The rest is not clear yet. If the gentleman will remain for a moment after my performance, I shall be happy to discuss the matter with him.
All right, I'll wait. After her performance, Zara disappeared behind the black curtain which hung over her platform. While Alec and I waited for her to reappear, I noticed a woman come out of the side door at the far end of the room. She She moved quickly through the sparse crowd and then hurried up the stairs that led to the street. The fast-moving woman was Zara. Alec and I set out after her.
She deliberately tried to give us a slip.
So it seems, Alec.
Now I'm more puzzled than ever.
Well, we'll see what Zara can do to clear up your bewilderment. Come on, let's hurry before we lose her in the crowd. Just a moment. I believe we had an appointment back at Kramer's Museum.
Oh, it's you.
The young lady seems to specialize in disappearing acts as well as mental magic.
I had to get out of there. I saw him in the crowd. I couldn't talk to you there. He would have found out. He may be following me now. Please, let me go. I'll meet you later. Any place you say, I'll tell you when to make it to pick up then.
You tell me now. You tell me everything I want to know right now. I just had about enough of this.
Look, he's there behind you.
It won't work this time, Zara.
Stop it, for heaven's sake. Please.
Don't try to move. We'll be at the hospital in a few moments.
I heard what the doctor said. Not a chance. I heard him. I've got to tell you this. I saw him. It was Ace. He did this to me. It was rotten of him to do a thing like this to me. I was trying to help her, that's all. Ace isn't the kind to help anybody.
We'll find him, Zara, I promise you.
Yeah, sure. About the package. You'll get it to her, won't you?
Where is it?
It's in my room. Hotel Maxton. It's there in my...
Alec.
Yes, sir?
Tell the driver never mind the hospital. Tell him to head for the morgue. Zara is dead.
Here's the smartest graduation gift of them all, the sleek, sophisticated Victrola 45 personal phonograph. It's a gift that keeps on giving, the gift that's practical. You can slip your fingers through the convenient carrying handle and take it with you wherever you go. Then, too, the Victrola 45 Personal was especially designed for RCA Victor's wide selection of handy 7-inch non-breakable records. Records that can play as long as ordinary 10 or 12 inches, but last so much longer. And since all the major record companies are now recording on 45, you can be sure of enjoying all your favorite music, all your favorite stars on the RCA Victor Personal Phonograph. And here's an easy way to buy it. Just ask for the RCA Victor 45 EY3. Better write it down. The 45 EY3 for the Victrola 45 Personal Phonograph by name. The RCA Victor 45 EY3.
After I explained my part in the Mactor homicide, Alec and I went to the murdered woman's rooms at the Hotel Maxton. We hurried to look through Zara's effects for the mysterious package.
Nothing of importance in the closet, Rex.
All right, try the bed. Maybe hidden in the mattress.
Right.
Alec?
You found it?
No. But this newspaper clipping. Look at the picture above the story.
Why, that's Zara and some man.
This clipping is from a Chicago paper dated June the 2nd, 1937. Listen to what the caption under the photograph has to say. Shown above are Harry Collins and his wife Rita, who was sentenced yesterday to a 5-year term for a $15,000 jewel theft. Also sentenced, but to a lesser term, was Anne Vincent, sister of Mrs. Collins.
Well.
And here's something else that'll interest you, Alec. It's in the body of the story. Harry Collins, a notorious jewel thief of long standing, is intimately known as Ace.
Zara. She said Ace. She said she saw him fire the shots. It was her own husband who killed her.
Yes.
But why?
Well, evidently because he knew she was about to turn over the package to us.
But what could be in the package?
The rest of this newspaper story makes that rather obvious. According to the account, Rita Collins, or Zara as we now know her,
worked a fortune-telling racket in Chicago for the sole purpose of obtaining information from unsuspecting clients. Information regarding to the location of valuables.
And that simplified Ace's second-story work.
Exactly.
Then the package in question must...
Ace and Zara were back in business at the old stand. Now, let's get back to our search. Try the bed, as I told you. In the meantime, I'll finish up going through this chest.
You still looking for something?
Rex.
Go ahead, keep looking. Don't let this 45 I'm holding bother you.
Well, how did you get in here?
Maybe I should have knocked, huh?
I believe Emily Post lists that as the acceptable manner of entrance.
What are you doing in here?
Well, believe it or not, we're the new porters, just tidying up the place a bit.
So you're a funny man, huh?
Well, it helps make these trying situations more possible.
Well, look, funny man. Maybe this will make you laugh on the other side of your face. You and that character there headed for a fast trip. The police headquarters.
Police headquarters?
You heard it straight. The dame that lived here was knocked off this afternoon.
No one knows that better than we do. And for your information, this is Rex Saunders.
What?
Saunders. Mr. Rex Saunders.
Saunders? Well, why didn't you say so?
And that gun you're holding didn't appear to invite introduction.
Oh, that. Guess I better put it away, huh? Well, my name's Braden Saunders, Carl Braden. I guess you're kind of wondering what I'm doing here, huh?
In a fashion.
Sure, I guess I can't blame you. Well, I'm with the Acme Insurance Company. I'm a special investigator for their claims division. I've been trying to track down a diamond necklace that was stolen a couple of weeks ago. I had my eye on that Zara dame. She and that husband of hers, Ace Collins, were mixed up in a job like this out in Chicago about 10 years ago.
We know about the Chicago affair, Braden.
Well, when I spotted you two coming into the hotel and going to Zara's room here, I figured you might be in on the deal, so I walked in. Guess the joke's on me, huh?
Oh, I don't know, Braden. Looks to me like the joke's on all of us. I had reason to believe that a parcel of stolen valuables, probably your missing necklace including among them, was hidden someplace in this room, but Alec and I covered every inch of it.
No luck, huh?
None so far.
Well, I guess it looks like Acme's going to have to pay that $20,000 to Albert Stevens' wife.
Albert?
That's right, Albert Stevens.
And Mrs. Stevens' name is Carol?
Yeah, Carol. A lot of help that dame's been to me. After the ice was, it goes into a mental tailspin. Nothing she says makes any sense.
Alec, you stay here with Braden. I suggest you two give this place another going over. Maybe we missed a spot or two. In the meanwhile, I'm going to see a woman about a horse. I phoned Carol Stevens and told her I was on my way to her house to have a talk. She pleaded with me not to come to the house. I let her have her way. I was to park my car across the street from the Stevens place. She was to come out at 10. I sat in the car waiting. And then the door opened.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mr. Saunders. I had to be sure Albert didn't see me come out.
Where's your husband now, Mrs. Stevens?
He's in the library.
Well, come on, get in. We're going to have that talk I mentioned.
But there's nothing to talk about.
Would you rather I discuss the matter in Mr. Stevens' presence?
All right. But please, I can't stay long. If Albert finds out...
I'll be as brief as possible. Mrs. Stevens, why did you want me to pick up that package? And what was in it?
Package? I don't know what you're talking about.
You know very well what I'm talking about.
Mr. Saunders, I've been sick. Sometimes I say things that don't seem to have any reason. I don't remember what I told you this morning. My head is going round and round.
You can drop that pose. There's nothing wrong with you. You're hiding behind a cloak of illness to avoid speaking the truth. I'll tell you what's on your mind. It's a necklace.
What?
A $20,000 necklace which was stolen. Your necklace, Mrs. Stevens. You were trying to get it back. Zara was probably selling it back to you.
No.
You didn't want your husband to find out about it. Why, I don't know. You selected me as the go-between. I was to get it from Zara and then bring it to you, and no questions asked. Isn't that it, Mrs. Stevens? Isn't it?
No, I don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, the matter's gone further than mere robbery, much further. There's been a murder.
What?
Zara's dead.
Zara?
She was murdered this afternoon by her husband, Ace Collins.
No. Oh, she couldn't be. Zara's not dead. She couldn't be dead.
You seem concerned.
All right, Mr. Saunders, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything.
Why this sudden change?
Why? Zara was my sister. That's why.
And this is Mrs. Stevens' story as she told it to me, Alec. She was implicated in the Chicago robbery 10 years ago with her sister and Ace Collins. Carol proved that she was used as an innocent foil, and the court let her off with a light sentence. Then she came east, changed her name, and married Albert Stevens.
But what about her stolen necklace?
I was just coming to that. Evidently, Ace found out that Carol had turned up here and pulled the robbery. Carol feigned illness, so she wouldn't be asked questions that might lead to her real identity.
I see. And when her sister Zara found out that Ace had stolen the necklace, she made an effort to get it back to Carol.
That's about it. But Zara was murdered by Ace for her attempt to help Carol. Hello?
Rex Saunders?
Yes?
This is Albert Stevens. Carol has told me everything about what she was, about the necklace, about you, everything.
I told her it was much better that way. I knew you'd understand.
May I speak to her, please?
I beg your pardon?
May I speak to Carol?
What makes you think your wife is here, Mr. Stevens?
There was a phone call about an hour ago. She said it was you. She told me you wanted to see her.
I didn't call your wife, Mr. Stevens.
But... Wait, Mr. Saunders.
What is it?
There's a note here on the pad next to the phone. It's in Carol's handwriting.
What does the note say?
Pier 37.
Pier 37.
I'd better get down there right away. Carol may be in trouble.
No, Mr. Stevens, you stay at home. I'll go down there and handle matters. I'll call you if you're needed.
Keep walking.
What?
Do like I tell you, Saunders, just keep walking to the river.
The voice doesn't sound familiar.
How does the face look, huh?
Familiar. Ace Collins. Where's Mrs. Stevens?
In the river. Where you going? She had a big mouth like her sister's. I closed them both up for good. Now it's your turn. All right, hold it. Take a look down there at the water, Saunders. That's what you're going to take a dive into. And you're going to sink fast, because I'm going to load you down with a back full of lead. So long, Saunders. Now you take that dive.
Back to the climax of our story in a moment. It's just 6 inches high. It weighs only 3.5 pounds. It's no larger than an average-sized book. Yes, RCA Victor's exciting new portable radio, the Personal, is so neat and compact you can tuck it under your arm and take it with you anywhere. Yet, in spite of its small size, the RCA Victor Personal gives you enough tone and volume to fill up a large room. And at the beach, the Personal is the finest portable radio under the sun. Powerful RCA Victor miniature tubes and a new built-in aerial, the first of its kind, delivering unbelievably fine performance all the time. So keep the RCA Victor Personal close at hand. And it's the ideal gift for the graduate or June bride. RCA Victor's handy, lightweight, little portable radio, the Personal. See it, hear it, and ask for the RCA Victor Personal.
The drag boat just came in. They found Mrs. Stevens' body under the pier.
Horrible. And you might have been at the bottom of the river, too, if not for a stroke of sheer luck.
Braden's entrance on the scene was not luck, Alec. It was nothing short of a miracle.
Guess it was good that I got Ace in time, huh?
How did you ever happen to be down here at the waterfront?
Well, like I told Saunders, I called the Stevens house. Mr. Stevens said Saunders was down here hunting for his wife, and so I came on down to lend a hand. Just when I got here, I see Ace and Saunders over near the edge of the pier, and I see Ace's gun flash in the moonlight. I figured what was up, so I let Ace have it. He goes into the river.
Well, Braden, as they say, one good turn deserves another. I'm going to repay you for what you've done.
Well, Saunders, it's all in the day's work. Maybe you can help me out of a spot sometime.
I think I can help you out of a spot right now. Alec?
Yes?
Did you bring it with you?
Oh, I did. Here it is.
What's this?
That package is yours.
I don't get it.
Well, go ahead. Open it.
What's this supposed to be? Some kind of a gift? Hey.
Well?
It's the necklace. The Stevens necklace.
That's right.
Where'd you find it?
In Zara's room at the Hotel Maxton.
What? Well, you said it wasn't there. You said you covered every inch of that room.
I found it in the drawer just before you walked in, Braden. I managed to slip it inside my coat before I turned around. At that time, I wasn't taking chances. I wasn't trusting anyone. You couldn't blame me, could you?
No, I guess I couldn't.
But you certainly proved yourself. There's no doubt in mind where you stand. Well, Braden, I suppose that about winds the matter up.
I guess it does at that.
Except, of course, for a few minor details.
How do you mean?
Well, first, there's the matter of that necklace you're holding.
What about it?
It's paste.
Huh?
A rather clever copy of the original, which, by the way, Alec has deposited for safekeeping.
In the vault of our bank.
This one's a fake?
Yes, Braden. It's about as fake as you are.
What?
I was onto you quite a long way back.
Well, what are you talking about?
Murders. 3 of them.
What's the matter with you, Saunders? Are you crazy? I saved your life. Ace was going to kill you. I got him in time. You saw it yourself. You'd be a dead duck if it wasn't for me.
Saving me was part of a scheme to legally do away with Ace. As I told you before, there's no doubt in my mind where you stand.
Look, Saunders, will you cut this gag out? The joke's a joke.
You placed the suspicion squarely on yourself when we first met in Zara's room. At that time, you mentioned Zara's murder. It's rather unusual that you should have been aware of that fact, since I'd reported it to homicide only 15 minutes earlier.
What about the wire from Chicago in reply to your inquiry?
Now, just getting to that, Alec. 10 years ago, Braden, you were on another stolen jewel case. You recovered the jewels by paying an underworld contact. Unfortunately, that case backfired, and Collins and his wife were picked up by the police later. Carol Stevens pretended mental illness because you were on the case. She was afraid to talk because you knew of her past. She told me everything except about you. I don't know why. You had Mrs. Stevens killed because, with her sister's death, you were no longer certain that she would remain silent, though you made sure of her silence.
No comments from Braden. I take it you were accurate in every detail. Is that all, Rex?
Just about, except for one thing.
What's that?
It won't take a mental marvel to grasp the unhappy thoughts which from now on will lie heavy in the recesses of Braden's
In a moment, Rex Harrison will return to tell you about next week's story. And now, here is Rex Harrison, internationally famous star of stage and screen, to tell you about next week's adventure, transcribed from the private files of Rex Saunders. Next week, it's concerning political corruption.
Concerning political corruption. When bullets are exchanged for ballots, a trip to the death house is the usual upshot.
You have been listening to another intriguing adventure transcribed from the private files of Rex Saunders, written by Ed Adamson. In the cast were Leon Janney as Alec and Barbara Weeks as Carol. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Kenneth Banghart speaking for RCA Victor.
This episode from the life of Sherlock Holmes will be transmitted to our men and women overseas by short wave and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Petri Wine brings you Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce in the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The Petri family, the family that took time to bring you good wine, invite you to listen to Dr. Watson tell us another exciting adventure he shared with his old friend, that master detective, Sherlock Holmes. And as for me, well, I'd like to tell you that a time like right now is the perfect time for a glass of Petri California port. After you've had a good dinner, boy, Petri port is a real topper. That rich, deep red Petri port is really an extraordinary wine. Even its color's different. And as for its flavor, well, it'll take a better man than me to describe that. Petri port is a hearty wine, sure. And every other quality that you look for in a good port, you'll find in Petri port, and then some. Try Petri port by itself, or serve it with fruit, with nuts, or with cake. But share it with your friends, will you? Because you can serve it proudly. After all, it is a Petri wine, and that name Petri is the proudest name in the history of American wines. And now let's visit our old friend and host, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bartell.
Good evening, Doctor.
Settle yourself down and get your pipe going.
Thanks. Doctor, last week you told us that tonight's story took place in the Casbah at Algiers.
Yes, the Casbah. I remember it as the place of countless streets winding up and down, past colorful cafes where 100 tongues were spoken, and often a street would end in shadowy darkness which a man would be foolhardy to enter alone. Yes, Mr. Bartell, that was the Casbah that Sherlock Holmes and I knew in that winter of '99.
Well, how did you happen to be out there, Doctor?
Do you mind if I tell you the story from the start, Mr. Bartell? It really began on a wintry night in street at the conclusion of a strange murder in Montrevor Castle. A charming young girl sat on the sofa of our lodgings in Baker Street and talked to us.
But, Mr. Holmes, you can't say you'll have nothing more to do with the
My dear Miss
Montrevors.
Stretfield, I found the true murderer of the Dowager Countess and committed suicide. Surely the case is ended.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, you found the real murderer. But now I want you to find the unfortunate young man who fled England 5 years ago when he was suspected of a crime.
This is a new development, Miss Stretfield. Please tell us about it.
It's Douglas Milton that I'm talking about.
Oh, yes. He was the heir to the title, wasn't he?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. He was a sensitive, artistic boy, and when he knew that he was under suspicion, he ran away.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, everyone regarded his flight as an admission of guilt. That is, until you found the real culprit, Mr. Holmes.
I imagine, Miss Stretfield, that your interest in the missing boy is not entirely, shall we say, altruistic?
I'm in love with him, Dr. Watson. We were engaged to be married when he ran away. Mr. Holmes, you've got to find him. He must know that his name has been cleared and that he's inherited the title.
Miss Stretfield, have you any direct news, any letter from your fiancé since he left 5 years ago?
None.
Any clues as to his hiding place?
Only this. It's a painting I received anonymously a year after he had left.
Oh.
It was sent from a forwarding address in London. Here it is, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you.
Small painting. Very good one, too, sir.
Yes. His splendid sense of composition and his use of color is unusually brilliant. You recognize this painting as the work of your fiancé, Miss Stretfield?
I'm certain of it.
Yes. Wonderful use of color. Observe the delicate shadings of that sunset and the brilliant green of the oasis. This scene is extraordinarily reminiscent of the desert in North Africa.
Yes, that's what made me say I was certain he'd gone abroad, Mr. Holmes.
But why should he go to North Africa?
A good place, Watson, for an Englishman imagines himself to be escaping justice. Remember, the Foreign Legion is stationed there.
You think he might have joined the Legion, Mr. Holmes?
It would seem logical. No questions are asked of those who join it, and its colorful obscurity might easily appeal to a young fellow in trouble. Hello.
What is it, Holmes?
Quite a few grains of sand in the canvas in the frame here. Miss Stretfield, do you mind if I pry the canvas loose?
Do anything you like, Mr. Holmes, if it gives you any clue to Douglas's whereabouts.
Give me your penknife, will you, Watson?
Yeah?
Thanks, old chap. Here we are.
Can you see anything?
Uh-huh. Look. The word sheriff. An Elafroon. A stamped here. Sheriff is probably the framer's name, and Elafroon is a town some 50 miles from Algiers. That settles it. Miss Stretfield, I accept your case. Watson and I will go to Africa and try to find your fiancé, Douglas Milton.
Monsieur Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. I have heard of you so often, but I never thought I should see you here at the headquarters of the Foreign Legion. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Well, Colonel Brisson, I'm trying to trace an Englishman who has been missing during the past 4 years. I have reason to believe that he might have joined the Legion.
Yeah, I shall look in my records. Let me see. 4 years ago would be 1895. If Sherlock Holmes is tracking him, then I suppose he was in trouble in his own country. If he was in trouble, he might easily have come to us. We ask no questions. 97, 96, 95. In that year, 3 young Englishmen joined us. One of them died of dysentery 2 years ago in Sidi Raji. One of them deserted 18 months ago, and we have been unable to trace him. The third is my adjutant, who brought you into my office just now.
And he is, I would say, about 3 inches shorter than Douglas Milton. And men do not shrink the Foreign Legion, eh, Colonel?
They do not, Monsieur Holmes.
And the fellow who deserted must be our man.
Unless it's the one who died of dysentery. Colonel de Brisson, how would you advise us to set about trying to find a deserter?
Monsieur Holmes, there's only one place in Algeria where a man can hide from the Foreign Legion and remain hidden.
Oh, and what's that place?
The Kasbah in Algiers.
Then that's our destination, Watson.
Be very careful, please, gentlemen. The Kasbah is a place where the law is exiled. The police have no jurisdiction there. The only rule is that of strength, violence, and trickery.
We shall be very cautious, I assure you. Goodbye, Colonel de Brisson, and thank you for your help.
Well, I must say that I think Colonel de Brisson rather exaggerated the dangers of the Casbah. I suppose you're going to tell me this cafe is the headquarters for a dope smuggling ring or white slaving or something.
Its ramifications are even more extensive than those you've mentioned.
You're joking, Holmes.
I assure you I'm not, old fellow.
What?
My old friend Duhamel is chief of police Algiers. When I told him our mission, he advised me to come here. A 500-franc note, and the proprietor can obtain any and all information regarding the underworld. For as little as 200 francs, can arrange a murder. So that gives you some idea of the relative values of the Casbah.
Good Lord, then you've already spoken to the proprietor?
Oh, yes, a charming, scoundrelly fellow by the name of Rafi. I gave him 500 francs and asked him to set his underworld grapevine in motion to see whether an Englishman living in hiding here in the Casbah could be found.
And I thought we'd come here for a quiet meal.
Here, Rafi, now. Let's hope he has news for us. Here we are, Rafi. Come and sit down, won't you?
Rafi works fast, does he not, Mr. Holmes? Your friend is...
My friend knows that you're working with me. We'll be found out.
A drink first. The tongue of Rafi is parched. Would you have me die of thirst before I give you my news? Vermouth cassis. Rafi?
You have news for me, then?
But yes.
Good, what is it?
First, you will pay me more money, no?
But I gave you 500 francs. You said that you'd do the job for that.
Can I help it if some tongues are more costly to make wag than others? It took the 500 to get the wag. Am I to have nothing for my own trouble?
Votre vermouth cassis, Monsieur Rafi?
Ah, good. The gentleman will pay for it.
There you are.
Merci, Missy.
I will drink to your health, gentlemen, both of you. You will pay me more money, no?
If my friend's already given you 500, you should stick to your bargain, my good fellow.
My information is a bargain at 750 francs. It would be a bargain at 1,000, but Rafi will let you have it for 750 because he likes you. You will give it to me, no?
And if I refuse?
Then you get no information, and perhaps I spread news in the Casbah that makes it uncomfortable for you gentlemen to be there.
Wait, Scott, this is blackmail.
I get the money, no?
You're a scoundrel, Rafi.
Of course I'm a scoundrel.
Here's your money. And information?
There is an Englishman hiding here in the Casbah. I do not know his name, but he is tall and fair-haired. I cannot tell you where he lives, but if you go to the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs, you will find a girl who sings there. A girl who sings like a nightingale. Her name is Aisha, and she can lead you to your Englishman.
A girl named Aisha, in the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs.
That is right. I would suggest that you go there in disguise. 2 well-dressed Englishmen might find themselves in trouble. For a small fee, say 200 francs, I will escort you there myself.
Thank you, yes. I think we can manage by ourselves, Rafi.
Oh, if your business is concluded quickly and time weighs heavy on your hands, Rafi can take you to some places of rare interest. Dancing girls that wither one's eyeballs with their beauty. For 500 francs, gentlemen...
Thank you, Rafi, thank you. I have a feeling the time will not weigh heavily on our hands. Good night.
You work too hard, gentlemen. You should learn how to play. Good night.
On my soul, I think that fellow's the biggest blackguard I ever met.
I quite agree, old chap, but he is amusing.
By the way, Holmes, don't you think that when this case is finished, we might have a time on our hands?
Oh, Watson, you're incorrigible. But I think... Watson.
What is it?
There's the man sitting over in the corner by himself.
Oh, Joe, yes, his face seems familiar. We've seen him before somewhere.
Of course we have. His name is Oliver Leeming. We met him at the inquest on the Montrevor case.
So we did. Now, what on earth do you suppose he's doing here in the castle?
Not on a holiday, I'm sure. Mr. Oliver Leeming, if you recall, is a cousin of Douglas Milton's, the man we're searching for. If Milton were ever declared legally dead, Mr. Leeming over there would inherit the title.
It looks to me as if we're not the only people in the Casbah who are searching for the missing heir.
That's true, old fellow. Come on, let's go and talk to the gentleman. Mr. Oliver Leeming, how very odd to meet you here.
Well, Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Well, it's a small place, isn't it? Or has somebody said that before? I wondered if you'd spot me over here in the corner.
Oh, you saw Sam.
Of course. You seem to be in such deep conversation with that scoundrel Rafi. I didn't like to disturb you.
Very considerate of you, I'm sure. Why are you here, Mr. Leeming?
Oh, I'm making a business trip. This is my day off.
As I recall it, you're in the publishing business.
Correct. What a memory you have.
It seems peculiar that you should be on a business trip here. Are you planning on opening a publishing house in Algiers, or are you searching the Casbah for new authors?
Why not? I'm a great believer in encouraging new talent.
Mr. Leeming, why don't you admit that you're here for the express purpose of trying to find your cousin, Douglas Milton?
Mr. Holmes, you've discovered my secret. The great Sherlock Holmes and his watchdog have their eagle eyes on me. They know that I succeed to the title if Douglas Milton dies.
Yes, Mr. Leeming, we know that fact.
And you have fathomed my plan to find Douglas before me and kill him so that I may inherit the title. How lucky I am to meet you in Casbah, where you cannot arrest me. Well, it's a race against time, gentlemen, but I have a head start, as you will soon find out. Goodbye, and the best of luck to you.
Extraordinary fellow. He's joking, of course.
I believe not, Watson. I think he labors under the whimsical belief that the best method of discounting the truth is to state it as boldly, so that it will not be believed.
Great Scott, then we must work fast.
Yes, old chap, we must. I'm sure that we're entrants in a race against death. We must get back to the hotel and into our disguises as quickly as possible. After that, we shall visit a young lady named Aisha in the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs. And I'm certain, Watson, that it will be the first time two men have ever entered the Casbah for the express purpose of preventing a murder.
We'll hear the rest of Dr. Watson's story in just about a second, which gives me time to remind you that if you like the flavor of big, plump, juicy Muscat grapes, you'll love the flavor of Petri California Muscatel. What a wine. Petri Muscatel is the perfect after-dinner wine. It looks good, smells better than it looks, and when it comes to the taste department, well, you never tasted anything like it. For a really good wine, remember first Petri, then Muscatel. Petri Muscatel. Well, Doctor, I can hardly wait to hear what happened next. You, like Holmes, went back to the hotel, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Patel. Holmes quickly adopted the disguise of an Arab guide, while I assumed the role of a tourist. And we started off on our search. Outside the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs, we met with a rude shock. Good Lord. It's the fellow we met in the cafe.
Yes, Oliver Leeming, with a knife between his shoulders.
He's dead, Holmes. Shouldn't we get into touch with the police?
What can they do? Remember, there is no law in the Casbah. In any case, this man is beyond our help. Our job is to protect the living. Come on, old fellow. Let's go to the Cafe of 1,000 Sighs and find this girl, Aisha. The girl, Rafi says, sings like a nightingale.
Comme un oiseau qui chantait, je l'appelle ma petite bourgeoise. Ma ton kiki, ma ton kiki, ma ton noise. Il y en a d'autres qui me font le doux yeux, mais c'est elle que j'aime le mieux.
So that's the girl, Aisha. She's very beautiful.
Don't forget our role of tourist and guide, old chap.
Master, would wish to meet this Aisha?
Very much indeed.
I will see if it can be arranged, Master.
Wait here for me, Watson. I'll see what I can do.
Right you are, Holmes. Be careful now.
Mademoiselle Aisha?
What you want, greasy one?
There is an Englishman at the table over there. He wishes to talk to Aisha.
Which one is he?
The man who sits at the table in the corner. He is very rich, Aisha, and demands you a great deal. He told me to give you this 500 franc note.
So? Very well. You may bring him to my rooms. The door is at top of the way, to the right.
Good, Aisha. I fetch him.
I shall be waiting.
Aisha will see you, Master. Follow me, please.
Oh, very well. I hope you know that you're going to handle this, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. These days, I think honesty will be the best policy.
Well, I'm not so sure. This place is a thieves' kitchen if ever I saw one. You better be careful.
First door to the right at the top of the stairs. This is it.
Come in. Oh, come and sit over here, Mr. Englishman. Greasy one, you may leave us.
Mademoiselle, I may as well tell you at once that I am not an Arab guide. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
What you want with me? Why you trick your way in here?
Don't be frightened, mademoiselle. I can explain our mission in a very few words. My friend and I have come in search of an Englishman by the name of Douglas Milton. We have good news for him.
What make you think I might know of him?
A gentleman by the name of Rafi suggested that you might.
What is your good news for this Englishman?
That he has been cleared of suspicion of murder and that he is the rightful Earl of Montrevor.
That means when he knows this, he will leave the Casbah and return to his country?
Naturally, madame.
I do not know this man. I have never heard of him. Here is your 500 francs. Goodbye.
Not so fast, Aisha, mon petit chou. I've been listening from behind these curtains. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Douglas Milton.
Douglas Milton, we found you at last.
It gives me infinite pleasure to have succeeded in my mission. How do you do, sir?
This is very exciting. Yes, I think the occasion calls for a drink. What will it be, gentlemen?
Well, I think a glass of port would be very nice, sir.
Yes, it would be the most appropriate for toasting the new Earl of Montrevor.
Splendid, splendid. Aisha, 10 glasses and a bottle of port and some creme de menthe for me.
You are not going to England. I will never let you leave me.
Oh, stop being so melodramatic, Aisha. Please bring 2 bottles and some glasses.
Very well. I am sorry.
Mr. Holmes, I can't tell you how I appreciate your trouble in coming all this way to find me. Well, I must tell you at once, there's one problem that makes it difficult for me to leave this country. You see, I deserted from the Foreign Legion.
Yes, we know that, my boy. In fact, that's how we first got onto your trail.
I shouldn't let that fact worry you, Mr. Milton. I'm certain the British consul in Algiers can arrange to have any charges dropped against a peer of the realm.
Oh, well, I never thought of that.
Here are the bottles.
You must excuse the glasses, gentlemen. Tumblers are hardly correct, I suppose, but... Well, they won't spoil the flavor, I'm sure. 2 glasses of port and a creme de menthe for me. Only 3 glasses, Aisha? Bring a glass for yourself.
I do not wish to drink.
And I insist that you do. Bring a glass, Aisha.
Why should I drink if you are leaving?
Mr. Milton, do you know Oliver Leeming?
Of course, he's my cousin. Yes, he came here half an hour ago and threatened me.
Did you also know that he's lying dead in the street? Murdered?
Well, yes, I did. If we went in the Casbah, I wouldn't tell you this, but Aisha stabbed him. She followed him when he left here. He killed him and then slipped back just in time to sing us a few moments ago. Oh, you needn't look so shocked, Dr. Watson. Life is cheap in the Casbah, and Aisha is a girl of violent passions. Come on, let's drink.
A toast to the new Earl of Montrevor.
Oh, excuse me, sir. You took the wrong glass. You were drinking my port.
Oh, silly mistake. I can't bear port. Very English of me, I'm afraid, but, well, after all these years, I don't feel particularly English. In fact, I'll probably find it very hard to adjust myself to the old life when I go. Or perhaps I should say, if I go back.
Since you feel that way about it, Mr. Milton, why go? You can claim the title and the revenues of the estate without leaving Algeria. You could stay here and live on the income.
I didn't realize that would be possible. You sure I could do that?
Oh, yes, I'm quite certain of it. But if you doubt my word, I suggest we all adjourn to the British consulate in Algiers. They can put you straight on the matter.
That's a good idea. Let's go over there at once.
Now I've been listening to you, my friend. You're planning to leave me. Once you go from the castle, I'll never see you again.
Put down that knife, Aisha.
I will not let you go. You belong to me. If you try to leave me now, I will kill you.
Put down that knife, Aisha. You've done enough damage for one night.
Put
it down, you fool. Put it down.
Let me go.
She twisted the knife on herself as she fell.
Holmes, help me turn her over. She's dead, Mr. Milton.
Poor Aisha.
The bloody path that leads to the Montrevor title, sir. I suggest that we see that the poor girl's body is taken care of. Then go to the British consulate without any further delay. Now that we're at the consulate, Mr. Milton, I suggest that you swear on oath that you are Douglas Milton, heir to the Montrevor estate. This gentleman is a commissioner of oaths. Then we can go in and see the consul.
Very well.
Now, raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I hereby solemnly swear that I am Douglas Milton, the missing heir to the Montrevor estate.
I hereby swear that I am Douglas Milton, missing heir to the Montrevor estate.
Thank you, sir. And now, if you'll sign the statement here, these gentlemen can witness it.
There you are.
Thank you, sir. And now, if you gentlemen will sign.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, gentlemen. The document is now legal.
Splendid. Now let's go over and see the consul.
Not yet, my friend. Watson, this man is not Douglas Milton.
What the devil are you talking about?
There is no law in the Casbah, sir, so you cannot be punished for the 2 murders you committed there. But now that your avarice has tempted you here to Algiers, where you've been foolish enough to sign a false statement, I think we can at least settle you very nicely for desertion, false impersonation, forgery, and perjury.
What do you mean?
The story should be obvious, fellow. Oliver Leeming did track down the deserter. Recognition was uncertain after so many years, but at least it gave this gentleman the idea of impersonating the real Douglas Milton, a friend of his.
You have a lively imagination, Mr. Holmes.
The real Douglas Milton died of dysentery 2 years ago in Sidi El Raj. As soon as the idea of impersonating Milton was born, Leeming had to die.
Your theories are very interesting, but you haven't a shred of proof. I say that I'm Douglas Milton. How are you going to prove otherwise?
Very simply, my dear sir. Douglas Milton was a painter. A painter who excelled in the use of vivid colors. You, sir, suffer from the quite common malady of red-green color blindness. Less than an hour ago, you mistook a glass of port, which is red, for a glass of creme de menthe, which is green. I knew at once that you were an imposter.
You're cleverer than I thought you were, Holmes. Goodbye. Here, come back.
No, Watson. Don't go after him.
But we can't let him escape, Holmes.
Don't worry, old chap. He won't escape. I sent a message to Colonel DeBridge. If you go to the window, I think you'll find that the consulate is being watched. The Legion has a long memory for desertion. I don't think he'll get very far.
They got him, Holmes. Shot him as he was trying to run away.
A just death for him. He lived a life of violence and treachery, Watson. It's only fitting that he should die in the same manner.
Doctor, that was a swell story, but you know something? I wish you hadn't disillusioned me about the Casbah.
Disillusioned you? What do you mean?
Well, before I heard your story, whenever somebody mentioned the Casbah, I'd always visualize a very glamorous, romantic sort of place full of beautiful women. Every one of them a ringer for Hedy Lamarr.
No.
Yep. And I could just see myself, handsome, dashing, going up to one of those beautiful girls and whispering in my fine French accent, "Darling, you are sensational. You are lovely. Gorgeous. Tell me, have you ever tried Petri wine? It's wonderful." Well, you must admit, Doctor, that is the truth. It is wonderful wine. It certainly ought to be.
Incorrigible.
After all, winemaking has been the business of the Petri family ever since way back in the 1800s. For generations, the Petri family has handed down from father to son, the fine art of turning luscious, sun-ripened grapes into fragrant, delicious wine. And don't forget, because the making of Petri wine is a family affair, the letters P-E-T-R-I on a bottle of wine are the personal assurance of the Petri family that every drop of wine in that bottle is good wine. So no matter what type wine you prefer, for any occasion, remember you can't go wrong with a Petri wine because Petri took time to bring you good wine. Well, Doctor, now I suppose you're ready to tell us about next week.
Yes, and as soon as I have, I want you to meet a friend of mine.
Friend?
Yes, but first, Mr. Bartell, next week, I'm going to tell you an adventure in which, for once, Holmes came off second best. An exciting story of high society and romance. I call it A Scandal in Bohemia.
Boy, that sounds swell. And now what about your friend?
Well, he's waiting at the microphone in San Francisco. He's Dr. Langley Porter, and he wants to tell us about something very important. Dr. Langley Porter.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Radio listeners, tonight in Italy there are thousands, many thousands, dying of cold and hunger. Babies, children, expectant mothers, old folks, dying for want of clothes, want of food. This organization, American Relief for Italy, appeals to you to search your homes for anything that can be made useful for starving, freezing men, women, children. Clothing, layettes for babies, diapers, shoes, food, surgical supplies, but above all, clothes, clean clothes, fit to wear. Take them to the nearest fire station. That your gifts will reach the Italians who need them, you may be sure. Americans of this organization will distribute the packages in Italy through the Italian Red Cross, the Catholic Relief Organization, the League of Italian Women, the Confederation of Italian Labor, and the Italian government. In California, rationing has gone. Christmas comes. There, in Italy, death is on the prowl. Radio listeners, lives can be saved. It's up to you.
Thank you, Dr. Langley Porter. I know that our friends listening in will do all that they can to help the organization. American Relief for Italy.
Tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure is written by Dennis Green and Anthony Boucher and was suggested by an incident in the Sir Arthur Conan Doyle story, The Crooked Man. Music is by Dean Fossler. Mr. Rathbone appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and Mr. Bruce through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where they are now starring in the Sherlock Holmes series.
The Man from Homicide. According to Webster's dictionary, homicide is the killing of one human being by another. According to Lieutenant Lou Dana,
it's the beginning of a dirty, dangerous job that doesn't end until the killer is found. I don't like killers.
Every week at this time, the American Broadcasting Company brings you transcribed the star of stage and screen, Dan Duryea, as Lieutenant Lou Dana, the Man from Homicide.
Most men spend their lives building walls around themselves. Money, social position, land. And the man with many walls may seem to be different from the man who sells pencils on the corner. But sudden death knows no walls. And when they look into its face, all men are pretty much alike. I know. What's up, Inspector?
Something hot, Lou. Just took a call from old man Kelso. He's scared. Scared to death, Lou.
What's he got to be scared of? Falling off his money?
Claims someone is threatening to kill him.
Stick of gum, Inspector?
Huh? Oh, no. Huh? He asked for you, Lou. Right away.
Yeah.
Well, you better get on it, Lou.
Inspector, what happens if we get a call from a fruit peddler who thinks someone is trying to kill him?
Oh, I know, Lou. I know.
We ignore it 9 chances out of 10. Why is this so different?
He sounded really scared, Lou, for one reason. And, well, you know the other.
$9 million. And I bet he can't sleep nights thinking how to make it 10.
Better get out there, Lou.
Sure. I'll go out and hold Kelso's hand, and maybe some of what he's got will rub off on me. The Kelso butler and I exchanged chilled greetings before he consented to guide me to Mr. Kelso's room. The 50-cent tour through a mausoleum. He announced me, left, and I was face to face with $9 million.
Come in, Lieutenant Dana, come in. Sit down. Sit down. Thank you for coming so promptly, Dana. I won't forget it. I still have one or two friends left, you know. I won't forget it.
Somebody's been threatening you, Mr. Kelso?
Yes, he's been threatening me. Tell me a better word for it, Dana. Tell me a better word for it when a man announces openly, brazenly, over a period of weeks, that he intends to kill me.
All right, Mr. Kelso. What's his name?
There will be no publicity concerning this, Dana?
Not unless he carries out his threat.
What? Oh, yes. Well, his name is Farley, Dana. Stephen Farley. The name should be familiar to you?
Vaguely. Small-time hood, I think. I haven't heard anything of him in a couple of years.
Small wonder. I've been supporting him lavishly.
Any particular reason?
Farley has a sister, Vivian, formerly a singer.
Oh, I remember now. And Vivian is...
Mrs. Kelso. We were married quietly 2 years ago.
Lucky you. I remember.
It's because of Vivian that I haven't gone to the police before now. But, well, he means it, Dana. He means to kill me.
All right, if he made threats, we'll pull him in.
I'm afraid it's not quite that easy. He has not openly promised murder in front of witnesses. He's too clever for that.
What has he done?
To me, he has implied repeatedly that I must be suffering, that death will be such a happy relief, that while Vivian and he will hate to see me go, they're willing to face it for my sake. He goes on like that repeatedly.
Mr. Kelso, I'm from the homicide squad. If you got a nasty brother-in-law, I'm sorry for you. But sympathy is about all I can give you.
Look, Lieutenant Dana, wait. What do you call this, if not overt evidence of intent to murder? 2 days ago, Farley took an option on an expensive home with the down payment to be made in 2 weeks, when he says he expects to come into a great sum of money. 2 weeks.
Anything else?
No, certainly. He took an option on a yacht in the same manner, ordered expensive clothes. He even consulted a mortician about funeral arrangements. I ask you, Dana, for the taxes I pay, I'm not entitled to protection from a thing like this? Am I to be murdered in my own bed with no one turning a hand to save me? What's this country coming to?
I'll look into it, Mr. Kelso. Where's Stephen Farley living?
Gramercy Apartments on South Garden. I've maintained a residence for him, supported him, given him a car, and now...
I'll look into it. Your, wife around, Mr. Kelso?
I believe Vivian is in the pool, right through...
I'll find it.
What have I worked for all my life? What security have I obtained? What...
Mr. Kelso, tell me, what's it like to have $9 million?
It's not what you'd expect, Tina. It's not what you'd expect at all.
Mr. Kelso was shivering in the warmth of the day as I left him. And on guard outside his door was an empty suit of armor with a spear. A multi-millionaire defended only by a tin soldier. I found the pool, and arching off the board in a front jackknife was Vivian. I wanted her to come up and out of the water fast, so I could see if it was true.
Hi.
It was.
Oh, water's wonderful today. You want to join us?
Almost any other time, Mrs. Kelso. Lieutenant Lou Dana, Homicide Squad.
Oh, you're looking for my husband, Lieutenant Dana?
I've seen him.
Didn't believe him, I hope. Oh, this is Gordon Elliott, my husband's business manager.
Oh, how are you, Dana? Excuse my wet hand.
Sure. Just don't drip on my suit.
Dana, believe me, I'm sorry you had this trip out here for nothing. I tried to stop Mr. Kelso from phoning the police.
It's all right. I don't mind.
Gordon was just going to dress and go into town unless you want him for anything, Lieutenant.
I guess you can take care of everything, Mrs. Kelso. So long, Elliot.
Bye, Dana. See you at dinner, Vivian. Huh?
Right, Gordon. Gordon's got a wonderful tan, hasn't he?
He must go over the books under a sun lamp.
The bitter Lieutenant Dana. I've heard of you.
What about your husband, Mrs. Kelso? And your brother?
Sit down, Lieutenant. Oh, no, that one's wet over here. I'll stretch out if you don't mind.
I'd be silly if I did mind.
Thank you. You didn't take my husband seriously, did you, Lieutenant?
He seemed pretty serious about it.
He did. Well, you know how it is with someone that old.
No. How is it?
Would you like to rub some sun oil on my back?
I'd love to, but I won't. What about your brother? Anything to it?
Steve's not very much good. Never could take care of himself. He's one of the reasons I married Franklin.
What are the others?
Obvious.
I like the reasons why he married you better.
Well, I got a response.
And there's nothing in your brother's threats.
No, I'm sure of it.
Maybe I better ask brother.
And then are you coming back and rub my back?
There won't be much sun by then.
Well?
I know the pay is good being Mrs. Franklin Kelso. But tell me, is it hard work?
If I told you, Dana, would you? No, you wouldn't.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't. Goodbye, Mrs. Kelso.
Yeah?
You should remember me, Farley.
I do. You worked me over about 3 years ago. You didn't get anything out of me, Dana.
Well, maybe I'll have more luck the next time. Can I come in, or should we talk for your neighbors?
You can come in, Dana.
Nice apartment.
Thanks.
I know your decorator. He does calendars for pool rooms.
Same old Dana, same jokes. Sit down. Drink?
Not with you. Old man Kelso says you've been shooting off your mouth about killing him, Farley.
He's in his second childhood.
I saw his second childhood. She says there's nothing to it either.
Then why bother me?
How about that house you took an option on?
I've been looking for a place, yeah.
What's with the yacht?
Nothing serious.
Nothing serious. Come here, punk.
Lay off me, Dana.
This smells like a game, and I don't like anybody playing games with me. In particular, a cheap hood living off his sister. Here's a string around your finger to remind you.
I don't have to take that anymore, Dana.
Then don't reach in your pockets when I talk to you. What your sister married don't build you up with me at all, Farley.
If you didn't have that badge, you wouldn't be so easy with your hands, tough guy.
If I'm tough, it's because crime and guys like you have made me tough. I don't like your apartment, Farley. Don't give me any cause to come back. I thought it over on the way back to the station, and I didn't like it. The deal was giving forth a very ripe odor, but I couldn't localize it. The inspector shared the same headache.
I don't know, Lou. Use your own judgment, I guess. What do you think?
I don't know either. We haven't got enough to be sure. I guess we better put a tail on Farley for a few days.
All right. Take Metzger for it.
Okay, I'll send him out.
And don't take any chances on a thing like this, Lou. Kelso's a big man. If he gets knocked off, we're not going to look good.
We'll look a lot better than Kelso.
Very comforting.
I sent Metzger out to stay with Farley and tried to forget about the Kelso family. The old man was easy. But at midnight that night, in my room, I was still having trouble with Vivian. Yeah? Oh, Metzger. You what? You lost Farley? How long ago? 2 hours? Well, why didn't you call me before, you... All right. No. Go on into the station, if you can find it. I'll go out to the Kelso place. And Metzger, great work. It was almost 1 when I pulled into the long driveway, and it took a lot of banging on the door to bang up the butler. This time I didn't wait for the guide service, but took off for Kelso's room alone. Did I mention that Kelso's room was an overnight hike from the front entrance? Well, it was, and I didn't encounter any of the settlers along the way. I paused outside the door of the man guarded by a tin suit of armor. Something was missing from the empty soldier, but I couldn't place it. Mr. Kelso? Are you awake, Mr. Kelso? Mr. Kelso? All the lights were on in the room, and Mr. Kelso was in bed. Then I knew what was missing from the tin soldier outside. It was the spear. Sticking straight up in the air, it was pinning Kelso to the bed. And his $9 million life had run out in a thin, red trickle.
Technicians all through upstairs, Lou?
Just about, Inspector. They got some very pretty pictures, but not much else.
No prints on the murder weapon?
Too smeared to be any good for anything. Get anything out of the butler?
Says he was in a clinch with the maid all evening.
Did you check?
Yeah, she says yes. Must want to hold her job pretty bad to be in a clinch with him.
Yeah, like necking a quick frozen salmon. Mrs. Kelso and Elliot show up yet?
No, not yet. Butler said they went out about 10.
And the murder was around midnight. How about little brother, Farley?
Well, nothing on him yet. We got out a broadcast on him. Should hear something if he hasn't skipped. Looks open and shut against him.
Sure. Open and shut. Open and shut.
Now, don't make things complicated, Lou. I'm going upstairs.
I'll wait for you. It's not so pretty I want to go back. I prowled around downstairs. The library with the expensive first editions that Kelso had never read and never would. The dining hall with the Italian masters on the walls that Kelso had never really seen and never would. The whole huge place for entertaining the friends he had never really had and never would. Then I heard someone at the front entrance.
Hello? Who's here? What's happened?
How are you, Elliot?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Dana.
Mrs. Kelso? Have a bright and gay evening?
We saw the police cars outside. What's wrong?
One thing at a time. There's nothing wrong that you can do anything about. Care to tell me where you both were this evening?
Oh, of course not. We went to a drive-in movie. Mr. Kelso didn't feel up to it, so I took Vivian.
And how long were you there, Elliot?
Why, it was a little after 10 when we got there, and after 12 when we left. Isn't that about it, Vivian?
Yes. What is this, Dana?
Somebody saw you when you drove in and when you left?
I think so, yes.
The movie is close to here?
Fairly close.
Walking distance?
What is this?
You can both give me the plot of the movie?
Well, I think so. It was the one about the talking mule. Francis goes to the races. You want a resume?
It's after 2 now. You left the movie at 12?
We had a few drinks.
And people saw you having the drink?
Yes.
Look, Dana...
I imagine you both can hazard a guess as to what this concerns.
My husband?
Somebody threw him a spear. He caught it. You're now the sole possessor of $9 million.
So he did do it.
Who did do what?
Nobody.
You'd have trouble convincing the late Mr. Kelso.
Can I see him?
He's not very nice to look at. How bad do you want to see him?
Not very.
Dana, can I take her into the study?
If that's the best place you can think of, go ahead.
Come on, Vivian.
Mrs. Kelso.
What, Dana?
This new job, managing $9 million, it may be tougher than the last one.
It's possible. But, Dana, don't let it keep you up nights.
I was standing there wondering how it'd be to have Vivian Kelso keep me up nights when someone came down the stairs on very flat feet. Inspector Eddie Sherman.
I got something, Lou.
What?
One of the prowl cars outside just picked up a flash. They grabbed Steve Farley trying to get on a bus for out of town.
That's handy. Makes you look good, Inspector.
Yeah. But Lou, if it ever gets out that Farley ventilated his brother-in-law after Kelso asked us for protection...
I was just given some sound advice.
Yeah?
Don't let it keep you up nights. Let's go.
That's not much of a story, Farley.
That's all the story I got for now.
That you don't remember anything from 10 last night until they picked you up getting on a bus 4 hours later.
That's it, Dana.
Oh.
And you're happy about your prospects. Inspector, take the boys out and give me some time alone with them, huh?
Well, I don't know, Lou. There's going to be some expensive lawyers in this case.
Just quiet conversation, Inspector.
I'm warning you, Inspector. Dana's stuff don't go with me anymore. You're not fooling with some kid. I know my...
Shut up. All right, come on, boys. Oh, Lou, quiet conversation.
You don't remember anything.
I told you, Dana, and if you think that you can... What are you going to do?
Quiet conversation. Reminiscence. I knew a real smart head a few years back got picked up on a murder rap. He was innocent, had an airtight alibi, but he waited until his trial to spring it.
What happened?
In the meantime, his alibi got hit by a car. They burned the real smart head.
What's that got to do with me?
Another case. Real shrewd operator went on trial for a murder his partner committed, just to throw the cops so far off the trail they'd never catch up. He had an airtight alibi, too.
What happened?
His partner shot the alibi. The shrewd operator got 10,000 volts.
I guess you think you're scaring me.
You're pretty stupid if I'm not.
Now listen, Dana, I told you that...
Come on, talk. Where were you tonight? If you got an alibi, spill it. You're 10,000 miles out on a limb, Buster. What happens when it gets sawed off?
Please, let me alone, Dana. Let me think.
Let you think? That could be days. Where were you tonight?
All right. Just let go of me.
Give.
I was in a Turkish bath tonight from 10 to around 1. The guy that owns it left town right after. He's coming back for the trial.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
What are you going to do with me?
Bait a trap.
Oh, Lou.
Yeah, Inspector?
The Kelso lawyer is on the phone. Wants to know what the charge is on Farley here.
Tell him no charge. We're sending him home.
Lou!
Tell him, will you, Inspector? I'll give you the reasons in a minute.
You know what you're doing, Lou?
I think so, Inspector. I think so. I got a nose for these things. Inspector Sherman took some more persuading. But in the end, we let Steve Farley go home. I figured to give him a half an hour and then go after him. I did. But when I got to Farley's place at the Gramercy, I'd figured it too close. I got to Farley's door fast and put my shoulder to it. That was my mistake. Oh. The gun butt didn't catch me square, and I've got a hard head. I went down, but not out. There was no hurry. I knew where I could find the one that slugged me. I crawled over on the floor to Steve Farley. There was no hurry about him at all. He was dead. It was around 4 when I arrived for the third time at the Kelso place. It was quiet. There were a couple of crickets outside, and they were the only ones who felt like singing. I could see light through the front window, but somebody heard me coming. The lights went off as I got to the door. I gave it the shoulder treatment. I did what I was trained to do, dropped to the floor and shot back. Then I got up and found the light switch.
You're late, Lou Dana.
How is it? Bad?
As bad as he could make it. Don't let him get away, don't.
I'll be right back. I'll call a doctor as soon as I get him.
Don't bother, just get him.
I'll get him. I was outside, and on the broad lawn there was no place for a murderer to hide. Then I heard something. Old man Kelso had a huge aviary at one corner of the house. Something had disturbed the birds. Elliot? Not a very good place to hide, Elliot. Too noisy. There's no home for a killer, Elliot. Not even in a cage. Come on out.
Come in and get me.
Sure. Only I haven't got much time, Elliot. There's a girl needs a doctor because you shot holes in her. That wasn't very smart, Elliot. You must be about out of bullets. Try again. No bullets? I've still got plenty. And there's no one I'd rather use them on. Have one. Close? Maybe I can do better. Now I've got the range. I think this one has your name on it, Elliot.
No, don't shoot, Dan. I'm coming out.
I changed my mind. I like it better this way, Elliot. I want you to know what Kelso felt like. And Farley. And Vivian. Hold still, Elliot.
No, don't, Dana, don't!
You're not going anyplace.
Go me!
You should have stuck to bookkeeping, Elliot. It suits you better. That'll keep you quiet till I get back. I know. I wouldn't want to share the same cage with him either. There was a chill in the night air as I walked back into the house. To the beautiful widow, the beautiful heiress who was bleeding red on a white rug. I called the station. Then I bent over her, and she opened her eyes. Vivian?
Did you get him?
Yes, I got him.
You're good at that.
That's my trade.
Dana,
Yes, Vivian?
I wonder what my trade was. I never found it, did I?
Looking like you do is a trade in itself, Vivian.
Maybe. But it's not enough to make a life out of.
Take it easy. I've got a doc on the way.
I don't think I'll wait. Dana,
Yes?
how did you know?
That it wasn't your brother? Well, I've been through it 1,000 times. That makes a difference.
It wasn't so smart.
Oh, smart enough. Almost. We bring your brother to trial, he springs an alibi. Acquittal. Then if we come back to you and Elliot, your brother could confess. We couldn't try him over again.
But we didn't fool you. Do you believe me, Dana, that I didn't know Elliot was going to shoot Steve?
He had to shoot him. When I let Steve go, Elliot knew he'd spilled the alibi.
Then he had to shoot me, too, when I found out.
All right. All right.
Dana.
Hurt much?
No. Dana. Steve's not dead. He'll be all right.
Vivian, Steve is... He'll be all right.
I'm glad. Steve will get the money. Maybe he'll enjoy it.
Sure.
I never did. You hear me, Dana? I never did.
Vivian. Her face relaxed, and it was a beautiful face, even in death. In the distance, I could hear the wail of the oncoming siren. Late. a lot too late. And everything else was silence. I don't like killers.
You have just heard another in a series starring Dan Duryea as the man from Homicide. Mr. Duryea can be seen starring in Al Jennings of Oklahoma. In tonight's cast, you heard Bill Boucher as Inspector Sherman, Herb Butterfield, Kelso, Joe Gilbert as Vivian, and Barney Phillip as Farley and Tony Barrett as Elliot. Music was by Basil Adlam. The Man from Homicide is transcribed. Tonight's story was written by Dick Powell, directed by Dwight Hauser. Be with us again next week, same time over most of these same ABC stations to hear Dan Duryea as the Man from Homicide. Orville Anderson speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood.
The Kraft Foods Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Alicia. I'm glad you phoned. No, I'll have to pass, Angel. I'm all tied up on business. Some boy I know has a sure thing going, and he feels that together we ought to make a killing.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the nervous shakedown. Before the Falcon solves tonight's case, let's listen to this. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
The best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip tastes really good. Not too sharp, not too mild, but just exactly right. And Miracle Whip tastes different, too. Different from any other salad dressing. Try it yourself. See why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. And now, the case of the nervous shakedown. It's Wednesday evening in New York, and a seedy-looking character named Ozzie Miller walks into Blake's, a small bar and grill off 3rd Avenue. Then, spying a familiar face at the bar, he strolls over with an assurance he hardly feels.
Hiya, Mr. Quinn.
Huh?
Cold out tonight, ain't it? But it must be...
What do you want, Miller?
What's the matter? Can I buy you a drink?
You buy me a drink?
Yeah.
That's a switch. What do you intend to use for money?
Don't worry about that, Steve.
Steve?
Hey,
huh?
Blake, how about a little service down here? What you drinking, Steve?
Look, you crumb, who do you think you're kidding?
But you think I ain't got no money. Take a look at this.
That's quite a roll.
There's a lot more where that came from.
Where'd you get it, Miller?
That happens to be a little Ozzie's business. Hey, Blake, we're gonna get some service here, but me and my friend have to go elsewhere.
For my part, you can go
Lay
off
right-
him, Blake. Yeah, sure, Steve.
Now, hurry it up, hurry it up. You know what I was thinking, Steve?
Nope.
You ain't seen that blonde anymore, are you?
Oh, you mean Francine Walker?
Yeah. I was wondering if you'd be sore if I,
Tried to date her?
If you mind, Steve, just say the word.
Of course not, Ozzie.
You think she'd go out with me?
Well, I should be crazy not to. How'd you like me to fix it up for you?
Would you?
For a pal? Anytime. I tell you what. Let's go in the back and I'll phone her right now. Blake.
Yeah.
Mr. Miller and I are going in the back, and we don't want to be disturbed for anything.
Yeah, well, what if...
I said for anything. Sit down, Ozzie.
You want a dime?
What?
For the phone.
Oh, yeah. You want me to call Francine?
And what are you going to tell her?
Well, that all depends, Ozzy, on how much you tell me first. How much was in that road you just flashed?
What do you want to know for?
Just curious. I bet you had $500 there.
Look, Quinn, if you don't want to call Francine for me, just say so.
Where'd
and
you get that money?
That's for me to know and for you. Hey, keep your hands to yourself.
Where'd you get that dough?
I found it.
Don't lie to me, you punk.
Hey, let me go.
I'm gonna get the truth if I have to break every bone in your body. Personally, that's the way I'd rather do it.
Yes?
Say, this is going to be more fun than I thought.
I beg your pardon.
Are you Laura Sherman?
That's right.
Well, I'm very glad to know you, Miss Sherman. My name is Steve Quinn.
Steve Quinn?
Oh, don't look so puzzled, honey. There's no reason why you should know me. I don't move in your circle like Ozzie Miller.
What?
You know Ozzie, of course. He's a swell guy. Hey, why don't I come in? Hmm?
I can think of 100 reasons, Mr. Quinn.
Oh, you don't really mean that.
Now, look, if you're not out of here in 2 seconds...
What'll you do, call the police? Oh, I take it then you don't mind if I stay.
What do you want?
Just a chance to get acquainted. Hey, that's an original Picasso up over the fireplace, isn't it?
How would you know?
Oh, you'd be surprised at the things I know, Laura. Now, I'd say you were strictly the 20-carat type. That's what I just finished telling Ozzie.
Now, look, if you think you're going to get any money out of me...
That's what I had in mind.
Did you ever consider working for it?
Well, it's too obvious. Anybody can do that.
Well, you're wasting your time, Quinn.
You know, I had a feeling you were going to say that.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. So it's lucky that I'm prepared with an answer. Now, Ozzie said if you got difficult, to mention Brooklyn and the date December 31st.
What's that supposed to mean?
You're in the best position to know.
How much do you want?
A check for $1,000.
I can't afford it. Not if I have
Take care of Miller? Oh, don't you worry your pretty little head about him. He won't bother you anymore. Hey, you want a pen? Now, be honest. Isn't it nicer to deal with me than Ozzie?
I think I'd rather be blackmailed by him.
You'll get used to me, Laura. If you don't, it'll be my own fault, because I'll certainly give you every opportunity. Oh, make that payable to cash, if you don't mind.
Oh, waiter.
Yes, Mr. Gaynor?
Have you seen Miss Sherman around?
No, sir.
Well, if she should come in, would you tell...
Bill!
Oh, there you are, Laura. I was beginning to get worried.
Well, I was tied up on a little business matter.
You sure it was business?
Just what do you mean by that, Crack?
Suppose we sit down.
I want to know what you meant.
You were due here at 2:30.
So?
So when you didn't show at 3, I went over to your place. And just as I got out of the elevator, I saw a stocky boy going in.
You don't mean Steve Quinn.
Who?
Oh, never mind. You thought he was my new romantic interest?
What else was I to think? You know how I feel about you, Laura.
No, I don't.
I'm crazy about you.
But you don't trust me.
No, it isn't that, dear.
Then what is it?
I was just curious. Of course, it's none of my business.
You're
and
so right. But you couldn't resist trying to make it yours, and I happen to object. If I were you, Bill, I'd get myself a girl who won't mind.
S L 3 1 1 5 2.
Hello?
I'd like to speak to Mike Waring, please.
This is Waring.
Oh, well, my name is Bill Gaynor.
Who?
Bill Gaynor. I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Waring. They tell me the Falcon is the finest private detective in these parts.
Who told you that?
Well, what difference does it make?
None, except that I've been running into that line so often, I'd like to reward the boy who's spreading the propaganda.
I wonder if you could handle an assignment for me. I don't know your fee.
I can tell you. $50 a day plus expenses.
Well, fair enough. I'm interested in a man named Steve Quinn. I'd like to find out everything I can about him.
Why?
But what do you mean, why?
Well, I assume your interest in Mr. Quinn is more than academic.
Well, it is. He's been bothering my fiancée.
Well, then she should complain to the police. Quinn's got a record as long as your arm. He's tried everything in his day from arson to robbery.
Has he ever attempted blackmail?
Wouldn't be surprised.
Well, thanks a lot, Waring. You confirmed a hunch. If you'll send me a bill at the Kempton, I'll be more than glad to take care of it.
That you, Randy? All right, you don't have to break down the door. Next time you might let him... Who the devil are you?
I'm looking for a Mr. Quinn.
Well, I don't know if I can accommodate you. There are a couple of us. Which one do you want?
Steve Quinn.
Then I'm your party. What's on your mind, mister?
You'd be surprised. My name is Bill Gaynor.
That's interesting.
A couple of hours ago, you were up to see Laura Sherman.
Was I?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Gaynor, but you're no cop, are you?
Nope.
That's what I figured. Somehow you didn't look official to me.
I'm engaged to Miss Sherman.
Wow, bully for you. It's a wonderful girl you got there.
And I intend to keep her.
Oh, you think that Hey, that's very funny.
No, I don't think anything of the sort, Quinn. I know why you went to see Laura. You're blackmailing her.
Look, if you don't mind, friend, try to keep your voice down, will you? This is a public hallway. These neighbors of mine are awfully nosy.
You are going to tear up that check that she gave you.
Am I?
Yep, and you're never going to bother her again.
Well, under the circumstances, I guess there's only one thing for me to do. I'm sorry we don't have an elevator in this house.
Huh?
You'd be surprised how easy it is going down these stairs. Happy landings, kid.
Can I get your towel, Mr. Gaynor?
What?
I asked if I could get your towel. Hey, what happened to you? Hey, you ought to have a doctor.
How'd you get in here?
The door was open.
Well, you got your nerve.
Yeah, that's a civil service for you.
Civil service?
Oh, didn't I mention it? I'm a cop.
A cop?
Uh-huh, Sergeant Corbin. Heard you had a little trouble at 5 o'clock tonight with a boy named Steve Quinn. Did he do all that to you?
No.
You sure?
Look, it doesn't matter, Sergeant. I don't wish to prosecute.
Well, now, that's very tolerant of you, but unfortunately, the state of New York isn't that broad-minded.
What are you talking about?
Steve Quinn was murdered 20 minutes ago.
He what?
Uh-huh. I hope you got either a good alibi or a good private eye handy. 'Cause confidentially, Mr. Gaynor, I think you can use both. Hi, Eddie. How goes it?
Oh, couldn't be better, Sergeant.
Say, you seen Mike Waring around?
No, but he should be here any minute. I'm working up something special for him.
Well, how about something special for me? Cops eat too, you know.
Okay. Ed's Luncheonette. Never let an officer go hungry. And for you, I have something very special.
Fine. What is it?
Lettuce and tomato salad.
Oh, are you kidding?
Nope.
Well, what's so wonderful about lettuce and tomato salad?
Well, lettuce and tomatoes are full of vitamins and minerals.
Yeah, but...
But besides, there's a dressing that I use that gives this everyday salad a very distinctive flavor. Miracle Whip.
Well, this Miracle Whip really tastes different, does it?
Oh, sure it does, Sergeant. You see, there's no other salad dressing like Miracle Whip. It's the one and only. Got a flavor that's not too sharp or too mild, but just exactly right.
Well, it's got to be doggone good to pep up lettuce and tomato.
Ah, Miracle Whip does just that. Adds a nice peppy flavor to the salad.
Hey, is anyone else eating this marvelous salad of yours, or are you experimenting on me?
For your information, Sergeant, more Miracle Whip is sold than the next 20 leading brands of salad dressing combined.
Is that a fact?
Yes, sir. That's why Miracle Whip is America's favorite salad dressing.
You know, Eddie, you just about convinced me. One last question, though.
Shoot.
Whatever it is.
Miracle Whip.
Yeah, Miracle Whip. Who makes it?
Kraft.
Kraft?
Mm-hmm.
What exactly is it called again?
Miracle Whip.
Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Oh.
Why, sure, bring it on. Good gosh, I've been using that wonderful Miracle Whip on my salads for years and years.
Oh, how do you like a guy like that?
Hey, Sergeant, that sounds good enough to you. Suppose you dish one up for me, too, Eddie.
Okay, Mike, it'll go nice with that sandwich I fixed up for you.
Good boy. As I live and breathe if it isn't the one and only Falcon. I've been looking for you.
On business?
Yeah. Ever hear of a boy named Bill Gaynor? Why? I'm asking the questions now.
Well, he was up to see me yesterday. He wanted some information about Steve Quinn.
What'd you tell him?
Only what I knew.
Obviously, it was more than enough.
Well, what are you talking about?
Quinn was bumped 2 hours ago.
I don't believe it.
Well, if you'd like to step down to the morgue, I'll be glad to show you the body.
You think Gaynor did it?
I know he did.
You're out of your mind. He couldn't have killed Quinn.
Why couldn't he?
Well, he's not the type. If you knew human nature...
But you do.
Yes. Now, listen, Sergeant, how's chances of me talking to Gaynor?
You think you can get him out?
I know I can.
Well, that's the kind of a challenge I can't resist. Okay, Mike, but you might as well finish your sandwich first. You'll be eating crow later. Gaynor.
What do you want?
Mike Waring's here.
Mike Waring?
Hello, Gaynor.
Gee, it's good to see you again, Mike. Well, I don't think there's any reason to detain you any longer, Sergeant.
Does that mean you'd rather I go?
You mind?
Why should I? Anything you want, just yell.
Thank you. All right, Gaynor, sit down.
I didn't kill Steve Quinn.
Then who did?
I have no idea, Mike.
According to the police, you had a fight with him this afternoon.
Yeah, but I didn't kill him.
What was the hassle about?
Absolutely nothing.
You mean he pitched you down a flight of stairs just out of sheer caprice? Look, Gaynor, if I'm going to help you, I'll have to know the whole story.
Well, Quinn and I had trouble over some girl.
What's her name?
What, does it matter?
Yes, very much so. Who is she?
Ethel. Ethel Barry.
Where does she live?
Well, as a matter of fact, she's no longer in town.
Oh, no?
No, I think she had a Continental Trailways ticket for, I believe it was El Paso.
When was this?
Oh, quite a while back.
Uh-huh. Tell me something, Gaynor. Do I really look that stupid?
What do you mean?
That story's got more holes in it than my head.
Listen, Waring.
Only if you're going to make sense. Now, how long have you been engaged to Laura Sherman?
What do you know about Laura?
Just what I read in the papers. Is she the woman in the case?
No.
Now, look, friend, you're in no position to be noble.
I'm not trying to be, but she had absolutely nothing to do with this. If you knew Laura...
Yeah, well, I don't, Gaynor. And with you in here, this looks like the best time to get acquainted. All right, Sergeant, open them up.
Very sweet of Bill Gaynor to give you my name, Mr. Waring. I can't tell you how I appreciate it.
Well, in all fairness to him, he tried to keep you out of this, Laura.
Laura?
Well, I feel as though I know you so well. After all, I've read so much about you in the papers.
You can't believe everything you read.
You mean it's not true about those 3 divorces and 2 annulments?
It was only 1 annulment.
Well, you know how these tabloids exaggerate.
I do. That's why I intend to keep my name out of them now.
I don't see how you're going to manage that.
I'll bet you could do it for me.
Well, sure. But where's my incentive?
Would money tempt you?
You might try.
$5,000.
No, I guess it wouldn't. But they say money isn't everything.
Oh. Would you like a drink?
Yes, now that I'd love.
I don't want you to get the wrong idea, Mr. Waring.
Oh, good gracious, no.
Actually, there's no reason for me to be involved in this mess. I never even knew this man, Finn.
Quinn. Steve Quinn.
Well, whatever his name was. And if I didn't know him...
It follows you certainly wouldn't have killed him.
Naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Soda?
Just a squirt. Whoop, that's fine.
Now, honestly, Mike, do you see any reason why I should be involved? Don't misunderstand. If I thought I could possibly help Bill, I'd be tickled to... excuse me.
Yes, go right ahead.
Hello?
Is that you, Miss Sherman?
Who is this?
Don't tell me you've forgotten so soon. This is Ozzie Miller.
I think you have the wrong number.
I said this is Ozzie Miller.
Well, there's no one here named Parker.
What's the matter? Can't you talk?
That's right.
Oh. Okay, call me back later. I'm at the New Bedford.
I don't know what's the matter with the phone company these days.
Yeah, Congress ought to look into it. Well, much as I hate to do this, Laura, I'm afraid I'll have to tear myself away.
Oh, but you didn't even finish your drink.
Well, suppose you keep it warm for me, Angel. I may be back sooner than you expect. Hello, Ozzie.
Who are you?
Cut it out, Ozzy. You mean to tell me Laura Sherman didn't call you back?
I don't know what you're talking about.
She must have known I was on my way over. Next time you use a phone...
Look, mister.
Waring is the name.
You better get out of here.
Well, that's a pretty fancy girl you got yourself mixed up with, Miller. And if you don't watch out, you'll be toasting your pants on the Sing Sing Grill.
You're crazy.
Are you and Steve Quinn working together?
Who's Steve Quinn?
How much did you take Laura for?
How much did we take her for?
Well, obviously you must have been blackmailing her.
Why, because they called her? Maybe we're in love.
Well, I'd forget it, Ozzy. I don't think you're her type. That's why I can't understand where you picked up whatever it was you were holding over her. Is that where Quinn came in?
Told you to get out of here.
I assume you have a permit for that gun.
No, but it can blow just as big a hole in you. You want to say?
No, that won't be necessary, Ozzy. I know when I'm not wanted.
Four, 1, 3.
Hello.
That you, Randy?
Who wants to know?
Ozzy Miller.
Oh, listen, you
I just
piss.
called you to do you a little favor. You know who's working for Bill Gaynor?
I don't care who.
Mike Waring.
Who?
Waring. I bet Bill Gaynor don't go to the chair for knocking off Steve.
You think so?
Well, you know the rep that Waring's got. He's not wrong very often. I thought you might want to do something about boosting his average.
Say, Jack.
Oh, me?
Yeah, I wonder if you could give us some help. Where's the Hayden Planetarium?
Go down 3 blocks, then turn right. Then right again at the next light.
Look, Jack, I hate to put you to any trouble, but do you suppose you could take us over there?
What?
Come on, Waring. Get in.
Well, if you insist.
I do indeed. All right, Harold.
You know, nobody's going to believe this.
Won't they?
This kind of stuff went out with Little Caesar.
Well, maybe this is the right time for a revival. It all depends on how you feel about that client of yours.
You mean Bill Gaynor?
Yeah. He's got a fry for that Steve Quinn killing.
I don't know, friend. It's beginning to look better for him all the time.
I hate to hear that, Waring. Maybe you better just drop the case.
Well, I don't want to seem stubborn, but I'll have to have some pretty good reasons.
Well, wait till Harold finds a nice, quiet spot, and I'll give you some. And I'll bet they'll all hit you in the right place.
Mike, come on, Mike, wake up.
Huh?
Quit faking. You're in the hospital now.
Oh, what happened, Sergeant?
What happened? You're the luckiest guy in the world, that's all. You were hit over the head at least a dozen times.
Oh.
Sure, if they picked any other spot, you would have been a dead pigeon.
Why, you no good.
Now, do you want to tell me about it?
Now, why should I? Now, where's my client?
He's still sitting.
You mean you didn't let Gaynor go after this?
What's one thing got to do with the other?
Oh, you idiot. Why do you think I was beaten up? They were afraid I'd get Gaynor off.
I see.
You don't see a thing.
Well, then maybe you better explain it to me.
Gaynor was engaged to Laura Sherman.
That I told you.
Well, Steve Quinn was shaking her down.
Oh, really?
Yes, and there were several others in the deal.
Who, for instance?
For instance, a punk named Ozzy Miller. The party you want is the man behind Miller, and I know who he is. Now, if you want a description...
No, let me do it this time, huh? He's 5'11", black hair, weighs about 190.
How did you know that?
My mother was frightened by Mr. D.A.
Oh.
Shall I go on impressing you?
You can try.
Your assailant's first name's Randy. When last seen, he was driving a green Nash. License number 438-712.
Then you got him, huh?
No, but we will have in about 20 minutes.
Well, I tell you, this Randy is the boy who killed Quinn.
I don't see how you get that.
He practically admitted it to me. He was afraid I'd get Gaynor off.
Well, you can hardly blame him. You see, Randy's last name is Quinn.
What?
Yeah, he's Steve's brother. He's afraid you'd help his brother's killer get off.
Well, I figured...
Yeah, you figured. You know, that's some head you got on your shoulders, Mike. I can't blame Randy for trying to knock it off.
Of course, there are many ways to use your head. I mean, besides the way Mike's head was being used right now. For example, whenever I want a salad that's really delicious, I use my head by making sure the salad is made with Miracle Whip. Miracle Whip.
Has a flavor so pleasing.
Miracle Whip.
Tastes so lively, so teasing.
Miracle Whip.
Only one of its kind.
Miracle Whip.
Best salad dressing you'll find.
Miracle Whip is the only one of its kind because it's a different type of salad dressing made from a secret craft recipe. Miracle Whip combines the best qualities of old-fashioned boiled dressing and mayonnaise, so it's truly distinctive and delicious, with a flavor millions of folks call just exactly right. Try it, won't you? One taste will tell you why it's America's favorite salad dressing. The one and only Miracle Whip. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike Waring fell flat on his face. As we find him now, he's huddling with his client, trying to discover where he tripped.
I'm sorry, Mike, but I can't think of a thing.
You've got to, Gaynor. You only had an alibi.
I haven't. I was home all alone when Quinn was killed.
Well, that's not good enough.
Well, can the police prove I wasn't?
No, they can't. That's the big item in your favor. But we can get you out of here if you'll just admit one thing.
What?
Your fight with Quinn concerned Laura Sherman. Now, come on, Gaynor. You might as well tell me the truth. I know most of it already. Quinn was blackmailing her.
That's right.
Well, what did he have on her?
Laura wouldn't tell me.
Where did Ozzie Miller fit in?
Who?
Ozzie Miller.
Laura didn't mention him.
Well, is it possible that Miller was working on his own?
I wouldn't know.
Well, suppose he was. Yeah. And suppose Quinn muscled in.
Well, then you think that...
I think it's high time we assembled our complete cast. We've got enough now to make it curtains for someone.
Friends, we are gathered here on this solemn occasion.
No. That's the wrong speech, Sergeant.
Well, what difference does it make, Mike? Mr. Miller wasn't paying attention anyway.
What's the matter, Ozzie? You bored?
You guys think you're smart.
Well...
I don't want to heckle, but when you two Rover boys are through playing games, I'd like to go.
Oh, what's your hurry, Laura? Don't you want to help us solve our little problem?
Yeah, who do you think killed Quinn?
I thought Mr. Gaynor was responsible.
I decline the nomination, Laura.
I still think you should be drafted, darling.
Well, that's not very charitable of you, Angel. Bill went to see Quinn because of you.
I didn't ask him to. It wasn't my fault if he wanted to play Sir Galahad.
Wasn't it?
No. We had a dinner date, and when I phoned him at 6 o'clock to call it off, he asked me to forgive him. We'd had a quarrel earlier that day.
About Quinn?
Yes. Somehow he guessed that Quinn was blackmailing me.
Well, I guess that does it, Sergeant.
You mean she?
I mean she'll make a first-class witness against Gaynor.
What are you babbling about?
Oh, don't breathe it to a soul, Gaynor. But I was wrong about you all along. Now, ain't that enough to kill you?
You know, Mike, there's only one thing that bothers me.
Is there?
Yeah. When I think of the way you fouled up this case.
Well, now that's gratitude for you. I give the man a killer.
You what?
Well, just because you had Gaynor in the brig doesn't mean a thing. You never would have gotten a conviction. You didn't have a shred of proof.
You got your nerve. I said all along that Gaynor killed Quinn because he was crazy about that girl.
Yeah, well, that just proves how flimsy your case was. That wasn't his motive at all.
No?
No, he killed Quinn because Steve muscled in on his personal gravy train.
Come again?
Look, if anybody was going to blackmail Laura, it was going to be Gaynor. Who do you think was working with Ozzie Miller?
Gaynor?
Certainly. And who else was in a position to know what Laura would pay off on? Oh, incidentally, what was that business anyway?
Well, according to Miller, New Year's Eve, while Laura was under the influence, she killed a pedestrian in Brooklyn.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, she's a grand girl. But we'll get her for it. And I still insist Gaynor could have gone over to see Quinn because she sent him.
No, never. What time did Gaynor have that tussle with Quinn?
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And it wasn't until 6 o'clock that night that Laura told him of her troubles. Obviously, then, the information had to come from his partner, Ozzie Miller.
Well, it could have come from you.
No, never. All I told him was that Quinn had a record. So now, will you behave?
Oh, you have the nerve to sit there so smugly after lousing up this whole case.
Well, you're a great one to talk, and after all I've done for you...
All you've done for me?
Well, sure. I've always been ready to share everything 50-50 with you. And when I make a mistake,
yes,
I'm perfectly willing for you to take the rap. Now, what could be fairer than that? This is Mike Waring, friends. July 1st, this Sunday, the people of Canada are celebrating the 84th birthday of the founding of Canada as a nation. All of us in the United States cherish our fine and friendly relation with our Canadian neighbors. This spirit of friendliness that has existed without even the necessity of an armed patrol on the border is a shining example to the entire world of how two free and independent nations can live together in peace and goodwill. Congratulations, and all good wishes to our fine neighbor and good friend on her 84th anniversary.
The Case of Everybody's Gun. The Case of Everybody's Gun. That's the title of next week's Adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that a man who has no charity in his heart may end up with a bullet in it. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting Adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Chuck Webster as Sergeant Corbett. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Miss Pinkerton Incorporated, starring Joan Blondell and Dick Powell. We present the first in a new series of half-hour comedy detective dramas, complete in each episode, yet featuring the same principal characters in situations of adventure, thrills, and romance. To begin at the beginning, as is customary and proper, the saga of Mary Vance, who may be described as a career woman, and Dennis Murray, whose occupation will be explained later, began of all places on the placid campus of Cornell University. The exact place was the reception room of Mary's dormitory, the time just a little while ago.
And so you see, Miss Vance, because of your cousin's untimely death, your late uncle's detective agency now belongs to you.
Well, that was awfully sweet of Uncle Mike, but what do I want with a detective agency? After all, I'm a lawyer, or I will be if I can scrape up enough money to finish my course.
You will then sell the agency?
Certainly.
Your Uncle Michael made quite a name for himself as its head, and the business should be worth a considerable sum.
Well, the next move is New York, huh?
Yes, you'd have to go in any event in order to settle the estate. The sale can be arranged later.
How soon must I be there?
Right away.
Mr. Jones, I'm almost in New York right now.
I beg your pardon. Is the seat taken?
I don't see anyone in it.
May I sit down?
As long as you paid your fare, I don't see why not.
You don't mind if I sit on your books and magazines?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. There you are.
Thank you. No, I see you're reading the case of the missing thumb. Like it?
Why, did you write it?
Oh, no. Just read it myself a few weeks ago.
How nice.
Well, it's not a bad mystery, but it falls off toward the end, don't you think?
I don't know. I haven't gotten that far.
Want to know who done it?
No, I don't want to know who done it. I just want to read my newspaper in peace. Do you mind?
Oh, no. How's Superman doing today?
Yeah. See for yourself.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, that's Superman. What a president he'd make. Oh, my. These streamlined trains are certainly quiet, aren't they, huh? I said these new trains are not at all noisy, are they?
No, and I wish I could say the same for you. Waiter, is this the only seat left in the diner?
Yes, I'm sure the gentleman won't mind you sitting at his table. Oh, what could be more pleasant than gazing at a fair lady over one's mashed potatoes? Of course I don't mind.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a menu?
Thanks again.
May I suggest the macaroni au gratin? It'll take the wrinkles out of your tummy and put them under your chin.
Waiter, I'll dine when the car is less crowded.
But, ma'am...
Besides, I'm allergic to drafts, and there's certainly a big one blowing through the car right now.
And so we leave the diner and we're back in the club car where our beautiful friendship had its beginning.
Look, don't you want to lie down and play dead?
Oh, come. We've 3 hours of travel ahead. Why not break down and get conversational? I'm not on the make, honest.
Said he with a leer.
Really, I'm not. Now, what's wrong with a little conversation to make a train trip shorter?
Nothing, I suppose.
My name is Dennis Michael Murray. What's yours?
It's Esmeralda. Esmeralda Higgins.
Esmeralda Higgins. Well, it's a pretty name.
Thank you.
Are you going to New York to stay?
No, just visiting.
Are you planning anything definite?
I'm 5 feet 3 inches tall. I weigh 118 pounds. I smoke occasionally, drink less occasionally, and I study law at Cornell.
A lawyer? You?
What's funny about that?
Well, if you'd said anything else, a model or a nurse, even a lady barber, but a lawyer.
What's wrong with my being a lawyer?
Well, you're not the career girl type, that's all.
Oh, so you analyze character, too.
Sure. You're the maternal type. I can see mother love shining out of those beautiful blue eyes. You know, the thing for you to do is to marry some nice fella, settle down in a rose-covered cottage.
And raise dozens of children, I suppose.
Sure, that's better than raising dozens of affidavits. Esmeralda Higgins. Well, it's a pretty name.
Thank you.
Are you going to New York to stay?
No, just visiting.
Are you planning anything definite?
I'm 5 feet 3 inches tall. I weigh 118 pounds. I smoke occasionally, drink less occasionally, and I study law at Cornell.
A lawyer? You?
What's funny about that?
Well, if you'd said anything else, a model or a nurse, even a lady barber, but a lawyer.
What's wrong with my being a lawyer?
Well, you're not the career girl type, that's all.
Oh, so you analyze character, too.
Sure. You're the maternal type. I can see mother love shining out of those beautiful blue eyes. You know, the thing for you to do is to marry some nice fella, settle down in a rose-covered cottage.
And raise dozens of children, I suppose.
Sure, that's better than raising dozens of affidavits.
You know, your kind of thinking went out with the horse and buggy era, and believe me, that's where I wish you were right now. Though if you'll pardon my back, I'd like to look at the scenery.
Well, Miss Higgins, we've come to the end of our journey. But that shouldn't end our friendship, now should it?
I don't see why not, Mr. Mulligan.
Murray. Oh, no kidding, Esmeralda. Let's be friends. I'm taking a cab. Can I drop you somewhere?
No, thank you.
Well, maybe I can drop your baggage off where you're going to stay. How's that?
You'd do that for me, really? Well, that's awfully sweet of you.
I'd be glad to. Just tell me where to go.
I would, but I don't use profanity. Goodbye, Mr. Mulligan.
Dear Mom, it's been a bad day.
I'm sorry, madam, but if you want us to trace your husband, you'll have to come to our offices and make the usual arrangements. I know, madam, but yeah, until 5 o'clock. Yes, Vance Detective Agency. I'll see if he's in.
Pardon me, but I'm here to see Mr. Parker.
Second door to your left, please.
Thank you.
Come in. Now, please don't worry, Mr. Bentley. Our service has always been satisfactory, hasn't it? Yes, I know it's important. It's just as important to us. I'll have my best operatives there. Goodbye, Mr. Bentley. All right, young lady, what's your experience?
Well, not very much, I'm afraid.
What? There's a fine howdy-do. Well, I'm sorry, Miss...
Vance.
I'm
Mary
sorry.
Vance.
I'm sorry, Miss Vance, but I'm afraid you won't... Mary Vance? Not Mary Vance?
Positively.
Well, how do you do? I'm Parker, the agency manager. I hope you'll forgive me.
Of course. I gather you were expecting someone.
I was. We're a little short-handed right now. The agency has more business than it can handle.
Well, this is good news.
Ordinarily, it would be. You've heard of the Bentley Emerald.
Even in Ithaca.
Well, old P.J. Bentley is giving it to his son's bride-to-be as a wedding gift. She's Gloria Van Dusen.
Oh, sure. Sure, the well-known glamour girl.
Exactly. The reception's tonight after the wedding, and the emerald will be on display along with the other gifts. We've been commissioned to see that nothing happens to it.
Sounds like quite a feather in our cap.
It is. His is the biggest account we have. Of course, the police will have their people, too. But old P.J. Bentley is eccentric enough to have no confidence of police and rich enough to get away with it. And that's why we're in a jam.
A jam? I'm afraid I don't understand.
We're in a jam because I haven't a single operative available. At least not for that kind of an assignment. I need a clever woman. I've even had to try the employment agencies. Matter of fact, that's where I thought you were from.
Oh, I see.
Well, our attorney tells me you're going to sell the agency.
Yes. Yes, I am, Mr. Parker.
Good.
Mr. Parker, you say you're stuck for a woman operative for the Bentley affair tonight?
Why, yes.
And it's very important? You shouldn't pass up this job?
That's right, but
And you need a fairly intelligent young woman who looks well in evening clothes, who can pass for a member of the smart set, who can be trusted to keep her eye on the emerald. Is that correct?
You sound as if you were applying for the job.
I am.
You're what?
Applying for the job. Do I get it?
Oh, please, Miss Vance, you're joking.
I'm not joking. After all, I own this agency. I must have its welfare at heart.
But you don't know anything about this kind of work.
But this is a crisis, and I think I can help.
You're not a
Oh,
detective.
I know that, but I've studied quite a bit of criminal law, and I think I'll do just as well as somebody you'd get from an employment agency, if you got someone.
Now, Miss Vance, I must insist
Now, just
that
a minute, Mr. Parker. I own this agency, and I'm in a better position to insist than you are, and that's just what I'm doing.
Okay, Miss Vance, you're the boss. You'll need a license, and I'll assign one of our men to stand by and keep an eye on you while you're keeping an eye on the emerald tonight. He's not the type for this kind of a job, but he'll have to do it.
We'll manage.
I hope so.
Yes, sir?
Send in Bingo Doherty.
Gee, Miss Vance, them newspaper guys certainly give you a big play this afternoon, didn't they? When you got your license, I mean.
Yes, Bingo. I never saw so much gallantry in one place before.
Murder. They sure went to town. Too bad all that ballyhoo's going to be wasted.
Yes.
Look, Miss Vance, are you really going to sell the agency? Why don't you run it?
Now, do I look like a gumshoe? No, Bingo. I'm studying to be a lawyer. The agency wouldn't be any good to me, and I wouldn't be any good for it. After all, it's no business for a woman.
Yeah, I guess you got the right idea.
I know I have.
Only, gee, it's kind of shame. Your Uncle Mike run the joint for 25 years, and the name of Vance in the detective business has been like a institution. In other words...
I know, Bingo, but that's the way things work out sometimes.
Yeah. Ain't life sordid, Miss Vance?
Well, Bingo, this is probably the most expensive wedding reception of the decade.
Yeah. There's enough champagne here in this joint to float a battleship.
To say the least. Hey, Bingo, you know what I think? I think we ought to separate. Mingle with the guests, perhaps. We don't want to look too obvious.
Oh, no, wait a minute, Miss Vance. You ain't going to leave me alone with all these stuffed shirts, are you?
Don't forget you're doing a pretty good job of stuffing your own shirt.
Yeah, and this starch collar is killing me.
Hey, suppose you wait here and keep an eye on the bride's presents while I sort of drift around and mingle with the upper crust.
Okay, Miss Vance. Oh, say, look at Murray of the Headquarters Society detail in the soup and fish. Ain't he got the savoir-faire?
Who?
Over there by the pillar, the good-looking guy.
What? I know that man. I met him on the train. Is he a policeman?
Detective sergeant, and a good one, too.
Well. Pardon me, Bingo. And don't forget your own savoir-faire.
Huh? Oh, sure. Gee, if the guys at Bonnie's bar could get a gander at me now, they'd swear I was getting, class conscious. Murder.
May I have this dance, Miss Higgins?
I'd be delighted. Oh, it's you.
That's right. Shall we?
But can I lose?
Well, I never dreamed we'd meet again, at least so soon.
It is a small world, isn't it? Sergeant Murray.
Yes? Who told you I was on the force?
Oh, I know all about you, Sergeant. For example, you're on the society detail.
Well, I guess I may as well break down and confess. Yep, I'm always assigned to these society affairs. The inspector thinks I look good in tail.
He's right there, but one tail would be enough.
Sweet child.
And you're here to guard the Bentley Emerald, aren't you?
That's right. Hey, what do you know about the emerald?
I also know that Mr. Bentley thinks the police force are incompetent and immaterial.
Oh, he does, huh?
Now, Sergeant, don't stop dancing. People are looking at you.
Well, let them look. And how is it that you're so familiar with Mr. Bentley's opinions, Miss Higgins?
No, not Higgins. Vance. Mary Vance. You see, Mr. Bentley hired me to keep an eye on the emerald. In person.
He hired you?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Vance, you wouldn't have any connection with the Vance Detective Agency, would you?
I own it.
You? Ooh, from mouthpiece to gumshoe in 48 hours. Oh, lady, you change careers more often than I do shirts.
What's wrong with my being a private detective?
Now, don't stop dancing, Miss Pinkerton. I mean, Miss Vance. People are looking.
Really, Sergeant, I think you're afraid of a little competition.
Oh, sure. I'm afraid to pieces, but not of competition. Now, look, Esmeralda.
The name is Mary.
All right, Mary. Now, kidding on the square. Go back to your law books, but fast.
Oh, now you think the law is a good career for a woman.
Well, it's better than the racket you're getting into. Crime isn't romantic. It's ugly and sordid. It's rotten.
Is that all, Sergeant Murray?
No, that's not all. You get yourself all mixed up with some really bad boys, and your pretty head won't be worth a nickel. Now, take a guy's advice and go back to school like a good little girl.
Would it be too much of a strain for you to mind your own business?
Okay. Let's dance. People are looking.
Well, that's better.
Don't holler when you get hurt.
I won't. And don't you pout if I make you look bad.
That's the deal. Incidentally, now that you're a working detective, you might as well know the kind of playmate you're taking on.
What do you mean?
You see that man near the French window?
You mean that tall, distinguished-looking man with the gray hair?
Yep. That tall, distinguished-looking man is Silk Jennings, one of our better jewel thieves.
No.
Yes, he usually works the European pleasure spas, but the war killed that. And that man in the corner
He
there...
reminds me of my English professor.
Well, he's none other than High Pocket's Harry Miller, also a dealer in hot ice.
You mean they're criminals?
Yep.
They're probably after the emerald.
Wouldn't be a bit surprised.
Well, then why don't you arrest them or something?
Because I haven't a thing on them yet.
You know, they don't look like criminals. I mean,
Of course they don't. That's why they're top notches. But neither of them would stop at murder, believe me.
Excuse me, just a minute, please.
Where are you going?
Just a part of my nose, if you don't mind.
Well, hurry back.
What happened to the light? Turn on the light! They're on again! What's happening?
The emerald, it's gone!
Hey, Sergeant, do you know what happened? Well, looks like they got to the emerald.
Murder! Hey, you see my boss, Miss Vince?
Nope, she disappeared just before the lights went out.
Disappeared?
Yes, and so have two of the slickest jewel thieves in the country. Come on, Bingo.
Only a minute has passed since the theft of the famous Bentley Emerald, and the vast ballroom is the scene of excitement and confusion. No one, however, knows of the disappearance of Mary Vance and the two uninvited but nonetheless to be reckoned with gentlemen from the underworld. That is, no one but Detective Sergeant Dennis Murray and the redoubtable Bingo Doris.
Well, Bingo, did you talk to the gateman?
Yeah, I conversed with him.
Did he see anything?
Plenty. 2 cars pulling out of the driveway and going like bats out of... Hades.
Oh, that crazy girl. She's chasing two of the most dangerous jewel thieves in the country.
But that ain't it, Sarge.
What ain't it?
What you said. She ain't chasing them. They're chasing her.
Are you kidding?
Well, the gate man says the first car what pulled out had a dame at the wheel, and the car that was following her had 2 guys in it.
But that can't be unless
what, Sarge?
Bingo, you don't think Mary would swipe that piece of green glass, do you?
Hey, if I thought you meant that, I'd load a boom on you.
Okay, let's go.
Where?
Well, after that nitwit boss of yours. Get my car, Bingo.
Hang up.
Make this an express stop, will you?
Go up, please.
10th floor.
Say, where'd you get the shiner?
I got caught in a jam.
Would you like some beefsteak?
Thanks, kid. I'm not hungry.
Okay, lady. Here's the 10th floor.
Thanks. Clerk, this is Miss Vance in 1005. I'm not home to anyone, understand? Anyone at all. Oh.
So sorry to intrude.
Who are you? How'd you get in?
With this pass key,
Well, what do you want?
the Bentley Emerald, Miss Vance, and don't try to lift that phone.
What makes you think I have the emerald?
We know you got it. Let's not beat around the bush, Miss Vance. Miller and I were after the stone, had the stage all set. You just worked faster than we
I
did.
don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, no? Incidentally, I do want to apologize for the condition of your eye. The darkness, you know. I didn't expect to find someone else reaching for the stone at the same time I did.
Gentlemen, I think you're making a mistake.
She's too smart, Silk. Let's get tough and
If
square.
you take another step toward me, I'll scream.
Now, just a moment. I'm sure there's no need for violence. Miss Vance, let me explain the situation.
Do.
To begin with, Miller and I went after the emerald on our own hook. You should know that a stone so large and so famous would be extremely difficult to dispose of.
Consequently, we've been operating as what might be termed contractors.
Contractors?
Yes. We were hired to obtain the emerald, and for a very handsome retainer, too. You stepped in and almost robbed us of our commission.
Ah, the world's a cruel place, isn't it?
Yeah, for some people. Get to the point, Silk. Miss Vance, we aren't the kind of men to lose a large sum of money with a smile. I suggest that we cut you in and split the proceeds 3 ways.
Oh, you cut me in?
Exactly. To dispose of the emerald, you would eventually have to do business with our employer, who happens to be the most important fence on the East Coast. He's a good man to have for a friend. A bad one for an enemy.
And I'm only to get a third. Is that all?
Well, on this deal, yes. But I think you're a clever girl. We ought to be able to work together. And do well, too.
And if I refuse?
Then Mr. Miller here will be forced to apply his own method of persuasion.
Oh. Well, I think you boys have something there. It's a deal. But I want to turn the stone over to your boss personally.
Excellent. You are a clever girl.
Good evening, folks. Papa's got a nasty old gun that might explode and go boom. Right in your puss.
Funny man, isn't he?
Yeah. Now you two step over to the corner and face the wall. That's right. And you, young lady, come over toward me. Say, where did you pick up that black eye? It's a Lulu.
You think you're clever, don't you?
Yeah. Now you stand right here by me while I give these gentlemen the once-over. Toting any artillery, Silk?
I never do.
Sure. But this time you were a little out of your territory.
Yes, and you're a long way from yours. Drop your gun, Sergeant, because I got one right in your back.
What? Are you in with these...
Good work, Miller.
Did you have to hit him with that thing?
Come on. We better not lose any more time.
Yeah, let's get going.
Who is it? Running. Just a moment. Gentlemen, come in.
Thanks, Mr. Latour.
And who is your charming companion?
We'll tell you about that in a minute.
Tell me first, did you get the stone?
In a roundabout way?
Yes, you see Miss Vance here beat us to the emerald, but we were able to persuade her to join forces with us. At no additional expense to you, I might add.
Excellent.
So she's a very clever girl, Latour. On our way here, she was also instrumental in preventing our arrest.
Incredible.
Meaning what, Mr. Latour?
I mean that you are as clever as you are charming. Where is the emerald?
Miss Vance has it.
Miss Vance?
Of course. There you are.
I confess that I'm baffled.
What do you mean, baffled?
Miss Vance, why you should steal the Bentley emerald, prevent the arrest of my associates, and then so very obligingly bring the stone to me is more than I can understand.
Well, I decided after talking to these gentlemen that I'd like to join forces with you.
Especially since you are a detective.
He's a detective.
Certainly, you idiots. Don't you read the newspapers? Here's her picture, the story that goes with it. She's taken over the Vance agency.
Hey, what a nervy dame.
Well, anyway, we've got the emerald.
Yes. And we also have a live corpse on our hands.
Yes. Oh, Sarge?
Bingo, where are you?
I was down in the lobby keeping my eyes peeled, like you said, when I seen Miss Vance and them 2 guys come out. So I figure I better follow them. And guess where they went? They went in the back door of Latour's. You know, that high-class jewelry store on Fifth Avenue.
Well, I'll be... Bingo. You stay right where you are till I get there, and don't let anybody in or out. And don't go in yourself, you get it? Darn that crazy girl. Give me police headquarters.
Then I take it we're all agreed?
That's right, Mr. Latour.
All right. We leave immediately for my cottage in Maine. It's right on the ocean, you know. By the time Miss Vance's body is washed in, she'll be unrecognizable.
Now, wait a minute. You know murder's a serious business.
But at this stage of the game, so is exposure. I'm sorry we have to do this. Truly, I am.
Come on, let's get going.
Yes, we can leave by the street door. It's late, and no one will see us.
We'd better gag her anyway.
Good idea. Take care of it, Miller.
Right. Hey, that's the cops.
Come on, this way.
Not the girl. We're caught with her, we're dead.
I know. Wait. We put her in the vault. She'll suffocate. We can dispose of her body later. Now, hurry. Hurry. Out the back way.
Let him have it. All right, boys, the game's up. Come on, up with your hands. Nice work, Bingo. Are you hurt?
Nah, where's Miss Vance?
Yeah, where is she, Latour?
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, boys, we'll make them talk.
Wait a minute. I'm not taking a murder rap. She's in the vault.
Get her out, Latour.
It's not locked. Just throw back the bolt.
Well. Look at little Miss Pinkerton. Come on, out you go.
Think you're smart, don't you?
That's what I get for saving your life. Get back in the safe.
Oh, all right.
Noonan, you can take these gentlemen down to the station now.
All right, Sarge. Come on, get along. Come on.
Now, when and where did you get that shiner, Miss Gumshoe?
When I took the emerald,
And why, if I may be so bold, did you snitch Exhibit A?
because it was the only thing I could do. I saw this high-pockets individual getting ready to turn off the lights. I had to act quick. I grabbed the emerald first.
And?
Well, I got the black eye in the tussle with Jennings, and then I got scared and I ran. I don't know why. I got into my car and they followed me.
Why did you stick a gun in my back and get me knocked out?
Oh, that.
Yes, that.
Well, I found out that they were only part of a ring. The tour was the big shot, the master fence. That was even bigger than the emerald itself. I had to follow through, and then you got in the way.
Uh-huh. And you might add, it was a mighty good thing for you that I got back in your way.
Well, thank you kindly, Sergeant.
No, you're welcome. Now, let me tell you something, little Miss Muffet. All you did tonight was to mess up the sweetest little trap ever set by the police department of this great city.
Don't be a poor sport, Sergeant Murray.
Believe me, I'm not. We've been trying to find the identity of the man above Jennings and Miller for a long time, so tonight we set a trap.
Trap?
Yes, but the wrong mouse nibbled the cheese. Why do you think I gave Jennings and Miller so much rope? It's because I wanted them to steal the emerald.
You wanted them to steal the emerald?
Sure, it was a fake.
A fake? You mean I took a chance on my life for an imitation emerald?
That's right. You don't think we'd bait a trap with a real article? We arranged the whole thing with Mr. Bentley and the insurance company.
Well, of all things.
Here comes the press. Hi, boys.
Hi, Sarge. Hey, isn't that Mary Vance? Hiya, Mary.
Greetings, gentlemen.
Hey, by the looks of that shiner, Miss Vance has been a busy little girl. Come on, Mary, spill it.
What happened?
Now, just a minute, boys.
Sabotage, will you, Sarge?
Come on over here, Miss Vance, and tell us all about it. Well, how do you like that?
It looks like Miss Vance is getting all the play, huh, Sarge?
Yeah, so it does.
Well, that's life, Sarge. In other words...
a guy named Murray is a first-class...
Sarge. Temper.
I don't mind admitting I had a very anxious night, Miss Vance.
You had an anxious night, Mr. Parker.
How does it feel to have your name on every front page in town?
Yeah, Miss Vance, you were in the limelight, all right.
It hurts my eyes.
Too much excitement, eh? Well, you can relax now. After last night's business, you'll have no trouble at all getting some good offers for the agency.
Mm-hmm.
Come in.
Huh, am I intruding?
Not at all, Sergeant.
Good. I'd like to take you to lunch.
Really? As a tribute to my ability?
Frankly, no. As a tribute to your luck. Stop kidding yourself, Mary. You're not a detective. You never will be.
That's not what the newspapers think.
Yeah? Well, if I hadn't been around, the only newspaper headline you'd rate today would have been an obituary.
Sour grapes.
I hear you're going to sell the agency.
Huh. I don't know where you got that impression.
But, Miss Vance...
Are you kidding?
I had intended to sell it, but you men who think all women are helpless nitwits give me 12 kinds of a pain. Not only am I going to keep the agency, but I'm going to show you that I can outsalute you in every direction, including spades. Goodbye, gentlemen. I'm going to lunch alone.
Ain't she the spit of her Uncle Mike?
Yeah. So she's going to be Miss Pinkerton Incorporated, huh? Well, one of these days she's going to poke that pretty nose of hers into something and get it caught. And I won't be around to unhook it. Or, will I? Supporting Miss Blondell and Mr. Powell were Hanley Stafford, Gail Gordon, Ed Max, Elliot Lewis, Frederick Gurman, and Sarah Berner. Story by Carl Foreman and Charles R. Marion. Music composed and directed by Lenny Kahn. Miss Pinkerton Incorporated was conceived and produced by J. Donald Wilson. this is Art Gilmore speaking. Listen in next week to Miss Pinkerton Incorporated for the story of the man who became obsessed with the urge to kill, starring Joan Blondell and Dick Powell.
Being a private investigator means two things. You can be sure you'll run into trouble, and you can never be sure you'll get out of it. Well, there's not much you can do about it, I guess, except, like Julie always says,
walk softly, Peter Troy.
And now, Peter Troy investigates the Winsome Wildcat.
In Montreal one time, I met this gal who was a lady all-in wrestler. Her name was Gerda, and she was built like one. And there was sweet, charming Felicity from Winnipeg. She rode a motorbike on the wall of death for kicks. Now me, I don't go for dames making with a danger bit. I like 'em warm and cozy and helpless, and very, very feminine. Well, Rachel was all of those things, and she had a figure that'd knock your eyes out. But by profession, Rachel was a lady lion tamer. Yeah, that's right, a lady lion tamer. Star of the Bantling Brothers Circus and currently packing them in at Earl's Court. Now, Rachel was, she had, what's the expression I'm hunting for? Rachel was winsome. Now, Webster's dictionary describes it as being pleasant, delightful, attractive, agreeable, and engaging.
That describes you to a T, Rachel.
How sweet of you to say that, George.
An ideal qualification for becoming a wife.
Please don't let's start on that again.
But...
Darling, I've told you.
I know. But the thought
George,
of you...
Please.
Oh, all right.
Let's leave things as they are. It's nice this way. Nice and uncomplicated.
Well, at least give up your job here at the circus.
No.
Are you going into that cage full of cats every night?
The lions and I understand each other.
Because it gives me nightmares.
It also gives you nice, healthy receipts at the box office, Mr. George Bantling.
Rachel's and the lions, yes. It's a draw card, all right, but... Darn it, it's not right. Lion taming's a man's job, and I think...
You're going to take me out for dinner before the evening show or not?
Oh, yes, of course. I'll just... who the devil's that?
I'll open the door and find out.
Yes,
Don't make a single solitary sound, Bantling, or else I'll squeeze this trigger.
George!
Same goes for you.
What is it you want?
The girl.
Me?
That's right.
Why?
That's none of your business. Get your coat, Rachel. We're leaving.
Now, wait...
Do as I say. Harry, watch her. Now you, Mr. Bantling, turn around. That's it.
George!
Now, come on, we're wasting time. Oh, your boyfriend's all right. He'll sleep for a while, that's all.
Where are you taking me?
You'll find out. Don't give me any trouble. Now move.
That night, the circus at Earl's Court went on with a show minus Rachel and her lions. And the next day, the Screamer headlines told the story of the snatch. Oh, I read about it, wondered who'd want to steal a lady lion tamer, and then promptly forgot about it. Until the next morning. I got to my office nice and early, around 11 a.m., found Julie fuming away like an angry percolator. She looked cute when she's angry. Cute, but volatile. It's best not to antagonize her, I've learned.
He's been waiting for you since 9 o'clock.
Well, that's nice. Who is he?
George Bantling. Bantling Brothers Circus.
Oh, Rachel and the lions.
What?
She's missing, believe snatched.
Will you go in and see him?
Mm-hmm.
Now.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Come on in and bring your notebook.
I have it in my hand.
Don't shout, honey bun. I can hear you.
Well, good morning, Mr. Bantling. Sorry I'm late. Just wrapped up another case, you know.
You have some trouble, I believe.
You read the morning papers?
Oh, yes. Seems someone took off with your lady lion tamer.
Yeah, I want Rachel found, Mr. Troy.
Well, that's direct and straight to the point. I imagine the police want her found, too, but why do you come to me?
You've got a reputation for action and discretion.
Action and discretion. Yeah. Sounds like a good slogan. Go on.
There are complications.
Huh?
This may sound crazy, Mr. Troy, but I think Rachel wanted to get herself kidnapped. I think it's all been rigged.
But why?
She's very beautiful, but a very extravagant woman. That she'd do anything for money.
Doesn't she get enough of it? I mean, she got star billing at your circus.
That's right, but she gambles. And, well, I know for a fact that she's in debt for something like £10,000. There are unpaid bills. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
We had a quarrel once. She wanted to borrow that amount from me. I wouldn't give it to her, and she said she'd get even with me. Well, a few days later, we were friends again, and I forgot about it.
And now you think she'll have herself ransomed for the money?
Well, it's the sort of thing she'd do, the sort of crazy, dangerous, harebrained... And if the police find out...
She could go up the river.
I don't want that to happen. You see, I love Rachel.
Well, that makes things difficult.
Find her for me, Mr. Troy.
Have you had a ransom demand yet?
No, nothing.
Well, that's strange. All right, we better get some details down, Mr. Bantling.
You'll take the case, then?
Oh, yes. Just as soon as I figure out where you start looking for a missing lady lion tamer.
Well, how do you feel, Rachel? Yes, of course. Can't expect you to answer to a gag, can I? Hold still. I'll take it off for you. That's better. I'm sorry, but I have to call you Rachel. I don't know your second name. They only bill you as Rachel.
Jones.
Miss Jones, how do you feel?
How do you expect me to feel? Where am I?
About 40 miles from London in Bedfordshire. Tiny village called Eton Manning.
What are you going to do with me?
Oh, you're in no danger.
If you think Bantling will pay any big ransom, you're mistaken. Unfortunately, that circus of his can get along very nicely without me.
Ransom? Oh, that's preposterous. You don't think we're kidnappers, do you?
Well, I assumed. If this is someone's idea of a joke...
Oh, I assure you, no.
Well, then...
You are here because we'd like a favor from you, that's all. And when you've done it, you can go. As a matter of fact, we'll even pay you if you want.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'd like you to read the story of my finished copy of last Wednesday's Daily Globe Tribune. No, I'm sorry I can't untie you, but I'll hold it up so you can read it. Well, go ahead.
State visit to the Maharaja of Dajapur. One of the world's richest potentates arrives in England today. He is the Maharaja of Dajapur. He will be staying at the home of Lord and Lady Manning in Bedfordshire.
That's good, that's enough.
And what's that got to do with me?
And the Maharaja owns a unique necklet called the Amulet of Dajapur. Diamonds and rubies worth a king's fortune encrusted in it. So, you're going to steal it for us.
What?
Yes, you're going to get it for us. Lord Manning's house is only a couple of miles away.
Look, I may have been a lot of things in my life, but a jewel thief is not one of them.
Well, there's always a first time.
Oh, why me? Why on earth do you want me to do it?
Because you're a young woman who possesses extraordinary talents, Miss Jones. You're an expert with felines. You can control the ferocious beasts.
Go on.
Now, the Maharaja of Dajapur is a whimsical man. He's very fond of dumb animals. Well, for instance, there travels with him always a very large Bengal tiger.
A tiger?
Yes. And around the wretched beast's neck it wears the amulet of Dajapur. Now, do you see why we brought you here?
All right, Mr. Bantling, let's go over it once more.
But I told you every single thing I can remember about the man.
Well, you may have forgotten something, some tiny little point.
Look, I went through the photographs in Scotland Yard. I couldn't recognize him.
All right, something about him, then.
I've given you a full description.
His accomplice, then, a big chunky guy.
And I've told you everything about him.
And there's nothing you've forgotten. I mean, no matter how silly it may seem to you.
Well...
Yeah?
Oh, it's so ridiculous it doesn't even bear repeating.
Well, just tell me.
Well, the thug, the fellow he called Harry, was wearing a hat. There was something in the band.
What in the hat band? Now, what was it?
A ticket. A railway ticket, I think. I only noticed it because it was such a strange-looking one. Green with white and red stripes. Yeah, I just got a glance at it, but I'm sure about the colors.
A railway ticket.
Yeah, I told you it was ridiculous.
Sounds like an excursion return ticket. They're probably coded colors.
Huh?
I only said they're probably coded colors.
Well, what does that mean?
Well, special tickets have special colors so that the clerks can pick them out easily in the ticket racks when
All right, now ring through to British Railways, honey. Talk to someone who looks after tickets. Find out all you can about a green one with white and red stripes.
Oh. Right, Pete.
Well, Mr. Bantling has a slim chance, but, well, that's a start.
Well, the only thing is...
The cops are probably a long way ahead of us, yes or no?
Oh, if I'd known the ticket was important...
Oh, that's okay. A point just strikes me, Mr. Bantling.
Yes?
You're assuming this is a rigged job, that Rachel isn't really kidnapped at all.
Well, yes.
Well, I hope you're right. Because if you're not, that railway ticket is a clue you should hand over to the police. And the smaller things than that have meant the difference between life and death, Mr. Bantling.
Peter, Troy, you infuriate me when you go all mysterious and silent. You drag me onto a train and don't... Oh, would you mind telling us where we're going and why we're here?
We got a break with the ticket, right?
Yes.
You found out it was a special excursion ticket that operates between Bedford and London on Saturdays only, right?
Yes.
We are now on that same train, are we not?
Yes.
Well, where's the problem?
But where are we going?
We're going to Eton Manning. It's a little way before Bedford.
And what is there?
The home of Lord Manning, at present on loan to the Maharaja of Dajapur.
Oh, Pete, please don't be infuriating. Now, what's that got to do with the whole
Look.
affair?
The picture in the middle of the page.
A newspaper photograph of the Maharaja of Dajapur.
All right, look what he has instead of a poodle.
A tiger?
Correct. Travels everywhere with him.
So?
Yeah, okay, this is a blind hunch.
Well, I don't see it.
Lions, tigers, lions, lion tamers, Rachel. Now, you get it?
Got it.
Good girl.
But it is a long shot.
Agreed. We do know, however, that the character who came in with the guy that carted Rachel away had the return half of a ticket from Bedford in his hatband, right? And therefore, at some time or another, he must have come along this line. But it wasn't until I read about the Maharaja staying at some place close to Bedford that I got the link.
Well, the tiger and Rachel could be tied in, but I don't see how you can tie in her disappearance with the Maharaja.
Neither did I, until I saw the cute gadget that hunk of tiger has hanging from around his neck.
Huh?
It's called the amulet of Dajapur, and it is worth a mint of money.
She loves danger, she needs money, and any crackpot harebrained scheme... Pete, you don't think Rachel's got it into her head to steal that amulet, do you?
That, Julie, is a very interesting question. The more I thought about it, the more I liked my crazy theory. It was the coincidence factor that sold me. I mean, a lion tamer disappears around about the same time that a Maharaja's pet tiger comes into the country, adorned with $500,000 worth of diamonds around its neck. Yes, I liked it.
So, like I say, if you cooperate, Rachel, that'll be fine. And well worth your while. £10,000 to be exact. If you don't, then I'm very much afraid you'll have to die. I've given away too much of my plan.
But why me? Why did you choose me? Well, there are lion tamers around the place who...
You are the only lady lion tamer around the place, Rachel.
What's that got to do with it?
Getting to the tiger is only the second half of the scheme. The first part is getting into the grounds of Lord Manning's place. Here, let me show you. All right, now here's a plan of the grounds. You notice there's high walls surrounding the place? And it's very high. And it's electrified.
Well, I don't...
However, there is a steel observation peephole set in the main gates. Has a sliding panel, but we can easily force it. Unfortunately, it's too small to allow a man to squeeze through. But a boy or a woman could get in easily. And as there are no boy lion tamers, you were the obvious choice.
I'm sorry, Mr. Whoever you are, but your ingenious plan still won't work.
Oh? Why not?
Because you're assuming that a Bengal tiger is similar to a circus-trained cat.
Well?
There's a great deal of difference. I can walk into the cage of lions without any trouble, because the cats know me and I've trained them. The risk is minimized, you see. But a Bengal tiger, and one that didn't know me, they're vicious and very fierce.
You're bluffing. A lion tamer
can only work the cats he or she is used to. If I went anywhere near that tiger, it'd probably turn on me and tear me to pieces.
Rachel, Either you do this job and take the risk, or you don't leave Ethan Manning alive. It's as simple as that.
You wouldn't...
Oh, I assure you I would kill you. That amulet is worth £250,000.
Listen, I've got an alternative suggestion.
Yes?
I could get inside those grounds, but instead of trying to take the amulet off the tiger...
I know what you're going to say. Why don't we shoot the beast?
Why not?
The noise would bring the Maharaja's guards out.
A silencer fitted to the revolver.
A silencer makes a revolver devilishly inaccurate. Fiction writers who love the device dearly always seem to forget that. Wound that wretched creature, and I've no doubt it'd set up a howler to bring the whole of the Shire to Eton Manning.
Drug it.
You'd have to wait too long for any poison to work. No, Rachel. Ours is the only way. I shall give you 1 hour to make up your mind.
Well, it may be a very small village, Pete, but it'll still be like looking for a needle in a haystack, even if you are on the right track to start with.
Huh?
Well, what do we do? Go up to someone and ask them if they've seen a young lady floating around who looks as though she might be a lion tamer? What does a lion tameress look like, anyway?
Honey, assuming that these folks are intent on snatching that amulet, all right, now, they've got to have a headquarters, haven't they?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Somewhere they can lay low and plan. And they're not going to choose a local hotel, are they? It's too public.
So, what are they going to do?
They're going to rent a house.
Oh.
In a small place like this, there wouldn't be too many available.
True.
So, go find yourself a real estate agent. Flutter those big green eyes at him and get some information. Find out who around Eton Manning has rented a house recently.
And whilst I'm doing that...
I'll be over in a quaint little pub over there.
Oh, Pete!
Doing a spot of pumping, too. The local tipplers are usually the biggest gossips in the village. I'll soon find out all about any strangers who've been hanging around.
Someone comes along this road.
I'll give plenty of warning. Harry's watching from one end and another one of my associates is at the other. In any case, this is only a reconnaissance. Just a chance for you to have a look at the layout. You get a pretty good view of the grounds, and you can even see where they've got that tiger chained up. And there we are. Now, take a look, see.
Isn't there anyone on duty at the gates?
It doesn't have to be. Not with an electrified wall. Well, can you see the tiger?
Yes.
And what do you think?
A great, big, ugly-looking brute.
Yes, I agree with you there. But can you handle it, Rachel?
It's going to be a tight squeeze getting through this aperture, though.
But aren't you pleased you kept nice and slim now? Well, that dieting's paid off, hasn't it?
I don't have to diet.
Sorry?
That tiger looks as though it's got an evil temper.
And you'll charm all the anger out of it, Rachel, and make it as docile as a lamb.
It may still roar.
That is your problem.
You can't stop cats from roaring.
Well, try. All right, enough. I'll have to relock the peephole just in case anyone comes nosing around.
Does anyone ever patrol these grounds?
No, never. Why should they? Who's going to break into that place where there's a Bengal tiger roaming around there?
Who, indeed?
Oh, anyway, let's go. It's nice to know that you're on our side now, Rachel.
When's 0 hour?
Tonight, the traditional hour, midnight.
Oh.
Anything wrong with that?
You've probably forgotten, but cats don't sleep at night. And they can see in the dark. I can't.
Well, that's another one of your little problems, isn't it? Don't worry too much, though. A full moon is predicted for tonight.
What would you like to drink, Julie?
Oh, nothing in this place, thank you.
All right. What's the score?
4 houses are up for rental in the district. 3 of them are occupied. One of them you can cancel out. 2 dear old ladies are in residence.
What about the other 2?
Both rented by men. The estate agent said that he knew very little about them both. He suspects one is a fisherman and the other a writer. They keep themselves to themselves.
All right, go on.
Mr. Bartholomew Reardon has taken the Mile End house on Giffney Lane. Mr. Kenneth Parent has the Crescent Lodge on Crescent Street.
Reardon's our boy.
How do you know?
Because I've been buying beers for just about every citizen of this village for the past hour. Amongst them is a local grocer. He delivers to Mile End House. The occupant answers to the description Bantling gave us of the snatch artist.
Oh, then I've been wasting my time.
No, not a bit of it. The grocer said the man's name was Andrews. Well, he's using an alias.
Well, Reardon's his real name. He signed a check for the rent.
I wonder Bantling couldn't pick him out of the photos in the rogues gallery down at the yard. Guy's an amateur. Giving a check out when you're trying to use a cover name.
And what do we do, Pete?
Well, we set up a watch on the Mile End house, honey.
Shouldn't we have some reinforcements?
No, you forget. We're on an assignment. Get to Rachel before the boys in blue. We tip off our hand to the police, we've achieved nothing.
And our client?
Would not feel inclined to give out with any free testimonials for Peter Troy investigations, would he?
Where are they going?
Park the car somewhere close and handy to the main gate of the Manning house.
The getaway car?
Yes, but please don't use that expression. It sounds so phony.
We walk to Manning House.
Yes? Oh, why not? It's a fine night. Plenty of time. You scared?
Apprehensive.
Tell me, is that all the equipment you need? Just a broom handle?
In the ring, I use a chair and a whip. I don't have my whip with me, and you couldn't pass a chair through the aperture. So the broom handle will have to do.
You just keep that animal quiet.
Just like that.
The place is not patrolled, but if they hear that tiger...
I know.
Oh, come on now, Rachel. In an hour's time, you'll be a very rich girl.
Or a very dead one.
You all right?
Yes, and a tight squeeze. I have a girdle that's looser than that. Pass through the broom handle. And the torch.
There you are.
I'm on my way.
And, good luck.
I'm going to need it.
You're going to need a whole lot more than just good luck, Buster.
What?
The Maharaja's guards are waiting for him.
Who are you?
The name's Troy, Peter Troy. I'm a private investigator on an assignment.
Now, what the devil...
Don't make any move, Buster.
All right, my friend, if you want to play it rough...
Yes, I do. I
do! You there? Tiger's not there, and the grounds are crawling with guards. Help me get out of here.
Okay, Rachel.
That's better. Hey, who are you?
Oh, I'm just standing in for your boyfriend. He got called away to Dreamland. That's him lying on the ground down there.
Who are you?
A friend of Mr. Bantling's.
You tipped them off in there.
Uh-huh.
I see.
All right, Peter, you helped the lady get through the little hole. You can let go of her now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look,
lady, we better make a move. This whole area is going to be covered with police in just 2 seconds left.
For the amulet.
If I were you, I'd forget about that. The whole scheme's a fizzer. Well, come on, let's move.
Hey, wait for me.
A lady lion tamer, eh? Well, I guess I'll have to walk softly when you're around.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Lever Brothers Company presents the Pepsodent program, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Philip Marlowe, the famous private detective of Murder My Sweet and The Lady in the Lake, created by Raymond Chandler, brought to you on the air by Pepsodent, and starring MGM's dynamic young actor, Van Heflin. Now, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste, New Pepsodent with Irium. New, fresh-tasting Pepsodent with the new, cool, minty flavor. It's preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. With families all over America, new Pepsodent is a favorite 3-to-1.
Families from coast to coast recently compared New Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. They preferred New Pepsodent by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1 over any other brand they tried. These families, 3-to-1, said new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Yes, families 3-to-1 say new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter.
Get new Pepsodent toothpaste for your family right away. Now, Van Heflin in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe.
Hollywood after midnight is like any other city after midnight. Night moves in and the city becomes hushed and stealthy. The nightclubs close up one by one, but now and then the police whistle and the prowl car sirens serenade the sleeper. If you've got any cop in you at all, you get on edge and you have to get dressed and go out and walk it off to relax. Well, I was relaxing past the Swank Carlton Hotel on the Sunset Strip about 1 a.m. when all of a sudden, recess was over.
Hey, Marlowe. That you, Marlowe?
It was George Millar, the quiet-spoken night clerk of the Carlton, hailing me from the doorway, probably to Mucha Melacrino. No, I was wrong.
Hey, look, Marlowe. You're very busy right now?
Why, Millar? If I may be as cagey as all that.
We've got some trouble on the 8th floor.
Where's Curly, your fearless house dick?
Tonight he has to have a hangover.
What's the beef on floor 8?
King Leopardi. Do you know him?
King Leopardi? Oh, that's the sweetest trump this side of Gabriel. Is he tenting here tonight?
He's in the corridor on the 8th floor, dressed in yellow pajamas and his trumpet. There's a girl with him, and they put him on a jam session.
Well, suppose the king rejects my diplomatic notes.
Well, get rough, but only if you have to.
Okay, thanks. But a guy with such an ear for music ought to listen to reason. All right, I'll be down 5 minutes more. That's all, boy.
Oh, suffer out mellow, king and yellow, more schmaltzerino, more.
I said, all right, king, the party's over. Hey!
Were you addressing me, peasant?
I said, wrap it up, can it? Put it on ice. The show is over.
Ha! Conk him, king. King Conk, that's what he is, King Conk. Let him have it, king.
Fanfare to a nosy house dick, as follows.
All right, now look, Yellow Pants, wrap up your bugle and buzz off. Now hit the grit.
Oh, you're tougher than a 40-cent steak, aren't you? Well, this'll make you soft and tender. Here.
Attaboy, king. Hit him again for me.
All right, hit me with that trumpet, will you? Okay, king. All right, now, come on, get up, get dressed, and get out.
How can he? He's out cold.
I'll be glad to pack for him. And you get back to your room, too.
Listen, copper, I don't have to do anything.
Get going, sister. Come on, jump. The door to room 815 was ajar. I went in and began tossing a lot of that yellow silk that the king liked so well into his suitcases. Something at the small desk stopped me. Tucked under the corner of the desk blotter was a note. It was assembled from words and letters cut out of newspapers and pasted on a telegraph blank. It said, 10 grand by Thursday night, Leopardi, or else. Her brother. I slipped the note in my pocket and went out in the corridor just as the king staggered past me into his room. I could get an infection from the dirty look he gave me as he slammed the door after him. The door 2 suites away opened a crack and then shut again very quickly. I went over and knocked.
Beat it, copper.
I want to talk to you.
I don't want to hear from you.
Okay, here I come, sister. Ready or not?
I'll blow you down, so help me, I'll let you have it.
Lay that pistol down, babe. Come on,
Get out
come
before
on.
you pick up weight you didn't count on.
And what would the little girl be doing with a .25 automatic, I wonder?
A girl needs protection with insects like you around.
Look, what's your name?
Little Bo Peep.
Okay, but what does little boy Blue with a horn mean to you?
I admire his work.
Do you know King Leopardi?
No.
Well, what are you doing in a place like this? I can tell you can't afford it. What's your angle?
I won a soap contest.
All right, baby. You want it that way?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to make a phone call. It won't cost you a nickel. Hello, desk. Millar, it's Marlowe. I'm calling for the lady in room 811. She's checking out. I had a little trouble up there, Millar. Your two noisy guests will be checking out any minute. Okay?
Oh, well, I hate for things to happen on my shift.
Well, the king bopped me with his bugle, and the girl had a gun.
Gee, nice people.
Yeah, how come you put a floozy like that girl so close to the king?
Well, I didn't.
Another
Quillen,
thing.
the day man did.
Look, there was a receipt for rent to Miss Marilyn Delorme on the telephone table in her room.
Well, that wasn't the name she gave Quillen.
Apartment 211, Ridgeland Apartments, Cord Street, L.A. She lives right in town in a cheap neighborhood, but she checks in here at a price she can't afford and gives a phony name. Now, why? Why? Cord Street, where Marilyn Delorme lived, was Old Town, Arty Town, Crook Town. It was afternoon when I got off the cogwheel car that climbs the steep hill to where the Ridgeland Apartments sat on the top of Bunker Hill. I went up dim, dusty stairs to apartment 211, and I tapped on the door. There was no answer, so I tried the door. It was unlocked. The room inside was dim with stagnant gloom. Marilyn Delorme was in. I didn't talk to her, though. I didn't think she'd want to make much conversation with those blue bruises about her throat, where she'd been strangled. I got out of there fast, wiping off doorknobs like Uriah Heep polishing apples for his boss. I found King Leopardi at his job at the Club Belvedere. He was relaxing at a table in the bar with a kind of a girl commonly referred to as a knockout. She looked tall, and her hair was the color of a brush fire seen through clouds of dust. I pulled in my chin and then walked over to the table. Hello, Leopardi, maestro. You remember me?
I'm sorry, I can't say that. Why, you dirty keyhole snooper.
King, please don't start anything again.
You left a certain little note in your hotel room last
Get out,
night.
dime a dozen.
That wasn't all. That dame with you last night.
I said beat it.
King, sit down.
Beat it and take this with you.
There's not much snap in that punch, King. Would you like to try it again?
I have had some drinks. I'll see you later when I'm okay. See you later, too, Dolores, after the floor show.
I'm sorry, Miss...
Sit down. You've made us conspicuous enough as it is.
Now, wait a minute.
Sit
Look,
down.
All right, thanks. Well, that's what I get for being a little gentleman and letting him pepper me without a comeback.
No, he's always spoiling for a fight.
The king just can't control his dukes, can he?
You better have a drink.
All right. Coke with bitters.
That's what I love about Hollywood. You meet so many eccentrics.
Yeah, but you see, I'm the kind of a guy who starts with a short beer and wakes up in Shanghai with a full beard. Is this on me or is it on you?
Well, that depends.
Well, how's champagne? Mum's Cordon Rouge, shall we say, huh?
It's on you.
It's on me. Coke with bitters.
How did you get to know King Leopardi?
Oh, I just happened to throw him out of his hotel last night.
Oh, house detective, huh?
No, filling in for a friend. Philip Marlowe, private investigator's the general tag.
Oh.
How did you happen to get to know the king?
I once sang in his band, but not for long.
Well, then, look, tell me, would it be hard for a woman to get to him?
Only if he was surrounded by a wall of fire.
If the woman had a gun?
Why?
Well, I found this threat note on his desk last night. It asked for $10,000 or else, and is signed her brother.
Well?
Well?
Yes. A woman with a gun could get to him, and everybody would give her a great big hand.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll skip that Coke and bitters and say good day and thank you, Christabel.
The name is Dolores.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Drury.
Chiozza. Dolores Chiozza.
Oh, Chiozza. Fare thee well, Miss Chiozza.
Formal, aren't you?
So long, Dolores.
So long, Philip. If I hear of anything, I'll toss it your way.
The evening papers carried a squib about Marilyn Delorme found strangled in her Cord Street apartment. That was all, dead end. Until about 1 o'clock in the morning when the telephone started having hysterics on my night table.
Yeah.
Philip, this is Dolores.
Dolores. Dolores? Oh, yeah, sure.
Would you come over to my place right away? 2412 Renfrew Street, below Fountain.
Hey, wait a minute.
It's a sort of bungalow court. Mine is the last one in line.
Well, sure, but wait a minute. What's the matter? Dolores, look, what's the matter?
King Leopardi is here, too.
King Leopardi?
He passed out in my den. It's absurd, isn't it?
Yeah, that's absurd. And it'll cost you $20.
All right, but hurry. Please hurry.
All right, I'll be right over. Phone calls in the dead of night. I should have been a midwife.
Oh, come in, Philip. I'm sorry I woke you at this hour.
That's okay. I always get up around this time anyhow to take my bitters and answer phone calls. Where is he?
May I have a cigarette?
Sure.
Thanks.
Right. Where did you say he was now?
In my den. Oh, Philip. Philip, he isn't drunk at all. Did you really think he was drunk? He's dead.
What?
The king is dead. Long live the... With my gun.
Well, good for you. The lady wins the large Cupid doll. Hey, come on, let's go and look at him.
You are listening to The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin. Yes, families all over America have named their favorite toothpaste. New Pepsodent with invigorating Irium foam. New fresh-tasting Pepsodent with a new cool minty flavor. It's preferred 3-to-1 over any other toothpaste.
It's true. Families all over America say new Pepsodent is their favorite 3-to-1.
The Paul A. Thompson family, Summer Street, Stamford, Connecticut, preferred new Pepsodent on every single count. The Thompsons say new Pepsodent tastes best of all, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. On all these counts, by an overwhelming average of 3-to-1, families prefer new Pepsodent over any other toothpaste they tried.
It's a fact. Families 3-to-1 say new Pepsodent tastes better, makes breath cleaner, and makes teeth brighter.
Remember, this is not just our opinion. It's the honest conviction of the Thompsons and other families who compared new Pepsodent with the toothpaste they were using at home. Get new Pepsodent, the only toothpaste containing Irium. Get it for your family without delay. We continue with The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin, who appears by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Huckster, starring Clark Gable.
Dolores showed me to the den in the back of the house. Trumpet man King Leopardi was lying on the studio couch, large, smooth, and artificial looking even in death. A small Mauser automatic hung loosely in his right hand. There was a bullet hole in his golden yellow sport coat, right over his heart. Dolores, is this your gun?
Yes. Someone gave it to me once. I don't even know how to use it.
Oh, no.
Oh, I don't expect you or anyone to believe me.
Don't expect anything. Just tell it.
Well, I was out late. I sing at KFQC on a late 15-minute program. Agatha and I got home about 11:30.
Who's Agatha, the cat?
My maid. I came into the den for some liquor and fizz water and found him. Like that. I sent Agatha home so she wouldn't find him. Finally, I thought of calling you.
Well, he got in here. How?
I don't know.
Were you ever in love with him?
The king never loved anyone.
I ask if you loved him.
I hated everything about him.
It's even better to tell the cops that is but copacetic.
But I can't help it. It's the truth.
Dolores, look. Go on out in the other room and buy yourself a drink. I want to be alone here with tall, dead, and handsome. Go on now, huh? After Dolores had taken her white face out of that room, I could work better. I went through the king's pocket and found his key ring. One key fit very nicely in the lock of the back door. I went to the living room where Dolores was huddled against the arm of the Davenport trying to become a part of the pattern. Dolores, how long has Agatha been with you?
2 years.
Did you ever steal anything from you?
Small things, that's all. A pair of nylons now and then. I didn't mind why.
Well, she sold a key to somebody. A key to this apartment.
Oh, what's the difference, Philip? We're wasting time. I'm done for as a nice person. They'll think it was a lover's quarrel and I shot him. Or that he shot himself over me.
Well, you don't die from the latter, though.
Your reputation does. And I care about what people think of me.
Yeah. Well, that's what makes me for you again, lady.
Thanks, Philip.
Now, look, suppose you give me a description of Agatha and tell me where she lives. I want to talk to her. Tonight. I drove down Brighton Avenue looking for the house Dolores had described to me. All at once, I slammed on my brakes. In the driveway of a vacant house stood a small coupe. Dolores had described Agatha's car, and that was it. And Agatha did not live in an empty house. I got out and walked up the gravel driveway and looked into the car. And then I got back in my own car and drove until I found an all-night drugstore. I phoned Detective Lieutenant Ibarra. Hello, Ibarra. Write this down. Brighton Avenue, 3200 block, west side. Driveway of empty house. Car parked with dead woman in it. When alive, answered to the name of Agatha. Strangled. I went back to the Carlton Hotel where it all started the night before. Quillen, the head day clerk, was on night duty. That surprised me a little bit. It was 2 a.m. and very empty, very quiet in the lobby. That was fine.
Well, if it isn't Marlowe, the old clues man. A good morning, and tripe like that.
Hello, Quillen. Look, how come you're on duty?
Millar went on vacation this a.m. His brother has a cabin at Crestline on the Arrowhead Road.
Well, I didn't even know he had a brother.
Now you know.
Quillen, look, how come an old hotel man like you registers floozies like that Marilyn Delorme on the same floor with people like King Leopardi?
What?
You heard me, mine host.
I didn't register the girl or Leopardi. Millar did.
What?
You heard me.
Well, why was the room between their rooms empty last night in times like these?
Millar had it marked on change. Plumbing out of whack or something. Why?
Oh. Well, here's why. A lad with a passkey could have gone into that room and then unlocked the two connecting doors. And then you could have run a bus service between the girl's room and Leopardi's.
What are you driving at?
That girl in 811 had a gun and Leopardi had a threat letter last night. Now, here's what I want you to do. Call the hotel where Leopardi's staying now and ask if he's there.
Why?
Because. Good enough?
Best reason in the world. Wife always uses it. Wait here.
In about 3 minutes, Quillen came back and leaned on the counter again.
Leopardi isn't there. I talked to a guy in his suite who was almost sober. He said Leopardi got a call about 11 from some girl.
What girl?
Well, he didn't know. But Leopardi went out preening himself.
Okay, thanks, Quillen.
Anything to do with that brawl you had with Leopardi here last night?
No, all in the spirit of boyish mayhem.
Oh, that 815 has a jinx on it, you know. Girl shot herself there 2 years ago.
What?
The girl shot herself there.
Yeah, you said that, but what girl?
I don't know what her real name was.
Look here, Quillen. I want to see your hotel files of that day 2 years ago and all the newspaper clippings about it. Come on.
All right. Let go of my arm, physical culture. I'll get the keys to the record room.
I read the hotel files of that day 2 years ago, and I read the newspaper clippings of that suicide in 815. Then I asked Quillen just where George Millar's brother had his cabin in the mountains. It was just getting light when I pulled up at the cabin, high against a growth of dagger pine and cedar. Smoke was curling from the chimney. Someone was awake. George Millar himself opened the door.
Well, Marlo! Well, gee, it's good to see you. How'd you ever find us up here? How about some bacon and egg?
The answer in my brief Marlowe morning manner is yes.
Well, that's swell. I'll wake up my brother and we'll all eat together, huh?
You don't have to wake me up. I'm up.
Oh, hello, Gaff.
Who's your friend, George?
Gaff, this is Philip Marlowe. You've heard me talk of him.
How are you, Marlowe?
Gaff Tally. That the name?
Yeah, my brother. That's his fighting name. He used to be a heavyweight boxer.
Fighter. Boxers dance. Fighters fight.
Let's get coffee started, huh? Marlowe's hungry.
Yeah, say, I've had a busy night. King Leopardi's been bumped off.
Bumped off?
Lowbrow killed. Vernacular for murder. The king is dead, though.
Where? How?
In a girl's apartment. Nice girl, too. The old suicide gag. But it could ruin the girl.
Oh, gee, that's lousy.
Yeah, but it won't work. It was murder.
What makes you think it was murder?
Well, Gaff, the way I cased the job, the kill was supposed to have been pulled in his room 815 at the Carlton Hotel night before last.
Is that a fact now?
Yeah. I spoiled it by giving the king the merry heave-ho before the girl in 811 could get to him. Didn't I, George?
I guess you did, Marlowe.
Yeah. Of course, it would have been poetic justice if King Leopardi had been killed in the same room where a girl committed suicide 2 years ago, registered as Mary Smith. Usual name, Eve Tally. Did you hear that, Gaff Tally? Eve Tally.
I heard it, Marlowe. So we had a sister named Eve, shot herself in 815 at the Carlton. So what?
So, George here told me that Quillen registered that professional gun girl in 815 night before last. Oh, no. George registered her.
So?
So, George kept the room between the girl and Leopardi vacant. When everything was quiet, he'd open the communicating doors, and Marilyn Delorme would walk into the king's room, muffle her .25 in a pillow, and shoot the king in his sleep. How am I doing, boys?
Fine, Marlowe. How am I doing?
Gaff, put away that gun.
I'll bet you even checked on 118 Cord Street.
I found Marilyn Delorme strangled. She knew too much. For a few bucks, you boys got Agatha to call Leopardi last night from the radio station and pretend she was Dolores with an interesting invitation. The king always had a yen for Dolores, and he came running. You shot the king before Dolores came home and left him in her den. Then Gaff got rid of Agatha. She knew too much, too.
Leopardi was the worst kind of a rat, Marlowe. We loved our sister. She fell for him, and he threw her out. She killed herself. Now, what would you do, Marlowe?
Take his gun, George. Don't get between us or behind him. This 45 goes right on through.
I'll have to take your gun, Marlowe.
Yeah. Well, always treat it like your own, won't you, George?
Got it, George?
I've got it.
Stand out of the way.
Does it have to be this way, Gaff?
Yeah, it has to be this way.
Sure, George and Gaff, the avengers of innocent girlhood in their righteous indignation.
Shut up, Marlowe.
Lynch mobs, tar and feather merchants, and other laws unto themselves take notice. George and Gaff, they wrote the book.
Say your prayers, Big Mouth.
Hey, Gaff, there's been enough killing.
Get out of
No,
the way.
Gaff, I won't.
I swear I'll let you have
No,
it, too.
Gaff! I'm
warning you.
Goodbye, Gaff. I'm sorry, Gaff. I had to do it.
George, he's dead.
Listen, I had to do it, Gaff. I just had to. You understand, don't you, Marlowe?
Yeah, I understand.
He was a killer. He killed 3 people. He wasn't going to kill a 4th. I wanted to finish Leopardo out in the open and take what came, but Gaff tried to do it cute. didn't know Leopardi was dead until you told me, Marlowe.
I believe you, George.
Yeah. Here's your gun back, Marlowe. It shoots fine.
I put in a big pitch for George at headquarters. After all, he hadn't killed anybody except Gaff, and that was in self-defense and in defense of an unofficial copper named Marlowe. He won't get off scot-free, but he won't inhale cyanide either at the taxpayer's expense. After I talked to Ibarra at headquarters, I telephoned Dolores Quiosa. I didn't give her the sordid details, but just told her not to worry, that she was in the clear.
Philip. Oh, thank you, Philip. I'm so relieved. I'm so grateful.
I'm so thirsty.
Well, come on over then.
Hey, wait a minute. Now, is this fiesta on you or is it on me?
Why?
Well, I mean, do I drink Coke and bitters or Cordon Rouge?
It's on me.
All right, then champagne it is, baby. But look, let me bring the glasses, huh?
You have just heard Van Heflin, starring in the new mystery series, Raymond Chandler's The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, brought to you by the Lever Brothers Company, makers of Pepsodent. Van Heflin will return in just a moment.
Men, here's an important announcement. News about a sensational hair tonic discovery. It's Trim Hair Tonic made by Pepsodent. For the first time, science has created a hair tonic with pure virgin olive oil. There's no finer hair and scalp conditioner. Yes, because it contains pure virgin olive oil, Trim Hair Tonic conditions your scalp as it grooms your hair. Get new Trim Hair Tonic during the big 1-cent introductory sale at toilet goods counters now. 2 60-cent bottles, $1.20 value, only 61 cents. Ask for Trim Hair Tonic with olive oil.
Now, concerning next week's show, here's our star, Van Heflin.
Philip Marlowe crouched in the darkness of Beverly Glen and waited for those footsteps to come closer. And then all at once, the Sandman hit him without bothering to remove the sand from the sandbag. And when Marlowe woke up in the morning, his wallet and his gun were gone. And he was wanted for murder.
Tonight's story was adapted by Milton Geiger from The King in Yellow by Raymond Chandler, creator of Philip Marlowe, the screen's most famous private detective. The original music was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to listen again next week at the same time to another exciting mystery on the adventures of Philip Marlowe, starring Van Heflin with a distinguished cast.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hi, this is Greg from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Hope you're enjoying the video and the old time radio shows. If you're watching this on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, you should be aware that the channel owner has stolen this audio track from one of my videos and uploaded it with a different background as if it were their own. Again, this video and this audio is from my channel, An Evening of Old Time Radio. On with the show.
Now from Hollywood, it's time for Edmund O'Brien as Johnny Dollar.
I'm glad you're in, Dollar. This is Barton, Chief Adjuster at Cosmopolitan All Risk. When can I see you?
I hope it doesn't have to be tonight. I'm ready for bed.
I'm afraid it does have to be tonight. I just got a call from a city fire inspector. There's a 4-alarm blaze in the Hartford Alliance building. We carry the fire policy.
Has Inspector phoned you? Does he suspect arson?
More than that, they picked up the man who said it. That policy is for over $300,000. I'd like you to sit in while this guy makes his statement.
Okay, Barton, I'll meet you there. Edmund O'Brien in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Home Office, Cosmopolitan All Risk Insurance Company. The following is an accounting of my expenditures during investigation of the Hartford Alliance matter.
Expense account item 1, $2.50 cab fare from my apartment to the scene of the fire.
Hey, Mark, can't you give us any more pressure? I'm feeding 4 lines now. Sorry.
We have the chemical hose right over here, Woodruff.
There it is, Captain. Watch it there, mister.
Oh, yeah. Through here. We'll hit it from the third window there. Dollar. Hey, Dollar. Right over here, Barton. Hey, Barton, here. Oh, everything outlines against that place. I couldn't see over here. Out of harm's way. Hey, that building was a bad risk. Is there any steel in it?
Yeah, maybe a little in the plumbing, but it's no worse than most in this neighborhood. Somebody's got to insure them.
Who owns it?
His name is Clarence Pickett. I don't know too much about him.
I understand the blaze started there in the ground floor corner office.
Yeah, that's right. The Hartford Alliance Loan Company. An off-duty policeman saw it start as he was driving by and then grabbed this kid as he was heading it down the alley.
A kid?
Yeah, about 19 or so. They took him down, but we can question him when they get through.
And they're sure he's the one.
He was running away. Hey, look at that wall below the second floor window.
Yeah, get in. Get out of there. Get back away from that wall. Come on!
Expense account item 2, $1.75 cab fare to police headquarters where I met Sergeant Broderick, the officer in charge.
This kid's a queer one. I don't know what you'll get out of him. He wouldn't even give us a name to book him under.
Nothing on him that would identify him?
Nothing. He must have stripped his pockets.
Well, the fact that he darn near killed a bunch of men might help loosen him up, huh?
I wish you luck. Yeah, this is it. You all ready, Martin?
I'm all loaded, yes.
We're going in to talk to him. When we finish, I'll bring him out. He'll be in front of me.
Right. What's that for?
We'll get a photograph, snap one as he comes out the door. Can't get a halfway natural one any other way. Then we'll have it published and try to find out who he is. Go ahead. All right, son, get on your feet. These men want to talk to you.
Won't do you any good to talk to. I don't want to talk about anything, and I won't.
Did you set that fire?
Yeah, I said it.
Why?
It doesn't make any difference why I said it, and I'm ready to take anything that's coming to me.
Have you set any other fires?
If you mean am I one of those arson nuts, I'm not.
And why'd you set it?
Why do you keep asking me questions when I told you I wasn't going to answer any?
Your fire almost killed some men a few minutes ago. It may do it yet.
I didn't think about that. I'm sorry. I had to do it.
Why?
I can't tell you. Leave me alone.
Somebody hire you to do it?
It doesn't make any difference.
Why won't you tell us who you are?
Because I don't want you to know. I don't want anybody to know who I am. I don't want a trial or anything. I'll plead guilty to everything, to setting the fire and to killing firemen, everything. Just give me what's coming to me and leave me alone.
Let me see your hands.
Why?
Let me see them.
No! Hey, let go, will you? Let go!
Up, darling.
Well, that's all I want.
What was that for?
I wanted to find out what kind of a kid he is. He's not tough. His hands are clean, nails trimmed. There's a mark left by a ring on the third finger, left hand. Class rings, my guess. I've had enough for now, Sergeant.
Okay, we're turning him over to the psychiatrist in the morning. All right, son, on your feet. I'm going to put you to bed now. Come on. Keep moving. Hold it now.
Hey, give me that camera. You can't take my thing. What are you doing?
Calm down.
Expense account item 3, $7. Transportation and general costs the next morning spent while running down the financial condition of Mr. Clarence Pickett, owner of the burned-out building. At 1 p.m., I looked for him at his home, and at 1:45, I found him viewing the charred remains of the Hartford Alliance building. Mr. Pickett?
Yeah. Yes?
You were pointed out to me by one of the workmen. My name is Dollar. I'm working for Cosmopolitan All Risk.
And I suppose they're as trouble as I am over this. My office was right there, the corner one on the third floor.
That's right over the spot where the fire started.
Yes, so I've been advised. And I was reminded as to how many nights I've been working there at the hour it broke out. You haven't assayed the loss already, have you?
That's not my job, Mr. Pickett. I'm not an adjuster. I'm a private investigator.
Oh. Well, I suppose under conditions such as we find ourselves, it'd be reasonable to expect investigation. Who is that strange boy? And why did he do this thing?
You've seen his picture in the paper there. I was going to ask you if you knew him.
I? Well, of course I'd. What are your insinuations, young man?
Look, Mr. Pickett, the conditions, as you call them, are not at all clear. An insurance company feels it has a right to make plenty of insinuations when it's up against a fire of incendiary origin.
Go on.
I was able to learn this morning that financially, you are not a healthy man.
You rotten snoop.
You've taken some pretty heavy losses on the exchange in the past few months.
I've dealt in stocks, bonds, and property for a long time. When the day comes that I have to burn myself out to recoup my losses... Oh, go away. I don't want to talk to you any further.
I'm afraid it can't stop here. Will you come down to police headquarters and face that boy they picked up?
I will not.
Why won't you?
Because I have no reason to. I've never seen him, and I don't care to.
On the strength of your refusal, I think a court order could force you to.
You do that?
I certainly would. So you have nothing to lose by coming without one.
Very well, Mr. Dollar. And I'll see you choke on your own insults.
Sit down, Mr. Pickett. I want you to understand that this is routine procedure and in no way an accusation of any kind.
Oh, rot. A few words to whitewash a violation of my rights.
Help yourself to the desk chair, Dollar.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Herbert. Will you bring the boy in now? Mr. Pickett, Mr. Dollar, our psychiatrist, Dr. Herbert.
How do you do, Doctor?
Gentlemen.
All right, son. Remember, this is serious. Now, have you ever seen this man before?
Yes, I have.
What?
Tell me who he is.
He owns the building. Hired me to set the fire.
Well, that's not true.
He gave me $50 and promised me 50 more.
Why, he's lying. I've never seen him before in my life.
Why would he lie?
How should I know? Because he's insane. He's trying to use me to hide something else.
Son, where's the money?
I spent it. I didn't get the other 50.
These are bald-faced lies. It sounds like a scheme of the police. Well, it'll not be as easy as that. I'll not put up with another moment. I'll seek counsel before I speak with you again.
Yeah, I couldn't hold him. We can pick him up later. Either of you want any more with this one?
I'll see him later this afternoon.
Nothing for me right now.
All right, son, come on. We'll go back to that room and talk some more.
What do you think, Doctor?
There is a greatly troubled and very confused young man. I could do very little to help him. A psychiatrist needs cooperation. He fought me every moment of the consultation.
Think he was telling the truth about Pickett?
It's hard to say. It could be true. On the other hand, as a falsehood, it could be classed as one aspect of this tremendously strong desire to keep some secret hidden.
How would he know that Pickett was the owner of the building?
That would be quite simple. Newspaper was shown to him this morning in an effort to force him to reveal his identity.
That's right. There's still no key to who he is, eh?
None. I've learned only that he seems to be, well, should we say, a well-bred boy, fairly well-educated, who was tortured by something in the building that he feared and hated.
The fire started in the offices of the Hartford Alliance Loan Company. Do you think a debt that the boy couldn't pay off would be a strong enough motive to drive him to arson?
Unless it were a debt of shame. No.
Well, we have to start someplace. Loan company is a better lead than what we've had so far. Say, you sure the kid isn't making this up, that he's not a psychopathic?
The psychopath is only an emotionally immature individual. And two of us can say that we have reached emotional maturity, or what it is.
After hearing the doctor out to the bitter end, I knew no more about the arson case than I'd known before. Expense account item 4, $1.75, cab fare back to the ruins of the Hartford Alliance building. Only a guard from the fire department was there, and a workman who was busy in the same office I wanted to look over.
I wouldn't come in here if I were you. You'll get dirty and it isn't too safe.
I'll be all right.
What do you want?
Well, I got an okay from the guards out there. I'm an investigator working on this case.
Oh, go ahead then. This loan outfit hired me to bring out their stuff that isn't burned, but it's all mixed up with the stuff from upstairs. Caved in.
Yes, fires are a mess.
Yeah, the safe from up there fell through, and I can't tell one from another. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole floor came next, what's left of it. What are you looking for?
I don't know. What was upstairs?
An employment agency, from what I picked up. Maids and butlers and that kind of thing. There's the one safe, and that's the other. Can you tell them apart?
Why don't you take both of them out and open them?
Yeah, well, all right. Give me a hand then, will you?
Sure.
This one's almost covered up. Hey, what's that?
Sounds like a timber. Let's move.
Hey, there's stuff above.
Yeah, there's someone up there. Come on, this way, come on. Hey! Hey, you up there! Hey! Hey!
The highest standard of living, the highest wages, and the shortest hours. All this plus the time-honored guarantee of individual freedom. Where else will you find all these advantages but under our American economic system? Help to preserve that system. It has brought more benefits to more people than any other system ever devised. Now with our star Edmund O'Brien, we return to the second act of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar.
This is Bart, Johnny. How do you feel this morning?
Oh, rotten. How about the workman?
Bad. Still unconscious. Fractured skull and something about his back.
Well, I guess I feel better than he does. Hey, Barton.
Yeah?
That cave-in was no accident.
What's that?
There was a man on the floor above us. It's one of the last things I remember. He was looking down at us, holding a crowbar.
Well, why didn't you say something about it yesterday?
I wasn't thinking straight. You don't after a crack in the head like that. But I began to remember last night.
Are you sure of this, Dollar?
I guess it'll be hard to prove. There were two safes in there. One from the Hartford Alliance Loan Company and the other from the Hartford Alliance Employment Agency. It had fallen through from the office above.
I don't get it.
I don't either. But we just decided to move both of them out because you couldn't tell them apart without looking at their contents. And that's when the roof fell in.
And you're trying to work out a connection.
Oh, I don't know. Say, what about the kid? Has he been identified?
Not yet. He still insists that Piggott paid him to set the blaze. Hard to prove, but I'm following it up.
I wouldn't build a case on it yet. I'll try some more coffee and aspirin, and when I can make it, I'll go down and talk to the kid again. What's the matter with you?
Oh, get out of here, will you?
I'd like to. I wish I'd never heard of you, much less seen you. But it's my job to clean this thing up. That means putting as much evidence as I can get into the hands of the people who hired me. So settle back. I might be working on you until you're middle-aged.
Pickett hired me. I told you that.
Speaking as an insurance man, I'd like to believe that's true. But I don't think it is. I think something in the building was behind that fire.
He paid me to do it.
And why would somebody try to kill a workman and me because we were pulling a couple of office safes out of the wreckage?
I don't know. I don't know anything about that. Pickett hired me.
What does the Hartford Alliance Loan Company mean to you?
Nothing. I don't know anything about it.
Or the Hartford Alliance Employment Agency?
It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. Nothing does. I can't tell you anything. Leave me alone, will you? I can't tell you anything. Please, leave me alone.
That afternoon, his silence stopped paying off, and his picture in the paper started to. A woman phoned in to say that she thought she recognized him. And at 6 that evening, I was standing on her doorstep in the little resort village of Pine Orchard. Mrs. Landry?
Yes.
My name is Dollar. I talked to you after you phoned the police in
Oh,
Hartford.
yes, Mr. Dollar. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
It was just the strangest thing about the way I happened to see that Hartford paper. Nobody out here takes it, you know. But I went down to the drugstore to buy a movie magazine, and something just pulled my eyes to this paper, and there was Billy Brandon.
You're sure of it?
I've known him since he was a tyke. I worked for his people, you know. That was before Mrs. Brandon passed on 3 years ago. I can't imagine what could have got into Billy to be in such awful trouble.
Is his father still alive?
Oh, my, yes, a splendid man.
And they live here in Pine Orchard.
Only in the summer. They're from Chicago, but they have a huge estate here, loads of money. Mr. Brandon is in Florida fishing. Poor man, I don't suppose he even knows.
The police are trying to locate him.
Yes, I just don't know what to think of it. How could Billy cause his poor father such shame?
Mrs. Landry, do you know if there's anyone on the estate now that I could talk to?
Nobody that lives in. Mr. Meek, the gardener, lives just down the street. He told me just yesterday that woman they kept out there left her job without so much as locking up the house.
Who is she?
Their maid. An out-of-town girl. From your home, Hartford. Some employment agency sent her.
Employment agency?
That's what Mr. Meek told me.
Mrs. Landry, do you know if it was the Hartford Alliance Employment Agency?
Line. Yes, that was it. It's their business, I suppose, but there are plenty of good girls right here in town.
Mrs. Landry, what was her name? Do you know?
No, I don't, but Mr. Meek lives just down the street. He'd know.
The name turned out to be Belle Muir. And with that information, I pried Sergeant Broderick loose from a friendly poker game after I'd gotten back to Hartford. I met him in the file room at headquarters.
Come on in, Dollar. We'll see what we can dig up. Now, give me your theory again, will you?
And according to your psychiatrist, young Brandon was afraid of something in that building. It would seem that somebody else was afraid to see one of the two safes leave.
How sure are you of that?
I saw a man pry the wall loose.
Did you identify him?
Probably not. I just caught a flash. But the fact that the Brandons had hired a girl from the agency sort of falls into place, doesn't it? Don't you smell blackmail?
We'll see. You want to check our files on the girl, right?
Both the girl and the manager of the agency, Benjamin Price.
What's her name again?
Belle Muir. M-U-I-R.
M-U... here it is. M-U. Yeah, here's a Muir. Adelaide. How's that for a record? Look at that. They never learn. Mullen. That's it. No more Muirs.
Can we try Price now?
Sure. Here's the mail file over here. A-R-I... Price. Adolf. Dollar. Benjamin?
Benjamin L.
Benjamin L. Yeah, here he is. What do you know about that?
What's on him?
1939, suspected of fraud, no indictment. 1944, suspected of receiving stolen goods, no indictment. Suspicion of fraud again in 48, no indictment.
What about young Brandon? Can I talk to him?
Won't do any good tonight. He's in the hospital under sedatives.
Oh, you can't help feeling sorry for him. At least I can. Especially if it's blackmail.
Yeah, I know. His father's due in tomorrow afternoon. Maybe he can do something with him. Well, I'll see if I can get authorization from the bunco detail to follow this through. Tomorrow, we'll look into that setup.
Do you care if I go ahead tonight?
Where are you going?
Belle Muir's.
Why start with her?
Couple of reasons. With a background of suspicions, but no indictments like that, Price must be smart. And I'd like her to talk to him before I do. Put him on guard and see what his next move will be.
Okay, Dollar. There's no way I can stop you. You've been lucky so far. Don't foul it up now.
Lucky? I'll trade you my headache for your poker losses any day. The discovery of Benjamin Price's name in the police file wasn't the only development to take place at headquarters. The desk sergeant had a message which he passed along just before I left. The workman who had been with me in the office when the wall had come down on us had died of his injuries. It wasn't just an arson case any longer. I found Belmure at home, in a ground floor apartment, low-income neighborhood. Her reaction when I introduced myself gave me nothing. She invited me in, apologized for some nylons drying on the back of a chair, and invited me to sit down.
I can't believe that Mr. Brandon would do such a thing. Why would he?
I think he was being blackmailed.
Oh, a nice young man like him. I don't think he'd ever do anything he could be blackmailed for. He's too nice.
Have you ever heard of anybody but people with nice reputations standing still for blackmail?
Oh, I can't believe it. And I don't understand about the fire. Why would he do that?
To try and stop the blackmailers. Now, you're the only connection we've found between the building and the Brandons. I'd hoped you could help us.
Help? I don't know anything about it.
You got your job with the Brandons through the Hartford Alliance Employment Agency?
Yeah, I've been signed with them for over a year.
Is there any way they could have gotten a hold of any information they could use against the boy?
I don't see how. And I swear I don't know what it could be. Young Mr. Brandon was almost too nice, if you know what I mean.
No, just what do you mean?
Well, I've had trouble with some of these spoiled rich men's sons, but Mr. Brandon never looked twice at me. Listen, you don't think that I...
Why'd you leave your job so suddenly, Miss Muir?
I didn't. I'm still employed. But when his father ran off to Florida and young Mr. Brandon said he was going away, I didn't see any use cooling my heels in that place away from my friends.
Uh-huh, sure.
I think you're barking up the wrong tree, Mr. Dollar. They're all nice people in the agency, every one.
Mr. Price, the manager?
He's very nice.
He has quite a record of being questioned by the police.
I don't believe that.
It's true.
Well, I never would have suspected it. I don't know what to think of this, Mr. Dollar. I really don't.
I don't either, Miss Muir. I won't take any more of your time. Thanks a lot.
Well, anything I can do to help, please call on me.
I said I would and left the apartment. But I got back to her position outside her door in time to hear a phone dialed and a conversation that started, "He was here." Proof of blackmail is hard to get without the cooperation of the victim, which is also hard to get. But it looked more and more like that lay behind the trouble. The next morning, I decided to try my luck with Benjamin Price.
Yes?
Mr. Price?
That's right.
My name is Dollar. I'm investigating the fire in your building for the insurance company.
What do you want from me? I didn't light it.
It's funny you should say that.
Why?
Because in a way, I think you did.
You can suspect blackmail all you want. That's one thing. Making it stick is another.
I guess Belle won't be much of a witness against you, will she?
Best kind I can think of. We're going to get married. She's loyal. So why don't you drop it, Dollar? You won't get any place.
You feel a little different now than you did when we were moving your safe out of that building. You must have gotten rid of the evidence.
I don't get you.
Yes, you do. I saw you. Don't you remember? I yelled at you.
Don't be ridiculous.
The man who was with me, the workman, died yesterday afternoon. With a blackmail that should work into a first-degree murder charge.
You're going pretty far, aren't you?
Not as far as the men from the police laboratory are going. They're looking for marks from a crowbar in that rubble that came down on us. And they're pretty good.
Watch where you talk this stuff up, Dollar. I'm warning you, I don't scare easy and I don't railroad easy.
And what are you worried about?
Watch where you shoot off your mouth. Now beat it. Go on!
I wish you hadn't gone to him, Dollar. You said yourself he was smart.
He is, but he's guilty, too. I recognize him, and he knows it. What about the father?
Well, he got in a little afternoon. He's a pretty important man in Chicago, an ex-public defender. Defense lawyer now with one of the biggest private practices there.
Sure, he would be.
Yeah, this is the room. We, moved him out of the ward. Mr. Brandon, this is Mr. Dollar from the insurance company.
How do you do?
Mr. Brandon?
Mr. Dollar, I understand that you've done a great deal of work on this situation, and I feel that it's fair to tell you that neither my son or I will make any kind of statement until we take the query under the fullest consideration.
That's all right with me, Mr. Brandon. I just left Benjamin Price.
You did?
Yeah. From his attitude, I take it that the basis of his blackmail is pretty strong.
Blackmail? I see no reason for that word to enter the conversation.
You're not in a courtroom now, Mr. Brandon. You're in a hospital room where your son has been kept under sedatives because of an almost complete nervous breakdown. Price is convinced that you'll sacrifice your son rather than give us proof that will clean this up. He threw that in my face.
Mr. Dollar, as an insurance investigator, what is your interest in this case at the moment?
Your son has tried to involve an innocent man. The company that hired me would be liable to slander if they try to build a case on his accusations. And you know the insurance companies.
I do, indeed.
I can promise you that we'll dig into your son's background and your background until we get the answers we want.
Dad.
Just a moment, Bill.
If you let Price get through this one untouched, where do you think he'll stop, Mr. Brandon?
Dad, make him go. I can't stand anymore. I don't care about myself, but I don't
Bill,
want...
let me handle this. Mr. Dollar, you must realize that my son acted under severe emotional strain. Could I depend upon you to be a witness in his defense?
No, you couldn't. He started something that caused a man's death.
Dad, don't let him talk anymore. Just leave me alone and I'll take care of it. I've done it all right so far.
Sure, you've done a fine job.
Bill, I think it's gone far enough. It has to stop sometime.
But, Dad...
Dollar, my son was involved in a traffic accident in Chicago 2 years ago. He was drunk. A woman was killed. There was a witness, and I paid him to perjure himself in our favor. Bill was acquitted.
Price found out about that?
Yes.
How?
This man, well, his name isn't important now, continued to extort money from me. He phoned at the house in Pine Orchard, and the maid overheard. I didn't know Bill knew about it until today.
She didn't know I was there, and I listened to her talk about it. The first one was bad enough, but then with another one, I had to do something.
Did you make a payment to the maid?
No, somebody else. A man.
Did you recognize him?
Yes.
Would you identify him if we took you to him?
Yes.
The rest, as far as I was concerned, came 20 minutes later when Mr. Brandon, Sergeant Broderick, and I stood in front of Benjamin Price's door.
Well, Dollar, haven't you caused... That's the man. Who is this guy? What is this? Get out of here.
I think we better come in, Price.
No, you don't. I know my rights. You don't come in without a warrant.
We got a warrant.
What do you want in here?
All we want is you, Price. There's a men waiting outside who want to place you at the scene of the murder.
You can't do it. I wasn't there.
You'll have your chance to prove that if you can.
The men want to go through your apartment.
Why?
To look for traces of soot from the building. All they need is a speck or two.
Come on, Price. Let's talk it over.
Not me.
Oh, you know you don't, Price. Yeah, that does it. Okay, pick him up, Dollar. Don't bother to be gentle. He won't care.
Expense account item 6, $40, miscellaneous. Item 7, $2.50 cab fare back to my apartment. I guess the company won't get far trying to avoid the payment of damages, but all of us might make a moral out of the matter. Maybe somebody has said it before. One sin begets another. In this case, the original conspiracy to perjure a witness parlayed to an arson indictment. The son, fraud and murder for Price and Belmure, and enough charges to put the father out of work for the duration. All I got out of it was a headache. Expense account total, $180. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Gil Dowd with music composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Edmund O'Brien can currently be seen starring in the Columbia Pictures production 711 Ocean Drive. Featured in tonight's cast were Hy Averback, Ken Christie, Raymond Burr, Gil Stratton Jr., Howard McNear, Ted Osborne, and Peggy Weber. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. There'll be a new adventure with Philip Marlowe, Raymond Chandler's famous private eye, on most of these same CBS stations this Friday night. Shrewd, hard-boiled, given to the wisecrack, Philip Marlowe will bring you a solid half hour of thrills Friday night on CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
Hi, Ben. Oh, Quine. Haven't got any witnesses, have you? I told Matt I'd give some time to kill, so I thought I'd come in and see what you have. Oh, nothing much tonight. 32 boys? What's the latest on the Brommel case? Oh, nothing new. Goes to trial tomorrow.
May I have your attention, please?
I'll see you later. Yeah, I'm going up the
People
office.
on the other side of the wire, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications. When the prisoners leave here, they are sent to the washroom and dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers, as they often lie. Bring on the line. Okay, keep it moving. Right over here to the end of the stage. Now turn and face front, hands to your sides, and look straight ahead. Okay, number one, Charles Conway, robbery. Step out, Charles.
Okay.
Take your hands out of your pockets.
Okay.
Where do you live, Charlie?
211 West 77th Street.
Talk up, people out front want to hear you.
211 West 77th Street.
Is that a house, a hotel, or what?
It's a house.
What's your business?
No business. Used to be a carpenter. There was some union trouble. Ain't worked in a couple of months.
You alone when you were arrested?
Yeah.
Have any weapons on you?
No.
Did you have a car?
I didn't have a car with me. I have a car, but I didn't use it on the job.
Okay, number two, George Miller, drunk and disorderly. You always wear glasses, George?
In the daytime.
Well, it's night. Take them off.
It's the lights, Sergeant. I wear the glasses for the sun, but these lights are bright.
Take them off.
Yes, sir.
What's your business, George?
I ain't worked in 10 years, Sergeant.
Where do you live?
The east side.
Well, where? The east side covers a lot of territory.
So do I. I just move around. No special place.
You caused a lot of trouble. Busted a couple of windows.
Yeah, guess I got a little wingy. I don't remember none of it. I didn't mean to bust no windows. I only had a little wine. Do I get locked up?
We sent you to Bellevue 3 times before, George.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible. I didn't mean to bust no windows. I don't know whether I could take that Bellevue rap again.
Better than the tank?
I don't know.
Well, we'll see.
I'm sorry about the windows.
Okay, number 3, Julio Labachny, robbery. Where do you live, Julio?
Can I see you a minute, Ben? No, what is it?
618
Better tell you
Lincoln's
outside.
rooming, huh? What's your business?
Merchant Marine.
Were you a seaman?
No.
Well, you look as if you have something hot.
Yeah. Lillian Jacobs was just killed.
What?
They're bringing her in now.
Well, what's the rest?
Walter wants to see her.
Okay, well, tell me about it on the way up.
Well, nothing much to tell. Some guy got her. She went into her apartment. Must have used a rifle. No leads.
Oh, nuts.
Yeah. Throws the whole Brommel case right out the window.
I've worried about something like this.
Well, we had 2 men with her. 3 shots. They didn't even see where it came from. Could have been in a building, car. Didn't even see it.
You got men covering the area?
Been covering it for the last 20 minutes.
No, they won't find anything. Nuts.
You worked pretty hard on this one.
Now, you had Brommel so good. We go to trial tomorrow.
Girl's statement isn't enough, huh?
No. Oh, I don't know. I wanted Brommel for 3 years. I finally get him and lose my only witness. I'll see you later, Quine.
Yeah.
Ben.
Well, what do you want with me, Charlie? I've done all I can do. I got you Bramwell. Now somebody blows up the witness. Whole thing goes out the window.
Okay, now relax.
Half an hour ago, I got off duty. I was figuring on going home, getting a good night's sleep, getting up in the morning and watching the district attorney crucify Bramwell. I was ready to see Bramwell get life or maybe the chair, and I was going to be real happy about it. 3 lousy, stinking years right down the drain.
Feel better?
Yeah.
Look, we all know how hard you worked on this thing.
Oh,
but...
okay, Charlie, okay. Tell me what to do.
Well, you know what to do as well as I do.
Well, with the witness dead, we can't go to trial with what we've got.
I talked with the district attorney. He says the same thing. If Bramwell goes to trial tomorrow, he's bound to beat the rap. We'll never get him on it again.
Well, the only thing we can do is get the gunsel who killed Lillian Jacobs.
Won't be easy.
Well, it can't be any tougher. Maybe if we get the guy, he'll put the finger on Bramwell. Bramwell had it done, and he paid somebody to do it, so let's get the guy.
Release Bramwell?
Well, it'll take tonight and tomorrow to set things up. Hold him tonight just in case we run into some fool luck. If we don't, let him go. I'm going to take every available man you got, Carl.
Well, they're all yours.
Thanks. Sorry I took off like that.
Well, you've been doing it for 12 years. Why don't you just do it and stop apologizing?
I'll see you later. Matt's waiting for you in your office, Ben. Okay.
Hi, Ben. Hey, I just heard about the Jacobs killing.
Yeah.
That's lousy luck.
You're off duty. You want to go home?
I'm sure you want me to.
No sleep for a long time, maybe.
That's new?
You want to come with me, Matt?
Sure. Where are we going?
To talk to Bramwell. Okay, open up.
You want something, Guthrie? Well, what is it? What's on your mind? Okay, you came down here. You got something to say? Say it. What's the matter? You can't talk? Now, look.
I am.
What is this? What's with you two guys?
You may not go to trial, Bramwell.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I may not go to trial. It's late. I'm tired.
You should be pretty happy.
So I'm happy. Now I'd like to get some sleep.
Don't you want to know why you may not go to trial?
No. You disappointed?
Oh, I wish I wasn't a cop.
What else could you do?
Push your fat face in.
You won't.
Lillian Jacobs died tonight.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's too bad. She was a nice kid.
Want to borrow my handkerchief?
Oh, why don't you stop being smart, Greb?
Lillian Jacobs won't be able to testify tomorrow, so we haven't got a case.
Look, Guthrie, I know this is a big shock to you, but what do you want me to do? I didn't kill her. I've been right in your tank, remember?
Who said she was killed?
Oh, okay. If you're going to start the big detective bit, let's go downstairs to your little room.
If
you
you
work
get
on me
off-
for a little while.
If you get off because we don't want you beating the rap. We want you around.
We do, huh?
Let's go, man.
It's been a pleasure, boys.
Tell me something, Bramwell.
Sure.
How many years did your mother cry before she killed herself?
Okay, boys. This is the story. 3 years ago, Bramwell was mixed up in a killing. We were pretty sure it was Bramwell. We couldn't get any proof. Then we made sure, but we still couldn't prove it. We bugged his apartment, his office, even his table of his favorite restaurant. We made recordings of everything he said for nearly 3 months. He finally implicated himself in the killing. But you all know evidence like that can't be used in court. So then we went to work on the weakest link in his organization, his girlfriend, Lillian Jacobs. She broke down, told us Bramwell had done the killing. Last night, she was shot down in front of her apartment. I want the guy who killed her, because now he's the only one who can help us pin a murder rap on Bramwell. Now, here's a list of every person who's ever worked or is working for Bramwell. We're going to tail them, bug their apartments. Everything they say and do, I want to know about. Sergeant Ash will give your assignments.
You sure want to get this Bromo guy, don't you, Lieutenant?
Well, let's run that last stuff from Small and Crockett.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, Ben. Matt. Hello, Charlie.
Hi, Chief.
Just running last night's tape from Small and Crockett. There on Bernie Lang.
You and Matt are on tonight, aren't you?
Yeah. Want some coffee?
No, thanks. Don't you think you two ought to get some sleep?
We will in a little while.
Yeah, you've been going pretty steady for 3 days.
Matt and I are on Bromo. We don't want to miss anything. Okay, Matt, let's hear it.
Hi, honey.
That's Lang.
Hi. What took you so long?
Oh, I got you talking on the phone. Julie called.
Give me a coat.
Sure. Julie always calls like that when she's got troubles. Never lets you get off the phone. Just
Who's the girl?
Yep, yep, yep,
Blanche
yep.
Cummings. Lang steady.
Yeah, who's Julie?
I told you. Julie Thompson. Running around with some guy in the wholesale jewelry business.
Want a drink, baby?
Yeah.
Now hold it,
You want
Matt.
some soda?
Right.
Guthrie. Yeah? Yeah. Okay, bring it in.
Something hot?
That was Cargan. He's on Ray Bellows. Bellows just made a phone call to someone, said he was calling for Brommel. Told whoever it was to get out of town. Guthrie. Yeah? Uh-huh. Well, get it here and step on it. Tell Lane to stay there. Tail him if he leaves right away. Well, we got our man.
Who is he?
Billy Kitchell. That was Williams. He's with Lane. Kitchell was the one who got that phone call from Ray Bellows. Williams says he definitely implicated himself in the killing.
It's all ready, Ben.
And this is the phone call as heard from both ends, Charlie. We spliced the two together, and this is what comes out. Okay, Matt.
Yeah. Billy? Who's this? Bellows. What do you want? Rommel says to get out of town. Can't do it. He says to do it. You tell him I'd love it, but I want the fare. You got 1,000? I got 1,000 for the job. You tell Brommel if he wants me out, he's gonna pay for it. I'm not dipping into the 1,000 to blow town. He says you should get cool. But things ain't cool. He's got a companion, and maybe you have too. I ain't been out of the apartment. If he's getting nervous, tell him to send me a couple of hundred. I'll be glad to make a trip. Tell him a Jacob's job wasn't easy. It's worth a couple of hundred more. Okay, I'll tell him. Okay. Oh, Billy. He wants to know what you did with the gimmick you used on the job. Off the Washington Bridge. Okay, I'll call you back. Okay.
Well, that's it, Charlie.
You gonna pick him up?
Not right away. We're gonna see if he gets another call. In the meantime, I'm having the river dragged near the George Washington Bridge. That gimmick he used on the job is probably the rifle.
How long's your diver been down this time?
About 20 minutes this time. He's gone over nearly all of the... Oh, wait a minute. He's signaling. Fairfield, what is it? Sergeant Quine says he's found a rifle.
Kitchell's in 509. Yeah, hold it here. Williams, you stay here at the stairs. Laying down at the other end of the hall. All right, let's go, man.
Who is it?
Bellows.
Come on in. Hey, what is this?
Don't move, Kitchell.
Okay. What's going on?
He's clean. No gun.
Hey, look, what's this all about?
Go over the apartment.
Right.
Now, wait a minute. Where's your warrant?
Right here.
Well, what for? What's it all about?
We'll tell you as soon as we get a report from Beliskin.
Okay if I smoke?
No.
Hey, look, there's got to be some kind of a charge. What's the rap? I got a right to get to a phone. But look, I can call my lawyer. You just can't keep me here. I got a right to know why you hold me in. What is it?
Guthrie? Yeah? Okay, thanks.
Well, what's wrong? What do you give me the fisheye for?
The Lillian Jacobs killing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lillian Jacobs. I want to know who hired you to kill her.
Kill her? You're crazy?
Give me a full statement, you may get life.
I'll give you nothing. I didn't do no killing. I don't know any Lillian Jacobs.
I want Leo Brommel.
What are you talking to me for? You want him? Go get him.
First degree. You'll get the limit.
Who ratted? You said you were Bellows when you come to the door. Did Bellows rat on me? Hey, can I have a cigarette?
No.
Bellows was the only one I told where I tossed that gun. Okay. Do I get life?
You mind? You got a better chance anyway. Who paid you?
Brommel paid me. Lousy $1,000. It was Bellows who ratted, wasn't it?
Get a stenographer, man.
Okay. Here, Kitchell. Have a cigarette.
Staked out, Ben. If Brommel wants to put up a fight, he can put up a pretty good one.
Yeah. Who's up there with him?
Ralph Levy and Ray Bellows. Bellows came in about a half hour ago.
Well, Brommel's got the whole 8th floor. Private elevator. You'll have either Levy or Bellows on the elevator. The minute it stops on their floor, they're ready.
How about the fire escape?
No, too tough. Only one man can get through the window at a time. Besides, we come in on them like that, they've got to put up a fight.
Well, can we walk in cold?
Suppose I call him from the lobby. Tell him I'm coming up to talk to him.
You'll have to handle 3 of them. Asher, you and Quine go up on the 9th floor. If there's any shooting, come down that fire escape.
Right, man.
Okay, let's go, man. Where's the house phone?
Over there.
Leo Brommel, please. Hello? Let me talk to Brommel. And tell him Lieutenant Guthrie. Hello, Brommel. Yeah. Well, I want to talk to you. That's right. Well, it's important. Yeah, I'm alone. Yeah. Okay. That's no good.
No way I can come up?
He expects me alone. Now, here comes the elevator. You better get out of sight, just in case he sends one of his boys down with it.
Good luck, Ben.
Thanks.
Get in, Lieutenant.
Oh, how are you, Bellows?
think I'm catching him.
Don't start up.
Hey.
Don't touch that or I'll blow your head off.
What is this? What's with the gun?
Put your hands against the wall.
Now, wait a minute.
Now.
Okay.
You got a permit for this, Ray?
No. Rommel ain't gonna like this.
He certainly isn't. Take us up. Now. When we get up there, you're gonna walk out in front of me. I'm keeping my gun in my pocket, and you get it first if you open your mouth. Make a bad one, Ray, and I'll cut you in two.
Okay.
Well, how are you, Guthrie?
I'm all right.
Sit down, have a drink. You know Mr. Levy?
Yeah.
Well, sit down, rest your flat feet. You can beat it, Ray. Well, you heard me. Beat it. Go pour yourself a drink.
Ray stays where he is.
What?
And don't you move, Levy.
What is this? Listen, Guthrie.
Ray's not saying anything because I've got a gun on him.
You nuts?
I'm arresting you as an accessory to murder.
Are you starting that again?
This is a new one. Lillian Jacobs. I've got Billy Kitchell. And the rifle he tossed in the river.
Ralph, no. He'll shoot.
Ben?
Okay.
What's the glass, Twine?
Yeah.
They're all down.
Hey.
Yeah. Well, give me a tie or something.
Yeah, sure.
Still a little life in Levy. Bromwell and Bellows have had it.
How bad is it, Ben?
Just the thigh. Call an ambulance.
Right.
There. Is that tight enough?
Yeah. How'd you get in on this?
Oh, I just said something about age before beauty and climbed out on the fire escape.
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you the lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please?
That's the sergeant.
Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line, when I ask for questions or identifications,
The lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb, is written by Blake Edwards with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Dave Young, Barney Phillips, Herb Butterfield, Jack Moyles, Ray Hartman, Ed Begley, and Sandra Gould. The lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle.
Lineup has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Big Story.
Mr. Norton, do sit down. I'm sure Dr. Parrish will be coming out of the maternity ward any moment now.
Yes. But I wish you'd hurry, nurse.
I never saw a prospective father yet who wasn't a bundle of nerves. Now, if you try to be calm, Mr. Norton. Oh, here's the doctor now.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Norton. The father of a healthy 8-pound baby girl.
The girl?
That's right. And you may go in and see your wife now if you like.
No.
What?
I won't see her.
Don't want to see your wife, Mr. Norton?
That's what I said. I don't want to see her.
Kansas City, Missouri. From the wires of the United Press, the story of murder and a frustrated father. Kansas City, Missouri. The story as it actually happened. Sam Melnick's story, as he lived it.
You were Sam Melnick, a police reporter for the United Press, operating out of the Kansas City Bureau. It's been a long day, a dull day, and finally your stomach tells you it's dinner time. There's one place you always go for dinner, and for your money, it's the best meal in Kansas City. So you get on the phone and make a reservation.
Hello?
Hello, Mom. Sam.
Oh, Sam. What time will you be home?
In an hour. Hey, what's for dinner?
Pot roast
Ah, pot roast.
with potato pancakes and applesauce.
Tell me more. What's for dessert?
Your favorite.
You don't mean lemon meringue pie.
I do. And now, Sam, you'll have to excuse me. I've got to get back to the kitchen. I'll expect you in an hour.
Oh, Mom, wait a minute.
Yes?
I've changed my mind. You better make that a half hour.
On your way home, you stop in at Frank's Bar, next to the City National Bank building, and across the street from the Kansas City Star, just for a quick one. And you don't know it at the time, but while you're there gabbing with the other newspaper boys, your big story is just beginning to break over on 27th Street.
Ed, you better stop the car here.
But we're still a couple of blocks from your house, Jackie.
I know, but...
But you're afraid to let me take you home. You're afraid your father will see us.
Ed, please, let's not talk about it anymore.
We've got to talk about it, honey, here and now. I'm sick of meeting you on street corners away from the house. I'm fed up with seeing you only in the daytime when your father's at the office. Tired of dodging him and hiding from him. What are we, criminals or something?
Ed, you don't understand.
Yes, I do. I understand. Well, maybe you're afraid of your father, Jackie, but I'm not. What right has he got to run your life like this? What kind of a man is he, anyway?
He's been good to me, Ed. He's been a good father to me ever since I can remember. Only...
Only what?
Only... Well, he has some funny ideas.
I'll say yes. Here you are, Jackie, 19. 19 years old, and he's never let you go out with boys. I'm the first boyfriend you ever had, and I have to meet you secretly. Why?
I don't know, Ed. I don't know.
Neither do I. But I'm going to find out tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah. You and I are going to have a date tonight, Jack. And what's more, I'm coming to the house to get you.
No, Ed, you can't. Dad will be home.
That's just the point. We'll stand up to him together.
No, Ed, I'm afraid.
Dad! You're going to have to make a choice.
Choice? What choice?
Either your father or me. Either I come to your house tonight or we're all washed up.
Oh, Ed, no.
Yes. That's the way it's got to be, honey. You've got to stop being afraid of your father sometime. As long as he owns you like this, there's no place for me. Well, Jackie, shall I call for you tonight or not?
All right, Ed. All right. You come to the house, and I'll be waiting for you. Mother, I'm afraid. Ed will be here in half an hour, and Dad...
Yes, he'll be home any minute now.
Oh, I don't know. I shouldn't have let Ed come. What'll Dad say? What'll I tell him?
This time, Jacqueline, I'll talk to your father.
You? Oh, but Mother...
I know. For years, ever since you were born, I've never dared stand up to it. But now, it's time I did. You're a grown girl now. You deserve a life of your own. A young man of your own.
Mother. Mother, I've asked you 100 times, and you've never told me. Why does Dad let Edna and Ruthie have all the dates they want, but when it comes to me, well, why am I different from my sisters?
It's a long story, Jacqueline. Goes way back. Someday I'll tell you.
Oh, Mother, it's Dad. Just get in the front door.
Quick, Jacqueline. Run upstairs to your room.
Jackie, Oh, it's you, Martha.
Yes, Albert.
Where's Jackie?
Upstairs. Dressing.
Dressing? For what?
She's got a date tonight.
A date? You mean...
I mean with a young man, Albert.
I see. Well, I'll soon put a stop to that.
Albert, just a minute.
Yes?
You're going to leave that girl alone.
Oh, am I? You're taking a lot for granted, aren't you, Martha?
I'm trying to stop you from ruining Jacqueline's life, that's all.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I know what's going on in your mind, Albert. I've known it ever since Jacqueline was born. You wanted a boy. You wanted a boy desperately. And you hated me because I bore you a third daughter. And all these years, you...
Yes, Martha, what about all these years?
You tried to bring her up as a boy. You've always called her Jackie, never Jacqueline. You've never let her live a girl's life. She never even had a doll, Albert. You wouldn't let her have one. She never had a party dress or a pair of dancing shoes or a string of beads.
Go on, Martha. You interest me.
You never let her join a sorority, nor have girlfriends here at the house or go out with boys. Instead, you took her fishing or bowling or to baseball and hockey games. Yes, Albert. All these years to satisfy your own frustration, you've tried to bring her up as a boy. And now you failed.
I have, huh?
Yes, Albert, you have. She's a lovely, mature girl now. She's in love with a young man. And she's going to lead her own life, and neither you nor anyone else in this world can stop it.
Oh, I can't. Well, we'll see about that.
Albert, you let that girl alone.
Get out of my way, Martha.
Albert, don't you
Get
dare.
out of my
Don't,
way.
Albert.
She's my child, do you hear? And no one else is going to tell me how to bring her up. Jackie, your mother tells me that you've got a date with a young fellow and that he's coming here tonight.
Yes, Dad.
Now, you know my wishes in the matter.
Dad, I'm 19 now. I'm not a child anymore.
I'm still your father, and I still know what's best
But-
for you. Have I been a bad father to you, Jackie?
No, Dad, you haven't.
Haven't we always been, well, pals? Gone everywhere together, done everything together?
Yes, but...
Why, we've been almost...
Like father and son, Dad.
Why did you say that? Has your mother been talking to you?
No, Dad, why?
Nothing, only I forbid you to go out with this boy.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm going out with him anyway. I love him. And I'm going to marry him.
I see. Then we're going to lose you.
Oh, Dad. Dad, please try to understand.
I do understand. What's this boy's name, Jackie?
Ed. Ed Carlisle.
Ed Carlisle. And what time will he be here?
At 8. Oh, Dad, you won't raise any fuss. You'll talk to Ed, meet him.
Yes, under the circumstances. I'm looking forward to meeting him, Jackie.
Oh, Dad. Dad, I knew you'd see it my way. Only one thing.
Yes?
Please don't call me Jackie anymore. It sounds too much like a boy's name. And I'm grown up. Just call me Jacqueline, Dad.
Come in.
My name's Ed Carlisle. Is Jackie...
She's in her room. She'll be down in a minute.
Oh. Mr. Norton, I wanted to talk to you.
I'll do all the talking around here, Carlisle. My daughter tells me you two are in love.
Yes, sir.
And that you plan to marry her and take her away from here. From me.
That's right, sir. With your permission.
You don't have my permission.
I'm sorry, Mr. Norton. But in that case, I guess we'll have to get married without it.
You try anything like that, you young whippersnapper, and I'll kill you.
Mr. Morton.
She belongs to me, you understand? She's my child, and nobody's going to steal her
But
from me.
Mr. Morton...
Get out.
I don't...
Get out of this house, I said.
No. No, I won't. Not until I say what I came to say. You might as well face it, Mr. Morton. Jackie's 19. She's a grown woman. We're in love, and you're going to lose her. You know you're going to lose her.
Oh, I
She's got a right to her freedom just like any other person. Mr. Norton, put down that gun.
Nobody's going to steal Jackie from me. Nobody's going to take her from me.
Mr. Norton, no. Put down that gun.
Dad, no.
If I can't have you, Jackie, nobody else will.
No.
It's a little after dinner time when you, Sam Melnick of the United Press, get to your mother's house. You sniff the odors coming from the kitchen, and you raise your eyes to heaven, and your mouth begins to water. And you think, life can be beautiful in Kansas City or anywhere else with cooking like that. And then your mother comes in.
Sam, where have you been?
Oh, just down to Frank's place across from the Star, Mom.
Oh, I wondered what happened to you. Well, I've got everything all ready. You better get washed up and... Oh, no. Sam, don't answer
Yeah,
it.
I better, Mom.
It's probably that night manager down at the bureau again. And if that horrible man thinks he's going to take you away from my dinner again just because of the story...
Oh, forget it, Mom. Don't worry. It's been a very dull day. I'll just brush him off and sit down to dinner. Melnick talking. Oh, hello, Bill. What? What? On 27th Street. Yeah, sure. I'll get right on it. On my way now. Well, I gotta rush.
What about my pot roast and pancakes?
Keep it warm, Mom. I'll be back as soon as I can. A big story's breaking.
What big story?
A father just murdered his daughter.
You, Sam Melnick of the United Press, have just been tipped off that a sensational murder has taken place on your beat, Kansas City. So you leave your mother's dinner table and rush down to police headquarters to get yourself a few facts. Luckily, you're the first reporter there, but you know the rest of the wolves are on their way. And the first thing you do is corner Lieutenant John Brackett, in charge of the investigation.
So this Albert Norton killed his own daughter, John.
That's right, Sam. He started to go for her boyfriend first, but when the girl came downstairs, he spun around and let her have it. Then he broke away.
And no trace, huh?
No trace. But we've blocked all the highways, got men at all the railroad, air, and bus terminals.
You know, John, he could be right here in KC.
Could be. His wife called us right after he shot the daughter, so wherever he is, he didn't have time to get very far.
Uh-huh. Speaking of Norton's wife, where is she now?
Oh, we're keeping her and the two daughters and the boy, Ed Carlisle, down here at headquarters.
Protective custody, huh?
Yep.
Then you figure this Norton is still dangerous, that he might come back and try something else.
Can't afford to think otherwise, Sam. A man who'd do a job like this is more than a killer. He's a maniac.
By this time, everyone and his cousin in Kansas City are swamping the switchboards, claiming they've seen Albert Norton. You check a few leads. Phony. You talk to Norton's sister and Mrs. Anna Regal. She hasn't heard a thing. You ride with a prowl car for a while and draw blank. Finally, in deep disgust, you ask the police dispatcher to call you in case anything breaks. And you phone your mother that you're coming home for that dinner. And when you get there...
Hello, Mom.
Don't you hello me, Sam Melnick.
Oh, listen, Mom, I couldn't help it. I had to go out on the story. Now, how about that pot roast, huh?
Did you get that story, Sam?
No.
Well, you're not going to get that pot roast either.
I'm not?
No, I kept it waiting for you so long, it's all dried out.
Oh.
Now you'll have to eat meatloaf.
Meatloaf? Well, what's wrong with that? I like meatloaf.
I know you do, son. I've got it sizzling on the pan now, and in a few minutes...
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Mom?
Don't you dare answer that phone, Sam Melnick.
Mom, I've got to. Melnick talking.
Sam, this is Sergeant Blaine down at headquarters.
Yes, Sergeant.
Just wanted to tip you off that the killer just phoned his sister, Mrs. Regal.
What?
Yeah. Better get up and see her before the rest of the wolves get wise.
On my way, Sergeant. Thanks. Mom, I've got to rush. See you later.
But, Sam, what about my meatloaf?
Mrs. Regal, just what did your brother say when he phoned?
Well, first of all, he wanted to make sure that Jackie was dead.
Yes?
And he wanted to know where his wife was. Then, before I could say anything else, he hung up.
I see.
Oh, Mr. Melnick, just gave me gooseflesh just to listen to him. Albert's always been a little peculiar, but his voice over the phone, sounded crazy.
Mrs. Regal, did you ask him where he was calling from?
Yes, I asked him right off. Said he was calling from a restaurant.
A restaurant? At this time of night?
That's what he said.
Mrs. Regal.
Yeah?
While you were listening, did you hear anything over the phone that might suggest a restaurant? You know, dishes rattling, pots and pans?
No.
Any sound of streetcars going by?
Oh, no. No, there was nothing over the phone except Albert's voice.
Uh-huh.
Guess I haven't been much of a help, Mr. Melnick.
On the contrary, Mrs. Regal, you have. You've been a mighty big help. In fact, you've just given me an idea.
So you got a hunch on where the killer is, huh, Sam?
That's right. Now, look, John, let's add this thing up.
Okay, go ahead and add.
The killer calls his sister at 1 a.m. and says he's calling from a restaurant.
So?
So there aren't very many restaurants in KC open at that time of night.
Well, there are some.
Sure. But they're mostly on the main streets, and you've got prowl cars patrolling them. So it stands to reason that Norton wouldn't take a chance exposing himself. And Mrs. Regal heard no streetcars or anything like that.
In other words?
In other words, John, the killer wasn't calling from a restaurant at all. He was phoning from a private home.
Hey, that's interesting, Sam. Very. You know how many private homes there are in Kansas City?
Sure. But my hunch is that the killer was calling from his own home.
Oh, not that old cliche about the killer returning to the scene of his crime.
I know. I said it was only a hunch. I can't back it up with anything concrete. Still...
Still what?
He might have gone back to his own house. You're holding the rest of his family down here under protective custody, and the house is empty.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to have a look. Care to come along, John?
Maybe I'd better. If your hunch turned up right and I wasn't there, I'd never forgive myself. And neither would the police commissioner.
Okay, John, let's go.
All right with you. Oh, before we leave, Sam, there's something I forgot to tell you.
Yeah? What's that?
Your mother phoned headquarters here a little while ago. Wanted to talk to you real bad.
Yes? What did she say?
Well, she was so upset over the phone, I didn't quite get what she was saying, but it was something about meatloaf.
The Norton house is dark, with the shades drawn. You and Lieutenant Brackett try the front door. It's locked. Then in the moonlight, you notice a car standing in the backyard. You follow Brackett into the yard, the shivers running up and down your spine as you reflect on what a beautiful target you make there in the moonlight, just in case the killer is home. You both go to the back door, find it locked. Brackett tries a couple of pass keys, and then...
That's it, Sam. It works. The door's open.
Okay. Let's go in.
Look, on second thought, Sam, maybe I'd better go in and corner this rabbit myself, if he's there.
Oh, no, John. I'm going in with you.
Look, you don't have to, Sam. You're a reporter, but I'm a police officer. I've got to go in. It's my duty.
It's my story.
Might be dangerous.
All right, I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Okay. Oh, before we go in, you got a gun?
Gun? No.
All right, I'll keep my gun ready. Here, you carry this flashlight. All right, let's go in. See anything?
No.
Let's look around.
John.
Yeah.
I smell something.
What?
Stain of coffee.
Yeah, you're right. Sam, flash the light over here. This table. See what I see?
Yeah. A cup of cold coffee and some cigarette butts.
Looks like our friend is somewhere around. Sam, put out that flashlight. He's in the other room.
Yeah.
Sam, you move to one side. Away from that door.
Oh, John.
Do as I say.
Okay.
All right, Norton, come out. Come out with your hands up. Okay, Norton, if you don't come out, we'll have to come in after you. Come on, Sam, we're going in. Drop that gun, Norton.
Not before I give you this.
John, are you all right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Many thanks, Sam.
For what?
If you hadn't flashed that light in his face when you did, he'd have killed me, sure. From where I was standing, I was looking right down the mouth of his gun.
And you, Sam Melnick, very tired and very hungry, phone in your story to the UP Bureau. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the morning, you come home.
Hello, Sam.
Oh, Mom, you still up?
I'm still waiting for you to come home for dinner, son.
Oh, gee, Mom, I'm sorry. I had to cover a big story. A father killed his daughter because he wanted a boy in the first place.
Here, eat your dinner.
Mom, this is just pie and milk.
That's all I got left. The meatloaf cooked dry just like the pot roast. And do you know what, Sam?
What, Mom?
I wish you'd been born a girl.
Now we read you that telegram from Sam Melnick of the United Press.
As it turned out, killer in tonight's big story had tried to commit suicide in his bedroom. The lieutenant had winged him in the arm so that he dropped his gun. Killer died from self-inflicted wound just before the ambulance came. True to her husband to the bitter end, widow declared that except for insanely jealous rages, he was a good father.
In order to protect the names of people actually involved in tonight's authentic big story, the names of all characters in the dramatization were changed with the exception of the newspaper reporter. The big story has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
And now we bring you a thrilling crime detection story taken from the pages of the leading detective publication, True Detective Mysteries magazine. Our story begins on a pier in Los Angeles, California.
Stand by, please. Back of the rail, please. Give the people a chance to get off.
Can I take Junior on the boat, officer? His father's returning from China, and I want
Sorry,
to...
madam. You can't board until all the passengers have cleared the customs. Hey, you! Stand back of the rail there.
Stand in line until your baggage is stamped. Stand in line.
Where do I go, officer? I must get to Los Angeles immediately.
Let's have your baggage checked first, ma'am.
Oh, the red tape you have to go through here.
All right, next, please.
This is my trunk, officer. It's open.
All right. This is strange. May I see your passport, please?
Why, certainly. Here it is.
Maria Wint, Shanghai, China.
Is anything wrong?
I don't know, Miss Wint. But I'll have to ask you to come along to the customs office.
Is there a mistake on my passport?
No, your papers appear to be in order, but your trunk is constructed very oddly. I'll have to bring it in.
Oh.
Brogan, bring this trunk into the office.
Yes, sir. Right away, sir.
And you come with me, please, Miss Wynn. All right. Set it down right there, Brogan.
Yes, sir.
Now get Chief Powers, please.
Right, sir.
Sit down, miss. We have to wait for Mr. Powers.
Mr. Powers? Who is he?
Head customs man of this. Oh, here he is now.
Hello, Michael. Brogan said you wanted me.
Yes, this is Miss Went, Chief. Here's her passport.
How do you do?
How do you do?
It's about her trunk. Irregular construction. All the drawers have corners cut off, and I thought you'd want to examine it yourself.
Yes. This it?
Yeah, that's it.
This does look unusual. Where'd you get this trunk, Miss Went?
Where? In a shop in China, Shanghai. Is there anything the matter with it?
I don't know yet. As soon as I get all these drawers out, I'll see. Yeah. I'll just reach in here and... There is something there. Feel there, Michael.
Huh? Yeah. Feels like some cloth tacked onto the back. Shall I pull it off?
By all means.
Gosh, Chief, look.
Bags. Dozens of them. Your hunch is right, Michael.
Good heavens, what are those?
Let me see. Those, Miss Went, are sacks of narcotics, or I don't know my business.
Narcotics?
Heroin. Worth $100,000 if it's worth a penny.
How did they get there? I can't imagine how it all...
That's what we're going to find out, Miss Went, and until we do, we'll have to... That is, you'll have to...
Oh.
She's fainted, Chief.
Quick. Get a doctor. Hurry. She's not fooling you, is she, Doctor?
No fear of that. Miss Went is a very sick woman, and she knows it.
Well, on your advice, I assigned her to a hotel instead of keeping her here in our house of detention.
How long before she'll be well, Doctor?
Well, I can't say. In her condition, well, there's no way of telling when she may be strong enough to leave.
Is she strong enough to be questioned?
Chief Powers, Miss Went is very ill. She's emotionally upset. If you submit her to a rigid examination, she may faint again.
Well, let's go into her room. I want to ask her a few questions.
I don't advise it, Chief.
Yes, I know, but I've got to solve this smuggling.
All right.
This is her room, isn't it?
Yeah, 921. The ones on either side, 923 and 919, are occupied by Inspectors Riley and Graham.
You don't take any chances, do you?
Not if we can help it. Come on. How is she?
All right, I guess. She's been asleep. No, I'm not asleep.
Oh, Miss Went, you're awake. Feeling better?
Yes, thank you.
I'd like to ask you a few questions, if we may.
I'll help you all I can.
Miss Went, you told us earlier that you don't know where those sacks of heroin came from. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you here on business, Miss Went, or pleasure?
I was commissioned to bring a patient back to Shanghai. I'm a nurse at the Poland Hospital in China.
What's his name?
Whose name?
A patient. Where does he live?
It's a woman. Mrs. Enders is her name. I'm supposed to meet her in this hotel.
Now, Michael, call the desk and get Mrs. Enders' room. I want to speak to her now.
Okay.
You, bought your trunk abroad, didn't you?
In China?
And you don't know how that batch of narcotics got in there?
Absolutely not.
Is Mrs. Enders on the phone?
No, Chief, she's not registered here. We have no reservation for her either.
That makes it a little more confusing, doesn't it?
Confusing? What do you mean by that?
You see, if you're an innocent dupe of a smuggling ring, we can't let you go until we're convinced that you're innocent.
But I am innocent, I tell you. I don't know anything about that contraband.
I don't think you ought to continue, Chief.
All right, Doctor. We're leaving now, Miss Went, but we'll be back later. Come on, Michael, and Miss Woodcock. Will you come here a moment, please?
Certainly.
I want to talk to you outside.
What is it, Chief Powers?
Riley and Graham are in adjoining rooms. If you have to leave the room for even a moment, be sure the door is locked and be sure you tell them that you're leaving. I can't make this woman out. Yet. She's guilty. She's a great actress. And, well, I'm going to uncover the ring that she's working with if it's the last thing I do. Come on, Michael. Our work starts now.
Where to, Chief?
Headquarters. Let's see those receipts again, Michael.
Here they are, Chief.
Postal receipts made out to Maria Went. For letters from Shanghai mailed to... What is this name, anyhow? Let's see. Looks like Lawful-Holst Brandstetter. Palace Hotel, Naples, Italy.
Where'd you say you found these?
In a suitcase.
Ever hear of this man, Brandstetter?
No. No record either. I just checked that.
Well, then let's see how our friend Miss Went is feeling today. She ought to be able to tell us who he is and what she mailed to him.
She ought to, but will she?
Well, come on. We'll find that out soon enough.
Did you find anything else in her baggage?
Oh, just some papers that seem pretty harmless. Oh, say, Chief, I did learn something that may be interesting.
What's that?
Her father is European and her mother's Chinese.
She does look kind of Oriental, doesn't she?
She sure does. You know, I thought she was Chinese, but I couldn't figure out that name.
There's the hotel.
Oh, yeah.
Well, come on. We can't lose any time.
Going up. Going up.
There's the elevator, Michael.
Going up, please.
Hurry, Michael. This elevator is waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry I held you up, but I saw something in the lobby, Chief, at the drug.
9, please. What'd you see?
2 Chinese women over at the desk. Oh, I heard one of them ask for Mrs. Enders.
Did she?
Well,
9th floor, please. Going up.
we get off here, Chief.
Right. Well, tell me, did she ask for Mrs. Enders?
No, it was another name, but it sure sounded like Enders.
Had me frightened for a minute.
I said I thought she said Enders.
Wait a minute. Here's the room. 921.
It's funny Woodcock doesn't answer. Maybe she forgot the signal.
Not her. She's one of the best agents we have. This is strange. I'll try it. No, it's locked all right. Get out your skeleton key.
Okay. All right, here it is.
Miss Woodcock? Oh, Miss Wynn. Say, what's going on here?
Hey, somebody's in there, Chief. I hear the shower.
Oh, that's why they don't hear me, I guess. Say, Miss Woodcock. Woodcock. Miss Wynn. Open up there, will you?
They must be deaf or something, Chief.
Open that door, Michael. I don't care who's in there.
Hey, jumping Jehoshaphat, she's gone.
What?
There's nobody here, Chief. Shower's running, but there's nobody here.
Turn it off. Well, where did she get out of here? There are windows in the bathroom. That one there faces a court.
Yeah, and what happened to Woodcock?
I don't know, but I'm... Wait a minute. I hear someone at the door. Be quiet.
Chief Powers, what are you doing here?
Never mind what I'm doing. Where were you?
I just went down to the lobby to see my brother for a moment. Why? Is anything wrong?
Where's Miss Went?
Where is... What? Is she gone?
Miss Woodcock, tell us the truth. Where is Miss Went?
For goodness sake, Chief, I don't know, I tell you. I wasn't gone more than 5 minutes. Maybe Riley knows what happened.
Did you tell him you were leaving?
Of course I did.
Get Riley here immediately, Michael.
Yes, sir.
You know what this means, don't you?
I can't make it out, Chief Powers. How did she get away? I locked the door when I left.
It was locked when I arrived, too.
All right, here's Riley, Chief.
What's up, Chief? Plenty. What were you doing next door? Sleeping?
Well, what's that? Sleep? Why, no, I was watching
You're
this.
a great help, Riley, both you and Woodcock. All you have to do is watch a sick woman, and what happens? She walks out on you, right under your nose. What?
How in the world...
Never mind that stuff. Tell me, did you know Woodcock was leaving?
Sure, I did. About 10 minutes ago to see her brother.
Then what happened?
Miss Webb called him in and asked if she could take a shower.
How did she know you were next door watching her?
I don't know. I figured one of you told her.
Well, I've seen dumb agents before, but you take the cake, Riley. She asked if she could take a shower.
Well, I heard the water running. I figured you...
You figured you couldn't figure 1 and 1. Come on, Michael, we're going back to the office. You, Riley, and you, Woodcock, get busy and see if you can find out what happened to this Went woman.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chief.
Michael, call the office and have them send someone. Make it Kruger. I want to tail Riley and Woodcock. Taking no chances. When you're through, come back to headquarters and we'll get to work. I've got an idea.
Yes, sir.
You see a young woman about so tall and Chinese-looking leave this hotel?
Mister, I ain't had a fare since the Chinese built the Great Wall.
Did a young Chinese woman come through here?
I can't tell you, ma'am. Thousands of chinks passed here.
sell any railroad tickets to a young woman?
Millions of them. What'd she look like and where's she going?
I don't know where she's heading, but she's part Chinese. Kind of refined, about 5 feet 2, weighs about 150.
No, can't help him, sir.
How long have you been in front of this hotel?
About half an hour, lady.
Did you see a Chinese woman leave that hotel?
No, lady, I didn't.
Hey, what'd that man ask you?
Say, what is
Hurry, I haven't got all day. What'd he ask you?
Wanted to know if I saw some lady chink come out of that hotel. I told him I ain't had a fast.
Say, what's the idea running away that way?
See that woman?
One that just went away?
Yeah, what'd she ask you?
Want to know if a Chinese gal came this way?
No, thanks.
Well, I seen nuts in my day, but I never... Did a young Chinese woman...
Pardon me, mister, but did you see a Chinese
What'd that
girl?
man ask? Have you seen a young woman come out?
Hello, Kruger. What'd you find? They are, eh? Well, that's lucky for them. What? I see. Yeah. How many? You know if they've got any leads? Don't look that way, eh? All right. No, you can come back. Yeah, goodbye.
What did Kruger report?
Oh, nothing. Riley and Woodcock are okay, I guess.
Did they get any dope about the Wint girl?
No.
Looks like she sure flew the coop all right.
What? Flew the coop, eh? Well, maybe you're right, Michael. Hello. It's Chief Powers. Lee Cunningham, yeah. Hello? Hello, Cunningham. This is Powers. Listen, put this on the air immediately. I want it sent to all planes, particularly those heading east to New York. Here it is. Look for young woman, attractive, height about 5 feet 2, weight about 115, Chinese, dark hair.
Hello, 421. Hello, 421. Look for young woman, Chinese, height 5 feet 2, weight 115, hair dark. Hello, Falcon. Hello, Falcon. Calling Falcon. Wanted by Customs Department, Chinese woman, young, attractive, height 5 feet 2, weight 115. Calling C-14. Calling C-14. Hello, C-14. Report if you have young Chinese woman passenger, height 5 feet 2, weight 115.
If our young bird is flying, we'll get her before long.
What next, Chief?
Michael, you remember that postal receipt that you found in Went's baggage?
That one from Shanghai to a man in Naples named Brandstetter?
We're going to try to find Mario Went through him.
I don't get you.
Well, if that woman is innocent, the chances are that Brandstetter is only a friend. But if Went is a member of a smuggling ring, the chances are that Brandstetter is one, too.
Oh, I see what you mean now.
Now, I'm going to try to find out where Brandstetter is. And I'm going to get Went when she tries to meet him. My guess is she's heading his way now.
You're a little optimistic, aren't you?
No, just determined. Come on.
Where to?
To the wireless room. We're going to take a little trip around the world. Oh, hello, Riley.
No luck, Chief. We checked every cab driver around the hotel, everyone we could find.
None of them saw anyone that even looked like the Went girl.
Yeah, I know.
You know.
How did you find out, Chief?
Finding out is my job, Woodcock. Yours is losing, I guess. Come on, Michael. If anyone wants us, we're in the wireless room.
You want us to wait here, Chief?
Yes, I may need you.
You're sort of rubbing it into Riley and Woodcock, aren't you?
I guess I am, but they deserve it all right. Isn't often we get one of these birds red-handed like this. But when we do, well, we like to keep them a while. That girl must be laughing up her sleeve.
I wonder how she got out of that room.
Well, that was easy. She just turned on the shower, and Riley wasn't able to hear her open the door.
Yeah, but, here's the wireless room, Chief.
Hello, Chief. Suppose you want to know what we've got on that radio place to airlines?
Did you hear anything yet?
Not yet.
Cunningham, I've got something that must go out immediately.
Yeah?
We found 2 postal receipts in Mario Went's bag. for letters sent to a man named... Now get this down.
Yes, sir.
Loffelholtz Brandstetter.
Loffelholtz Brandstetter.
Right.
Okay.
Now, we don't know who this fellow is, but I have a hunch that Wendt may try to contact him. If she does, we'll nab her. And if this man is mixed up in smuggling dope, too, well, that'll be fine.
I understand, Chief.
Hey, you forgot to tell him the letters were mailed to Naples, Chief.
Oh, yes, that's right. All right, Cunningham, get going. Send a wireless to Naples and try to locate this man. We'll stand by.
Yes, sir. Now, let's see. Our office there is... here it is, 437. Naples, 437. Naples, 437. United States Customs calling. Information required. Loffelholtz Brandstetter, residing Naples. When did he live there, Chief?
The receipts are dated January 1936 and sent to the Palace Hotel.
Right. Residing Naples, Palace Hotel, January 1936. Reply immediate, please. U.S. Los Angeles 188. U.S. Los Angeles 188.
Oh, how much longer do you think we'll have to wait, Cunningham?
Yeah, not long.
Well, I hope they get a line on him.
If they do, will you advise arrest?
No. I want him tailed until we pick up the trail of Maria Wendt. Then we'll...
Wait, there's the answer. Palace Hotel reports Loffelholtz Brandstetter sailed for United States SS Helena August 7th.
4 days ago.
Port of call, New York City. No other information at hand. End. Well, there you are, Chief. Looks like Brandstetter is heading for New York right in your lap.
Come on, we're flying to New York. Thanks, Cunningham.
Yeah, not at all.
And Michael?
Yes, sir?
Get Riley and Woodcock to come along. Make it snappy. I'll arrange for a plane. I'll pick you up in about 10 minutes. Michael, when we land in New York, you and I are going to board the Helena before she docks. You, Riley, and you, Woodcock, hang around the pier, mingle with the crowd, and look for Wendt.
Yes, sir.
And if you spot her, don't let her take another shower.
Gee, Chief, you ain't ever...
Yep, there it is. SS Helena.
Won't Brandstetter be surprised when he meets this reception committee?
Yeah. All right, Captain. Pull up alongside of her, will you?
Aye, sir.
There she is, sir. Hold on now. Be careful.
Oh, we can make it. There we are. Oh, Michael.
Right behind you, sir.
Right. There we are.
Yes, sir.
Are you Chief Powers?
Yes, sir. And you are Captain Ardsley?
Yes, sir. I received your message. Right this way, sir.
Does he know what...
I don't think so. His cabin is on this deck. Right there, sir. 31.
Is he in there now?
I believe so, sir.
Thank you, Captain.
Will you need any help?
I don't think so. I think we can handle him all right.
All right, sir. I'll go on deck. We're docking in a few minutes.
Brandstetter? Anybody in here? I hear someone, Michael. Draw your gun.
I've got it ready.
Open this door. Open this door, Brandstetter. We'll break it down if you don't. Sure, someone's in there. Where's the captain? We'll get his key.
He went up.
Well, then we'll have to break this door in. Come on.
Okay.
Michael. 1, 2, 3. Come on, let's go. Look out there, Michael.
I'm all right, Chief. I didn't...
Wait a minute. Stay outside, please. Stay outside, all of you.
Well, what do you think?
Dead. Stone dead. Shot right through the head.
I wonder why he shot himself.
He'll never tell us. And don't forget, innocent men don't kill themselves this way.
Hey, you want me to search this room, Chief?
No, not yet. We'll have the door guarded and stand by. It's Wendt we want now.
She's docking now, Chief.
I wonder if Riley or Woodcock have had any luck.
I hope so. I'll bet they do, too.
Well, the gangplank's down.
Yeah. Hey, Chief.
What is it?
There. Look. Through that porthole.
I don't see...
Wendt. It's Maria Wendt. There on the pier.
You see Riley or Woodcock around?
I can't make out. The crowd's moving around, so...
Come on. Hey, you. Are you the steward?
Yes, sir.
Stand in front of this door. And don't let anyone enter until we return. Here's my badge, U.S. Customs Department. Come on, Mike.
Okay. Keep going. I'm keeping my eye on her, Chief.
Yeah, she was standing over there, wasn't she?
Follow me right there. What? For chimney's sake, she's gone, Chief. She was standing right there by that pole.
Slipped right through our fingers. That's the second time. She must have seen us come down the gangplank.
Gee, slipped away. We could have had her if we don't...
Chief, got a little surprise for you. Here's your friend.
Where'd you find her?
Oh, I spotted her the minute you got here.
You got anything to say, Miss Went?
What is there to say?
Plenty before we're through with you. Come on. We're going to a nice, quiet place without showers where we can talk.
Oh, gee, Chief, ain't you ever going?
All right, Miss Went, sit down over there. Now tell us, where'd you get that dough?
I guess there's no use now.
Absolutely none. Innocent women don't escape from custody. You might as well tell us everything, Miss Went.
Sure, what's the difference? I'm sick, you know that. The doctors say I won't live another year.
I'm sorry you're sick, Miss Went, but you'll have to...
Yes, I understand. I'll have to take the consequences just the same. Well, I don't know how I got away with it as long as I did.
You've been smuggling dope for a long time?
A long time? Sure, years. I thought I'd never be caught till I met you.
Where'd you get that heroin?
In Shanghai. It was stolen from a hospital.
Which one?
What difference does it make?
Which hospital, Miss Went?
Poland Hospital.
Got that, Michael?
Oh, yeah, right, Chief.
Miss Went, how'd you escape from that hotel?
That was easy. I turned on the shower, then I phoned a friend in the hotel who came up and opened my door. That was all.
Yeah, well, who was your friend?
A Chinese woman that I met.
Did you stop at the desk on your way out?
Sure, for a moment I thought I'd die. You didn't recognize me in those funny clothes, did you?
Oh, so that was you, huh?
Miss Went, who stole the narcotics in the Poland hospital?
I don't know. I received my instructions from someone.
Who?
Some man.
Brandstetter?
Yes, how did you know?
Well, you won't receive any more instructions from him.
You arrested him?
Better than that. He's dead.
He's dead? You killed him?
No, he shot himself.
He shot himself. He's dead. I won't ever see him again. Oh, no, you killed him. You killed him. Oh.
Look at this file, Chief. U.S. versus Mario Went. Remember that case?
Remember it? How can I ever forget it?
You know, Chief, she was lucky to be deported.
Lucky? I don't know about that. She won't live another year. What difference does it make where she's buried?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Remember how she passed out when you told her Brandstetter killed himself?
Why not? Didn't she admit later she was going to marry him?
She certainly was head over heels in love with him.
Yeah, but that sure was a big price to pay for love, all right.
Yeah, that love affair with a little smuggling on the side cost 2 lives, maybe a third. Brandstetter and the superintendent of that Shanghai hospital killed themselves when they knew they were caught. And our shipboard beauty, who almost got away with it, is probably dead by now. 3 lives for smuggling dope. Gee. Gives me the shivers to even think of it.
Like a cold shower, eh, Chief?